Part 1.
9 days. Beneficent God, I beg you, let this be the day I die.
The guardsman's spine and neck were warped and bent, but still he lived. He'd been locked in the red-lacquered box for 9 days. He'd seen the day's light come and go through the lid crack.
9 days.
He held them close as a handful of dinars, counted them over and over.
9 days. 9 days. 9 days.
If he could remember this until he died, he could keep his soul whole for God's sheltering embrace. He had given up on remembering his name. The guardsman heard soft footsteps approach, and he began to cry. Every day for 9 days the gaunt, black-bearded man in the dirty white caftan had appeared. Every day he cut the guardsman, or burned him. But worst was when the guardsman was made to taste the other's pain. The gaunt man had flayed a young marsh girl, pinning the guardsman's eyes open so he had to see the girl's skin curl out under the knife. He'd burned a Bedouin boy alive and held back the guardsman's head so the choking smoke would enter his nostrils. The guardsman had been forced to watch the broken and burned bodies being ripped apart as the gaunt man's ghouls fed on heart flesh. He'd watched as the gaunt man's servant creature, that thing made of shadows and jackal skin, had sucked something shimmering from those freshly dead corpses, leaving them with their hearts torn out and their empty eyes glowing red. These things had almost shaken the guardsman's mind loose. Almost. But he would remember.
9 days. 9. Oh, merciful God, take me from this world!
The guardsman tried to steady himself. He'd never been a man to whine and wish for death. He'd taken beatings and blade wounds with gritted teeth. He was a strong man. Hadn't he guarded the Caliph himself once? What matter that his name was lost to him now?
Oh, I walk a wilderness of ghouls and wicked jinn. No fear can...
He couldn't remember the rest of the scripture. Even the heavenly chapters had slipped from him. The box opened in a painful blaze of light. The gaunt man in the filthy caftan appeared before him. Beside the gaunt man stood his servant. That thing, part shadow, part jackal, part cruel man, that called itself Mawawa. The guardsman screamed. As always, the gaunt man said nothing, but the shadow thing's voice echoed in the guardsman's head.
Listen to Mawawa, who speaketh for his blessed friend. Thou art an honored guardsman, begat and born in the Crescent Moon Palace. Thou art sworn in the name of God to defend it. All of those beneath thee shall serve.
The words were a slow, probing drone in his skull. His mind swooned in a terror trance.
Yea, thy fear is sacred. Thy pain shall feed his blessed friend's spells. Thy beating heart shall feed his blessed friend's ghouls. Then Mawawa, the man-jackal, shall suck thy soul from thy body. Thou hast seen the screaming and begging and bleeding the others have done. Thou hast seen what will happen to thee soon.
From somewhere, a remembered scrap of a grandmother's voice came to the guardsman. Old tales of the power cruel men could cull from a captive's fear, or an innocent's gruesome slaying. Fear spells, pain spells. He tried to calm himself, to deny the man in the dirty caftan this power. Then he saw the knife. The guardsman had come to see the gaunt man's sacrifice knife as a living thing, its blade curve an angry eye. He soiled himself and smelled his own filth. He'd done so many times already in these 9 days.
The gaunt man, still saying nothing, began making small cuts. The knife bit into the guardsman's chest and neck, and he screamed again, pulling against bonds he'd forgotten were there. As the gaunt man cut him, the shadow thing whispered in the guardsman's mind. It recalled to him all the people and places that he loved, restored whole scrolls of his memory. Then it told stories of what would soon come. Ghouls in the streets, all the guardsman's family and friends, all of Dam Sawat drowning in a river of blood. The guardsman knew these were not lies. He could feel the gaunt man feeding off of his fear, but he couldn't help himself. He felt the knife dig into his skin and heard whispered plans to take the throne of the Crescent Moon, and he forgot how many days he'd been there. Who was he? Where was he? There was nothing within him but fear, for himself and his city. Then there was nothing but darkness. Chapter 1. Dam Sawat, king of cities, jewel of Abyssine. 1,000 men pass through and pass in packed patchwork of avenues, alleys, and walls. Such bookshops and brothels, such schools and such stalls. I've wed all your streets, made your night air my wife, for he who tires of Dam Sawat tires of life. Dr. Abdullah Makhlud, the last real ghoul hunter in the great city of Dam Sawat, sighed as he read the lines. His own case, it seemed, was the opposite. He often felt tired of life, but he was not quite done with Dam Sawat. After 70 and more years on God's great earth, Abdullah found that his beloved birth city was one of the few things he was not tired of. The poetry of Ismi Shihab was another. To be reading the familiar lines early in the morning in this newly crafted book made Abdullah feel younger, a welcome feeling. The smallish tome was bound with brown sheep leather, and Ismi Shihab's leaves of palm was etched into the cover with good golden acid. It was a very expensive book, but Hafi, the bookbinder, had given it to Abdullah free of charge. It had been 2 years since Abdullah saved the man's wife from a cruel Magus' water ghouls, but Hafi was still effusively thankful. Abdullah closed the book gently and set it aside. He sat outside of Yeye's, his favorite tea-house in the world, alone at a long stone table. His dreams last night had been grisly and vivid. Blood rivers, burning corpses, horrible voices. But the edge of their details had dulled upon waking. Sitting in his favorite place, face over a bowl of cardamom tea, reading Ismi Shihab, Abdullah almost managed to forget his nightmares entirely. The table was hard against Dam Sawat's great mainway, the broadest and busiest thoroughfare in all the Crescent Moon kingdoms. Even at this early hour, people half-crowded the mainway. A few of them glanced at Abdullah's impossibly white caftan as they passed, but most took no notice of him. Nor did he pay them much mind. He was focused on something more important. Tea. Abdullah leaned his face farther over the small bowl and inhaled deeply, needing its aromatic cure for the fatigue of life. The spicy, sweet cardamom steam enveloped him, moistening his face and his beard, and for the first time that groggy morning he felt truly alive. When he was outside of Dam Sawat, stalking bone ghouls through cobwebbed catacombs, or sand ghouls across dusty plains, he often had to settle for chewing sweet tea root. Such campfireless times were hard, but as a ghoul hunter, Abdullah was used to working within limits. When one faces 2 ghouls, waste no time wishing for fewer, was one of the adages of his antiquated order. But here at home, in civilized Dam Sawat, he felt he was not really a part of the world until he'd had his cardamom tea. He raised the bowl to his lips and sipped, relishing the piquant sweetness. He heard Yeye's shuffling approach, smelled the pastries his friend was bringing. This, Abdullah thought, was life as beneficent God intended it. Yeye set his own tea bowl and a plate of pastries on the stone table with 2 loud clinks, then slid his wiry frame onto the bench beside Abdullah.
Adula had long marveled that the cross-eyed, limping tea-house owner could whisk and clatter bowls and platters about with such efficiency, and so few shatterings. A matter of practice, he supposed. Adula knew better than most that habit could train a man to do anything. Yeye smiled broadly, revealing the few teeth left to him. He gestured at the sweets.
Almond nests, the first of the day before I've even opened my doors, and God save us from fat friends who wake too early.
Adula waved a hand dismissively.
When men reach our age, my friend, we should wake before the sun. Sleep is too close to death for us.
Yeye grunted.
So says the master of the half-day nap. And why this dire talk again, huh? You've been even gloomier than usual since your last adventure.
Adula plucked up an almond nest and bit it in half. He chewed loudly and swallowed, staring into his tea bowl while Yeye waited for his reply. Finally Adula spoke, though he did not look up.
Gloomy. I have cause to be. Adventure, you say? A fortnight ago I was face to face with a living bronze statue that was trying to kill me with an axe. An axe, Yeye.
He shook his head at his own wavering tea reflection.
70 years old, and still I'm getting involved in such madness. Why?
He asked, looking up. Yeye shrugged.
Because God the All-Knowing made it so. You've faced such threats and worse before, my friend. You may look like the son of a bear who screwed the buzzard, but you're the only real ghoul hunter left in this whole damned-by-God city, oh great and virtuous doctor.
Yeye was baiting him by using the pompous honorifics ascribed to a physician. The ghoul hunters had shared the title of doctor, but little else with the great and virtuous menders of the body. No leech-wielding charlatan of a physician could stop the fanged horrors that Adula had battled.
How would you know what I look like, Six Teeth? You whose crossed eyes can see nothing but the bridge of your own nose.
Despite Adula's dark thoughts, trading the familiar insults with Yeye felt comfortable, like a pair of old, well-made sandals. He brushed almond crumbs from his fingers onto his spotless caftan. Magically, the crumbs and honey spots slid from his blessedly unstainable garment to the ground.
You are right, though, he continued. I have faced worse. But this...
Adula slurped his tea. The battle against the bronze man had unnerved him. The fact that he had needed his assistant Rasid's sword arm to save him was proof that he was getting old. Even more disturbing was the fact that he'd been daydreaming of death during the fight. He was tired, and when one was hunting monsters, tired was a step away from dead.
The boy saved my fat ass. I'd be dead if not for him.
It wasn't easy to admit.
Your young assistant? No shame in that. He's a dervish of the order. That's why you took him in, right? For his forked swords, cleaving the right from the wrong and all that.
It's happened too many times of late.
Adula said,
I ought to be retired, like Daoud and his wife.
He sipped and then was quiet for a long moment.
I froze, Yege. Before the boy came to my rescue, I froze. And do you know what I was thinking? I was thinking that I would never get to do this again. Sit at this table with my face over a bowl of good cardamom tea.
Yeye bowed his head, and Adula thought his friend's eyes might be moist.
You would have been missed. But the point is that you did make it back here, praise be to God.
Aye.
And why, Six Teeth, don't you say to me, now stay home, you old fart? That is what a real friend would say to me. There are things you can do, oh buzzard-beaked bear, that others can't, and people need your help. God has called you to this life. What can I say that will change that?
Yeye's mouth tightened and his brows drew down.
Besides, who says home is safe? That madman, the Falcon Prince, is going to burn this city down around our ears any day now, mark my words.
They had covered this subject before. Yeye had little use for the treasonous theatrics of the mysterious master thief who called himself the Falcon Prince. Adula agreed that the prince was likely mad, but he still found himself approving of the would-be usurper. The man had stolen a great deal from the coffers of the Caliph and rich merchants, and much of that money found its way into the hands of Damsawa'at's poorest, sometimes hand-delivered by the Falcon Prince himself. Yeye sipped his tea and went on.
He killed another of the Caliph's headsmen last week, you know. That's 2 now.
He shook his head.
2 agents of the Caliph's justice murdered.
Adula snorted.
Caliph's justice! Now there are 2 words that refuse to share a tent. That piece of shit isn't half as smart a ruler as his father was, but he's twice as cruel. Is it justice to let half the city starve while that greedy son of a whore sits on his brocaded cushions eating peeled grapes? Is it justice to—
Yeye rolled his crossed eyes, a grotesque sight.
No speeches, please. No wonder you like the villain. You've both got big mouths. What I tell you, my friend, I am serious. This city can't hold a man like that, and one like the new Caliph at the same time. We are heading for battle in the streets. Another civil war.
Adula scowled.
May it please God to forbid it.
Yeye stood up, stretched, and clapped Adula on the back.
Aye. May all merciful God put old men like us quietly in our graves before this storm hits.
The cross-eyed man did not look particularly hopeful of this. He squeezed Adula's shoulder.
Well, I'll let you get back to your book, O Camel of the Golden Glasses.
Adula groaned. Back when he'd been a street-brawling youth on Dead Donkey Lane, he himself had used the folk-tale hero's name to tease boys who read. He'd learned better in the decades since. He placed a hand protectively over his book.
You should not condemn poetry, my friend. There's wisdom in these lines, about life, death, one's own fate.
No doubt.
Yeye aped the act of reading a non-existent book in the air before him, running a finger over the imaginary words and speaking in a grumble that was an imitation of Adula's own.
Oh, how hard it is to be so fat. Oh, how hard it is to have so large a nose. Oh, beneficent God, why do the children run a-screaming when I come a-walking?
Before Adula could come up with a rejoinder on the fear Yeye's own crossed eyes inspired in children, the tea-house owner limped off, chuckling obscenities to himself. His friend was right about one thing. Adula was, praise God, alive and back home. Back in the jewel of Abesin, the city with the best tea in the world. Alone again at the long stone table, he sat and sipped and watched early morning Damsawa'at come to life and roll by. A thick-necked cobbler walked past, 2 long poles strung with shoes over his shoulder. A woman from Rugelbe strode by, a bouquet in her hands, and the long trail of her veil flapping behind. A lanky young man with a large book in his arms and patches in his caftan moved idly eastward. As he stared out onto the street, Adula's nightmare suddenly reasserted itself with such force that he could not move or speak. He was walking, wading through Damsawa'at's streets, waist-high in a river of blood. His caftan was soiled with gore and filth. Everything was tinted red, the color of the traitorous angel. An unseen voice, like a jackal howling human words, clawed at his mind. And all about him, the people of Damsawa'at lay dead and disemboweled. Name of God! He forced himself to breathe. He watched the men and women on the mainway, very much alive and going about their business. There were no rivers of blood, no jackal howls. His caftan was clean. Adula took another deep breath. Just a dream. The world of sleep invading my days, he told himself. I need a nap.
He took a second-to-last slurp of tea, savoring all of the subtle spices that Yeye layered beneath the cardamom. He shook off his grim thoughts as best he could and stretched his legs for the long walk home. He was still stretching when he saw his assistant, Rashid, emerge from the alley on the tea-house's left. Rashid strode toward him, dressed as always in the impeccable blue silk habit of the Order of Dervishes. The holy warrior pulled a large parcel behind him, something wrapped in grey rags. No, not something. Someone. A long-haired little boy of perhaps 8 years, with blood on his clothes. Oh, please, no. Adula's stomach clenched up. Merciful God, help me, what now? Adula reached deep and somehow found the strength to set down his tea bowl and rise to his feet. Chapter 2. Adula watched Rashid weave between the tea-house tables, pulling the child gently along. They came to a halt before him, their backs to the mainway's throng of people. Rashid bowed his blue-turbaned head. Looking more closely, Adula did not think the frightened-looking, long-haired child was wounded. The blood on his clothing seemed to be someone else's.
"God's peace, Doctor,"
said Rashid.
"This is Faisal. He needs our help."
The dervish's hand rested on the hilt of the curved, fork-tipped sword at his hip. He stood 5 lithe feet, not much bigger than the child beside him. His fine-boned yellow features were delicate and highlighted by tilted eyes. But Adula knew better than anyone that Rashid's slender frame and clean-shaven face hid a zealous killer's skill. "God's peace, boy, and to you, Faisal. What is the problem?" he asked the dervish. Rashid's expression was grim.
"The boy's parents have been murdered."
He darted his dark eyes at Faisal, but made no attempt to soften his tone.
"With apologies, Doctor, my knowledge is insufficient, but from Faisal's description, I believe ghouls attacked the boy's family. Also—"
2 porters passed, each shouting at the other to go screw a pickle barrel, and the soft-spoken dervish's words were drowned out. "What was that?" Adula asked.
"I said that I was sent here by... Faisal is—"
He hesitated. "What? What is it?" Adula asked.
"Faisal's aunt is known to you, Doctor. It was she who brought him to your townhouse."
Adula looked down at Faisal, but the child said nothing. "Stop this mysterious monkey shit, you stuttering dervish! Who is the child's aunt?" Rashid's bird-like mouth tightened in distaste.
"Mistress Miri El Musa is the boy's aunt."
"God damn me."
"Her courier brought the boy and this note, Doctor."
He drew a rolled piece of rough paper from his blue silk tunic and handed it over. "Dooley, you know how things stand between us. I wouldn't have bothered you if the need weren't great. But my niece is dead, Dooley. Murdered. Her and her fool Marshman husband. To hear Faisal speak, it was neither a man nor an animal that killed them. That means you will know more than anyone in this city about what to do. I need your help. Faisal here will tell you all that happened. Send him back to my house when you have learned what you must from him. God's peace be with you. Miri." "God's peace be with you." Adula read the words aloud, a bit incredulous. Such a passionless, formulaic closing from his old heart's flame. Mistress Miri El Musa, seller of silks and sweets. Known to a select few as Miri of the 100 Ears. Adula pictured her, middle-aged and still able to fill him with more lust than a girl of half her years, sitting in her brothel office among 100 scraps of paper and a half-dozen letter pigeons. It was true that their last meeting had not been a happy one, but was she really so fed up with him that even in such a dire situation she had sent a note instead of coming herself? The rose-water-scented memory of her threatened to overwhelm him, but he shoved it to the side. He needed analysis now, not heartsick nostalgia. The dried blood on Faisal's rough-spun shirt must have been from one of his parents. Miri had not even wasted time changing the child's clothes before sending him over. "So you are Miri's grandnephew. I remember her speaking of a niece who lived out near the marsh docks."
"Yes, Doctor."
The boy's tone was hard and flat, the voice of one who has refused to let his mind absorb what his eyes have seen. "And why, Faisal, have you come all the way to the city for help? There's a large watchman's barracks at the marsh docks. The Caliph has treasure houses there after all. Did you not tell the watchman what happened?" The child's features twisted with bitterness that belied his, perhaps 10 years.
"I tried, but the watchmen don't listen to marsh boys. They don't care what happens outside the treasure house walls, long as the Caliph's gold and gem thread are safe. My mama told me that my Auntie Miri in the city had a friend who was a real ghoul hunter, like in the stories. So I come to Damsawat."
Abdullah smiled sadly. "Very little in life is like the stories, Faisal."
"But my mama, and my da."
Faisal's tough marsh boy mask slipped and tears fell. Abdullah was not at his ease with children. He stroked the boy's long black hair, hoping this was the right thing to do. "I know, little one, I know. But I need you to be strong right now, Faisal. I need you to tell me exactly what happened." Abdullah sat back down, seating the child opposite him. Rashid remained standing, hand on hilt, his tilted eyes watching the crowds that walked past the tea-house. Faisal told his story. Abdullah sorted through babbling, sobs, and the exaggerations of fear, trying to isolate useful information. There was little to isolate. Faisal lived with his parents in the marshes a day's ride from the city. While out spearfishing with another family, they had been set upon by hissing, gray-skinned monsters, man-shaped, but not human. Bone ghouls, unless Abdullah missed his guess. Strong as half a dozen men and as hard to kill, with gruesome claws besides. Faisal had fled, but not before he'd seen the ghouls start to eat the heart muscle of his still-living parents. The blood on his shirt was his father's. Faisal was the only one who'd escaped. Abdullah had seen grisly things in his work, but sometimes it was worse seeing the effect such things had on others.
"I ran away and left them. Mama said run, and I did. It's my fault they're dead."
He began bawling again.
"My fault."
Abdullah wrapped an arm awkwardly around the boy. He felt like a great ape coddling a new-hatched chick. "It is not your fault, Faisal. A man made those ghouls. Almighty God willing, we will find this man and keep his creatures from hurting others. Now I need you to tell me just once more what happened. Everything, every detail you can remember." Abdullah extracted another telling of the incident. He didn't like doing it, making the child relive this horror twice and thrice over. But he had to if he was going to do his job. Frightened people often remembered things falsely, even when they meant to be honest. He listened for new details and inconsistencies, not because he distrusted the boy, but because people never remembered things exactly the same way twice. Still, Abdullah found Faisal a better source of information than most grown men who'd laid eyes on a ghoul. He was a marshman, after all, and they were tough and observant folk. No people, not even the Bedouin of the desert, lived closer to starvation. Abdullah could remember Miri's disgust a dozen years ago when she'd learned that her niece was marrying a marshman.
"What is there for her out there?"
she'd asked Abdullah over a game of backgammon. He had been unable to answer. He was as thoroughly a city creature as she was. But there was no denying that where life itself depended on spearing quick fish and raising fragile golden rice, attentiveness flourished. Faisal's retellings informed Abdullah that 3 creatures had attacked, and that no man had been visible at the time. Abdullah turned to Rashid. 3 of the things, commanded outside of the line of sight. This is not the usual half-dinar magus, heady with the power of his first ghoul raising. Troubling. The heavenly chapters decreed that ghoul-makers were damned to the lake of flame. The chapters spoke of an ancient, corrupted age when wicked men commanded whole legions of the things from miles away. But those times were past. In all his years of ghoul hunting, Abdullah had never seen a man make more than 2 of the monsters at a time, and this always from a few hundred yards away at most. "Troubling," he said again. He instructed Rashid to cut a small scrap from the boy's scarlet-stained shirt. Other than the name of its maker, the blood of a ghoul's victim was the best component for a tracking spell. The creatures themselves would likely prove easy enough to find, but he would need to head closer to the scene of the slaying, and get away from the city's teeming, confusing life energies to cast an effective tracking spell. Abdullah only prayed that he would be able to find the creatures before they fed again. As the silent prayer echoed in his mind, he felt a weary determination rising in his heart. There was more bloody work to be done.
"Oh God, why must it be me, every time?"
Abdullah had paid his fare for the festival of this world, as the poets say, many times over. It was some younger man's turn to do this. But there was no younger man that could do it without him, Abdullah knew. He had fought beside many men, but had never had the wherewithal to train another in the ways of his near-dead order, had never been able to bring himself to set another on his own thankless road. 2 years ago he'd reluctantly agreed to take Rashid as an assistant, but while the boy's martial powers were unmatched, he had no talent for invocations. He was an excellent apprentice in the ends of ghoul hunting, but his means to those ends were his own, and they were different than Abdullah's. In ages past, the makers and the hunters of ghouls alike were more plentiful. Old Dr. Bujali, Abdullah's own mentor, had explained it early in Abdullah's apprenticeship.
"It's an almost dead art I'm teaching you here, young one," he had said. "Once the ghoul makers ran rampant over God's great earth, and more of our order were needed. These days, well, few men use ghouls to prey on one another. The Caliph has his soldiers, and his court magi to keep what he calls order. And if a few fiendish men still follow the traitorous angel's ways and gain their power through the death and dismembering of poor people, well, that's of little concern to those who rule from the palace of the crescent moon. Even in other lands the ghoul hunters are not what we once were. The Sioux Pashas have their own mercenaries, and their glorious guardians. The High Sultan of Rugalbek controls those few who still know our ways. They are part of his heavenly army, whether they wish it or not. Our work is not like the heroism of the old stories. No vast armies of abominations stand before us. These days we save a fishmonger here, a porter's wife there. But it is still God's work. Never forget that." But in the many years since Dr. Bujeli had first said these words to Abdullah, it sometimes seemed that the scale arm was swinging back in the old direction. Abdullah and his friends had dispatched enough fiendish creatures over the decades to make him suspect that the old threats were starting to regain a foothold on God's great earth. Yet he had not deigned to raise scores of new ghoul hunters. Instead, for reasons known only to he who holds all answers, God had seen fit to pile trouble after trouble onto the stooped shoulders of a few old folks. One day very soon, Abdullah feared his spine would snap under the strain. Why was Abdullah made to bear so big a burden alone? When would others learn to defend themselves from the servants of the traitorous angel? What would happen after he was gone? Abdullah had asked Almighty God these questions 10,000 times in his life, but he who holds all answers had never deigned to respond. It seemed that Abdullah's gifts were always just enough to keep the creatures he faced in check, but he wondered again why God had made his life in this world such a tiring, lonely chore. Still, as tired of life as he sometimes felt, and as foolish as he found most men to be, he could never quite manage to leave people to their cruelest fate. He drew in a resigned breath, let it out again, and stood. His tea-bowl was empty. Digging into the seemingly endless folds of his moonlight-white caftan, Abdullah drew forth a copper fels and slapped it onto the table. As if he'd been summoned by the sound, Yeye appeared. He exchanged God's pieces with Rashid, then cast a cross-eyed frown at Faisal's bloody clothes. But all he said as he and Abdullah embraced and kissed on both cheeks in the familiar parting gesture was,
"Stay safe, Buzzard Beak."
"I will try, Six Teeth,"
Abdullah replied. He turned to Rashid and Faisal.
"Come on, you two."
Rashid stepped silently out from where he leaned against the tea-house wall. It was like watching a shadow come to life and peel itself from the sandstone. They joined the flow of the mainway, Abdullah and the dervish keeping the child between them. At the corner, Abdullah waved over Camelback, a porter he'd known for years. Camelback was nearly a foot shorter than Abdullah, but had shoulders enough for two men. The men exchanged God's pieces and cheek kisses. Abdullah pressed a coin into the porter's palm.
"Take Faisal here to Mistress Miri El-Musa's place in the Singers' Quarter."
He had to speak loudly to be heard over a braying donkey half a block ahead. The child panicked all over again.
But, don't you need me to come with you, Doctor? To show you the way?"
"No, child,"
Abdullah said, leaning down.
"I will use my magic to track the ghouls. You would slow us down, and besides, I will not put you in danger."
"I'm not afraid."
Looking into his eyes, Abdullah believed him. If Faisal came across the ghouls again, he would not run a second time, and that could only mean a little boy's death. Abdullah had seen such before. He had no desire to bear witness to it again.
"I promise you, Faisal, we will avenge your family. But your mother gave everything so that you could live. Do not throw that away so quickly. You will make her happiest by being a good boy and living a long life."
Abdullah paused, letting the words sink in. The child nodded, though he was clearly unconvinced. He went with Camelback, and they were soon swallowed by the crowd. Abdullah turned to Rashid, only to find the dervish glaring at him.
"What? Why are you scowling so, boy?"
Somewhere behind them on the street, someone dropped something that broke loudly and gave off a vinegared scent. Rashid glanced back, glanced at Abdullah, and sniffed.
"You just sent a child, barely 10, back to a house of ill repute."
He pursed his thin lips in disapproval. The little holy man could be so thick sometimes.
"I sent him to his auntie's house, to one of the few places in the city where a penniless little orphan would be well treated, even were he not related to the proprietress. Miri and her girls always have need of an errand boy or two."
"Oh, believer, if a man asks you to choose between virtue and your brother, choose virtue."
Rashid quoted from the heavenly chapters.
"There are charitable orders where the boy would be better served. To grow up among such degenerate women is—"
Abdullah felt his fire rise at the boy's words. The last time he'd seen her, almost 2 years ago now, Miri al-Musa had made it clear that she wanted nothing more to do with him. Nonetheless, he'd be damned if he'd stand for her being insulted. He made his voice dangerous.
"About whom exactly are you speaking, boy?"
The dervish clearly thought better of elaborating. His blue turban bobbed in a bow.
"My apologies, Doctor. I meant only that a virtuous upbringing in one of the city's orphan halls, where the boy could learn a trade, would
doom the boy to 6 nights a week of under-the-sheets upbringing by some drunken godly servant of children. They'd leave him alone on prayers' day. He'd learn a trade all right."
"Doctor, I can't believe—"
Rashid's words were cut off when a big bull of a woman shouldered her way between the pair, cursing them for standing idle in the street. Abdullah started walking again, and the dervish followed.
"Please, boy," Abdullah said, "spare me your solemn protestations regarding that which you know nothing of."
He'd be more likely to become a whore in one of those terror houses than he would if he'd been living at Miri's from the day of his birth.
In my orphan days, I dodged such places for the dungeons they were. Nothing's changed. "Now!"
Abdullah half shouted, clapping his hands together in an effort to disperse the argument.
"I need to go home and gather some spell supplies, then we head out of the city.
Let's get moving. If we linger too long, I'll end up thinking better of this.
They quickened their pace as much as the press of people would allow. The sun shone clearly as they stepped out of the street and its building shadows and crossed the open space of Angel Square. Adula did not stop and marvel yet again at the almost living expressions on the ancient statuary faces of the ministering angels. He did, however, push brusquely through a knot of oddly dressed, gawking city visitors, who stood staring crane-necked at the lifelike marble work. Bumpkins, Adula griped to himself, but he didn't really blame them. Even when civil war had racked the city 200 years earlier, Angel Square had been a sanctuary of sorts. All sides had agreed to shed no blood on its stones. Though crowded cheek to jowl with refuge-seekers, one could taste the peace of the place in the air, or so the historians and passed-down stories said. Today, aside from the pack of sightseers, the square was largely quiet. If there wasn't such grim work before him, Adula thought he might have felt some of the old peace. Instead, his thoughts were on tracking spells and a child's bloodied clothing. He and Rashid left Angel Square behind for grimy Gruel Lane. On the Caliph's maps, the narrow, dirty street that led from the square to Adula's neighborhood bore the name of some long-dead ruler. But for centuries, Dom Sawaites had called it Gruel Lane for its poverty and its inhospitable inns. Avoiding the occasional puddle of piss, Adula made it to the corner that marked the border of his rough neighborhood, the ironically named Scholars' Quarter. Pious old Munish, with his wisps of white hair and his roasted nut stall, stood on the corner agitating fire-heated trays of sugared almonds and salted pistachios. The aroma made Adula's mouth water. He stopped to buy a handful of roasted pistachios. "Doctor!" Rashid had been silent for much of their walk home, and Adula had almost forgotten he was there. The dervish was clearly scandalized by the delay. Adula wished he were young enough to believe that zeal and an urge to combat monsters were enough to fill one's stomach. But the years had taught him otherwise, and he had a long day ahead of him. "I've had only half a breakfast, boy. I need sustenance to think clearly, and a handful of moments here will matter little enough. The heavenly chapters say a starving man builds no palaces."
"They also say for the starving man prayer is better than food."
Adula gave up. He grunted to Rashid, thanked Munish, and walked on, cracking shells and munching noisily. His assistant was a true dervish of the order, truer than most of the hypocritical peacocks who wore the blue silks. He had spent years hardening his diminutive body, his only purpose to be a fitter and fitter weapon of God. To Adula's mind, it was an unhealthy approach to life for a boy of 7 and 10. True, God had granted Rashid more than human powers. Armed with the forked sword of his order, he was nearly invincible. Even without the sword, the boy could take on half a dozen men at once. Adula had seen him do it. But the fact that he had never so much as kissed a girl lessened Adula's respect for him considerably. Still, it was Rashid's pious discipline that made him such a good battle companion. A man's character was most clearly displayed in the uses he put his gifts to. In his 40 years as a ghoul hunter, Adula had seen a man jump 20 feet into the air, and had watched a girl turn water into fire. He had seen a warrior split himself into 2 warriors, then 4. He had watched as an old lady made trees walk. What he had seen people do with such powers varied as much or as little as the people themselves. Their motivations covered the same range of reasons all men and women did things. Occasionally they helped other people and made sacrifices. More often they acted selfishly and did wrong to their fellow children of God. Rashid, for his part, always went the first route. A neighbor's child hollered Adula's name and waved in greeting from across the packed dirt street. Clearing his mind of extraneous thoughts and slurping the last bits of salt and pistachio from his fingers, Adula waved back and stepped onto his own block. He passed the small sandstone shop that belonged to his friends and ex-traveling companions, Dawood and Litas, a Sioux couple who had lived in the city for decades. Apparently they were not home. The shop's cedar shutters were drawn tight. Too bad. Abdullah would never have asked his retired friends to accompany him on this ghoul hunt, but Litaz had kept up with her alchemy, and it would have been nice to borrow one of her remarkable freezing solutions or explosive preparations to aid in his work. But it was Eid's Day, so Abdullah guessed that the couple would be spending the day and perhaps the night with friends at the Western Market, where traders from the Sioux Republic swept in once a month with ivory, gold, and the yam candies that Litaz always had on hand to remind herself of home. Finally, he and Rashid reached the pale stone townhouse that had been Abdullah's thin slice of Damsoat for 20-odd years. Abdullah opened the white-painted wood door of the townhouse and stepped through the gently arched doorway, the dervish following. It was no palace, but it was much better than the hovels that were his origin and likely inheritance as an orphan on Dead Donkey Lane. That he'd been able to buy the building at all had been due to the vagaries of his calling, which for once had worked to his advantage. Many years ago, he had, with Dawood and Litaz, fought a golden snake 40 feet long, with huge rubies for eyes, an ancient monster created in the days of the pharaohs of Kem, and awakened by a greedy man's digging. Just looking at the glittering serpent caused magical fear in even a stout heart, and it had already slain a squadron of the old caliph's watchmen. But Abdullah and his friends had ambushed the creature and drained its animating magic. The serpent had collapsed as they'd watched, crumbling into huge piles of gold dust. Near 30 years later, Abdullah could still smilingly recall the sound of those fist-sized rubies falling to the ground. "I am now a rich man," he remembered thinking, as he and his friends had gleefully scooped gold dust into their pouches and sacks, doing little dances of celebration all the while. It had been a treasure to rival those of Damsoat's great merchants, and though over the past 20-odd years his calling had forced him to undertake several expensive journeys to distant places, he still had a respectable sum. He had no wife or children to keep, after all. His expenses had increased 2 years ago when Rashid, who had aided Abdullah admirably in a ghoul hunt, had asked to stay on as an assistant. But even that had not cost him much, as the boy ate such simple fare. Abdullah set to gathering his things. The marshes were less than a day's ride west by mule, so they'd need little in the way of traveling supplies. But there were preparations to be made for any ghoul hunt. He slung a large, worn satchel of brown calfskin over his shoulder and moved about the townhouse's book and box-cluttered rooms. As he went, he stuffed the bag with things collected from shelves, tabletops, and undusted corners. A punk of aloe wood, a box of scripture-engraved needles, a vial of dried mint leaves, pouches and packets, scraps of paper and bright little bottles wrapped in cloth. In a quarter-hour's time he was ready to go, and Rashid was already standing by the door, cleaning his sword. The dervish's own possessions were few. The sword, his blue silks, his turban made from a length of strong silk that could double for climbing or binding. He toted a square pack on his back that held their foodstuffs, a half-tent, and a small cookpot. The boy ran his gaze up and down his sword's blade and slid it carefully into its ornate sheath of blue leather and lapis lazuli. Abdullah had watched him clean the blade just yesterday, and he doubted that the boy's sword had grown dirty since then. But he had come to understand that this ritual of Rashid's was about more than maintaining a cherished weapon. It was about focus, about reminding himself each and every day what truly mattered to him. Taking a last, long look around the bookshelves and bureaus of his townhouse, Abdullah himself felt something similar. Chapter 3. Men and women packed the stone mainway and the side streets, inching along and shouting in competition for the few sedan chairs and mule rides available. From what Abdullah could see, those on foot were actually moving faster, which meant that they would be walking to the stables at the edge of the city. Wonderful. He ought to have been born a Bedouin tribesman for all the walking he had done in his life. But on they walked, moving westward for half an hour. "So here we are again," he grunted at Rashid, tired of the silence between them. "Leaving behind safety and comfort to kill monsters, maybe to be killed. Almighty God knows I don't have much more of this left in me."
You'll soon have to do this without a mentor, you know.
You don't really mean that, Doctor.
The boy crinkled his fine-featured face in distaste as they passed a refuse cart, broken down in the middle of the street and stinking in the morning sun.
I don't mean it. Need I remind you of our last excursion? I was nearly beheaded, boy. This is how an old man should be living?
We saved lives, Doctor. Children's lives.
Abdullah managed to half-smile at the dervish.
I wish the knowledge of that still kept my feet from aching, the way it did when I was your age, he thought. I wish it could keep me from freezing up and accepting death.
But what he said was,
Yes, I suppose we did.
They kept walking, making their way past the gaudy storefronts that lined the lane of monkeys. Abdullah watched an ancient husband and wife sitting cross-legged on a long reed mat in front of a tea-house ahead of them. They were all dirty gray hair and wrinkled brown skin, playing a fierce game of backgammon. The man moved his token across the board's painted sword tips, and with a loud clack and a victorious smile, landed on the first sword. The old woman was about to lose. She scowled and spat, the glob nearly hitting Rashid as he and Abdullah walked by. Just after they passed the old couple, Abdullah heard the rattle of triangle dice in the backgammon cup, the clatter as they hit the board, and a series of shouts. The old woman cackled and began a taunting, incomprehensible victory song as her husband cursed in disbelief. She'd rolled an 8.
That should be Miri and me.
Abdullah couldn't help thinking. He should have married Miri a long time ago. He should have left the lunatic life of a ghoul hunter. Instead, year after year, he had foolishly decided that fighting fanged things and stopping the spells of wicked men was more important than happiness. Instead of a blissful marriage, he had monstrosities on his mind and a pile of should-haves pressing down upon his soul. He and Rashid finally neared the western gate, which would take them out of the city. As they crossed a small alleyway, a doe-eyed girl of an age with Rashid smiled a none-too-shy smile at the dervish. Rashid made a choking noise and kept his eyes on the ground until the girl was a block away. Though he knew it was a lost cause, Abdullah couldn't help himself.
What is wrong with you, boy? Did you not see the way that little flower looked at you? You could have at least smiled back.
Doctor, please.
The boy paused.
This attack. You spoke of the extraordinary powers of this ghoul pack's master. Do you think one of the 1,001, rather than a man, made these ghouls?
So much focus on duty,
so much neglect of what really matters. He doesn't know the painful end of this road. Abdullah abandoned his avuncular attempt to get Rashid to act like a living, breathing young man. The dervish would rather think about monsters than smile at a girl. Very well. But he sounded too eager about the possibility of fighting a jinn. If he'd ever actually faced one of the 1,001 in battle, he'd feel differently.
It wasn't a jinn, boy.
When one of the fireborn strikes, no one escapes, least of all a child. The dervish nodded thoughtfully. Whatever else Abdullah found irritating about Rashid, he was at least deferential to Abdullah's experience.
I wonder,
Abdullah continued as they rounded a corner, but the words twisted into a shouted curse as he saw the massive crowd that lay before them.
Ah, God's balls, the horrible halt!
Abdullah pronounced the Damsawati term for the complete standstill of traffic with a familiar disgust. Before them, a wall of people seemed to rise up as the blocks-long tangle of carts, camels, and fools slowly pinched its way through the wide western gate. Abdullah collided with an unwashed little man who had been walking in front of him. He barely acknowledged the man's loud admonition to watch where he put his big feet.
Some sort of gate inspection?
Rashid asked.
Abdullah snorted. Gate inspection. Tariff checks, watchman's business. It's all the same monkey shit. And there's more of it every day.
At the rate the line was moving, it would be another hour before they were through. A ghoul pack was loose, which meant lives were at stake. but Dom Sawa'at's 100 headaches hurried for no man. One did not walk through the gates of Dom Sawa'at the way one walked through a townhouse door. There was first the grey stone inner wall, then one passed through Inspector's Square, and then through the great main wall, 100 feet thick. Then one crossed a house-lined lane past the last guard wall before taking the bridge of yellow roses over a ditch. The process had never been a quick one, and due to the new Caliph's poor city management, it took longer than ever. The duo cut through the throng as best they could without being truly rude. Abdullah did not want to start a fight, and fights were not uncommon in situations like these. Another quarter hour, and he and Rashid managed to get near the wide gate at the main wall. There the road rose slightly, and Abdullah saw that this was more than a simple traffic tangle. An execution. The great grey paving stones of Inspector's Square had been cleared of carts. At its center lay a worn leather mat. A boy of no more than 2 and 10 kneeled on the mat, his hands and feet bound, and his eyes wide with terror. A huge hooded man with a broad-bladed sword stood over him. Abdullah stopped walking, transfixed with horror. Name of God! What could a child that age have possibly done to deserve such a fate? As if in answer, a high-pitched voice assaulted his ears. Turning toward the sound, he saw a liveried crier standing in an alcove carved in the stone archway above the gate. The man shouted shrilly through a metal cone. "O fortunate subjects of God's regent in the world, the defender of virtue, the most exalted of men! His Majesty the Caliph, how God smiles upon you to provide you with such a ruler! See how your benevolent monarch, Jabariyak Karari, Caliph of Abyssine and all the Crescent Moon kingdoms, protects you from the grasping hands of thieves. See how he punishes the wicked swiftly and terribly." Traffic still moved at an inchworm's pace, but most of the folk on the road were now gawking at the square. Abdullah stood still, wanting to stop this wickedness, but knowing he could not. Someone behind him pushed past, trying to get forward in the press. He looked back to the leather mat. Almighty God, why do you allow this? Why do you send me to fight monsters outside of my city while such monsters live within it? God did not answer. Rashid, who had also stopped, looked at him with concern. "Doctor, what do you—" Without warning, something flew at the hooded executioner's face, covering it in an amber goop. Then the man's chest exploded in red. A crossbow bolt. Men and women screamed. There was a sound like a thunder crack, and a puff of orange smoke suddenly obscured the square. A moment later the smoke cleared, and Abdullah saw only the sprawled form of the dead executioner. The bound boy was gone. What could— There was another thunder crack, this one from the alcove above the gate. More orange smoke wreathed the recess where the crier had stood. It cleared almost instantly, and Abdullah made out the crier's liveried form slumped at the feet of a tall, broad-shouldered man. This man wore a costume of calfskin and black silk, emblazoned with falcons. His arms were as thick as some men's legs, but he moved like a dancer as he stepped to the alcove's lip. "It's him," thought Abdullah, who'd heard much of the man, but never seen him. "Farad es Hemes, the Falcon Prince!" The words left a dozen mouths around Abdullah. More trouble. A confident grin split the famous thief's mustachioed face. Abdullah shouldn't have been able to read the man's facial expression quite so clearly at such a distance. An address spell was at work then, the kind that supposedly only the Caliph could afford. Every person in the crowd would have the same clear view of the Falcon Prince, would hear his words as if he stood beside them, and would find themselves not coerced by the prince's magic, but open to hearing what he had to say. It was likely the only reason they weren't panicking and fleeing. Rashid growled, "The criminal." Well, most people would be open to hearing the man, Abdullah corrected himself. Technically, Abdullah could not dispute Rashid's epithet. 10 years ago, a string of flamboyant robberies of the city's wealthiest citizens were showily announced to be the work of a single brilliant bandit, who called himself the Falcon Prince. Farad ez-Hemez, as he had later revealed his name to be. Never himself claimed to be true royalty, but the rumors persisted that he was the last heir of a kingly line from Abessine's dim past. Royalty or not, the Falcon Prince was one of the most powerful men in Dom-Sawat. He and his small army of beggars and thieves had become an almost governmental force, the semi-official voice of the poor. And while the landowners and merchants who took up the cry of "share the wealth" were few and far between, Abdullah had heard from sound sources that a few of the Caliph's most powerful ministers, due to personal conviction or bribery, secretly backed the bandit. "God's peace, good people of Dom-Sawat!" the thief boomed, his outstretched arms embracing the crowd. "Our time together is short. Hear the words of a prince who loves you." A small, cautious cheer went up from a few corners. "I've freed an innocent boy from the Caliph's headsman. His crime? Being fool enough to think he could pick coins from a watchman's purse and feed his ailing mother. Now we grown folk know that watchmen are as attached to their purses as normal men are to their olive sacks." The bandit grabbed at his crotch, and the crowd laughed hesitantly at his bawdiness. "But did the child deserve to die? Do we Dom-Sawatis care more for the ill-earned wealth of bullies than for the life of a child?" The crowd grew bolder, and shouts of "No, no!" and "May God forbid it!" erupted from all corners. The Falcon Prince stood, hands on hips, drinking it in. "I am guilty, good people. I freed the boy. I hit the headsman with a honey pie before I killed him. Only a hungry, hungry man would chop off a child's head for a few filthy coins. So I fed him. Honey and steel, good people." The crowd laughed loudly now at the Falcon's cheerful, casual tone, and he went on. "The old Caliph and I were enemies. He was no hero, but he spent 50 years watching over this city, which he loved. But for 3 years now, his fool of a son has bled Dom-Sawat. He has tried to find me and kill me. He has failed!" With the help of the address spell, the Falcon boomed each word with a great drum's rumble. The crowd sent up a boisterous cheer, and a small knot of men took up a chant. "Fly, fly, O Falcon, thy wing no dart can pierce! Fly, fly, O Falcon, thy heart and eye so fierce!" The old Asand song, in which a noble falcon gouges out the eyes of a cruel king, had become associated with the Falcon Prince, and the new Caliph had made the singing of it punishable by flogging. "There's going to be real trouble here." A dozen watchmen in riveted jerkins shoved their way through the packed crowd toward the gate. They brandished slender steel maces and tried to keep their eyes on the alcove and the crowd at the same time. As the Caliph's men moved toward the knot of singers, the song died down. At once, though, a fresh round of "Fly, O Falcon" went up on the opposite side of the crowd. The watchmen's heads all whipped toward the sound in unison, but they let the singers be and tried to reach the prince himself, who had stopped speechifying to caper to the tune as best he could in the small alcove. The bandit's jollity only caused the singers in the crowd to sing more boisterously. This time, men did not stop chanting when the knot of watchmen passed, and Abdullah saw the Caliph's men were scanning the crowd more anxiously as they made their way toward the gate. 12 against hundreds. Beside him, Abdullah sensed a sudden battle tension in his protégé. Rashid drew his sword soundlessly, and everyone around him took a step back. The blade was two-pronged, according to the traditions of the order, in order to cleave right from wrong. Abdullah feared that Rashid was about to try to do so now. "What are you doing?" Abdullah whispered. "I'm going to help the watchman, Doctor." "The Falcon Prince is not our enemy, boy." "With apologies, Doctor, he is not a prince. He uses magic to commit crimes. Exactly the sort of thing that we are obligated to fight." Rashid started to move again, but Abdullah grabbed his slender shoulder. He could hardly restrain Rashid if the dervish chose to interfere, but Abdullah hoped his age and authority would prevail. "We are obligated to fight the servants of the traitorous angel.
Farad Eshemes may be a criminal, but he feeds the poor and chastens the proud. Surely even your zealous eyes can see the virtue in that." The boy said nothing. He frowned hard at Abdullah. Then he sheathed his sword. In the alcove, the Falcon Prince spread his huge hands wide as if welcoming the approaching watchman to a banquet. "The Caliph's dogs come for me, my friends. If you hear their yappy mouths a-cursing, it is because some scoundrel has sabotaged their crosspost. But this is only the beginning, dear Dom Sawatis. Stand ready! The day comes soon when we take back what is ours. There will be choices before us all, though some would have us believe that they are meant by God to do our choosing for us. But are we, of Dom Sawat, bound by chains forged by the tyrants of past days? Does a man rule us without limit or wisdom just because his father ruled?" A booming "No!" went up from the crowd, and a dozen different voices shouted support. "Let the Falcon rule! God grant us a wise Caliph! No chains here, O Falcon!" Abdullah would wager money that the flamboyant thief had placed these men and women in the crowd himself. The watchmen were nearly at the gate now, but they had to push through an increasingly hostile crowd. The prince continued. "We of the Jewel of Abyssine love a caliph who does his duty, who helps feed his people, who steals not their coin. But a caliph who dooms us with his greed and his cruelty, well," menace edged into the bandit's voice, "well, even a caliph is but a man, and better a bad man should die than our good city." Due to the address spell, everyone in the crowd saw the infectious gleam in the Falcon Prince's eye. A clamor went up from the crowd. Some of it was outraged muttering, but a good number of folk were clearly emboldened by the prince's regicidal words, and they made a lot of noise. At the edge of the crowd, Abdullah noticed an extravagantly dressed merchant and a liveried civil servant making their way out of the crowd, frightened looks on their faces. Rashid put a hand back to his sword hilt and shifted restlessly. "When there is little food to buy and less work to be had, when half our sons have known the jail and half our daughters have been shamed by watchmen, the people of Dom Sawat have risen up before. It will happen again, my friends. Stand ready! Stand ready!" The watchmen were now climbing to the crier's alcove. More of them were streaming in from the other side of the gate. But there was another thundercrack, another cloud of orange smoke, and the prince was gone. Almighty God! The crowd quickly lost its boldness. Men and women went back to their business, giving the furious watchman a wide berth. Beside Abdullah, Rashid cleared his throat, and Abdullah remembered the urgency of their task. Movement through the tight-packed crowd had been impossible during the prince's appearance, and the crowd moved slowly now. "Come, boy, this gate will be gummed up for hours now. Maybe we can cross over to the avenue and hire a sedan. With all the commotion here, the chair-bearer's gate might actually be quicker than this mess." Abdullah tried not to dwell on how much time they'd lost already. Lost time meant more men dead beneath the fangs of ghouls. They walked a half-dozen long blocks and turned the corner into an uncrowded alley. It felt like a different city. The alleyway was cooler, shaded as it was by tall buildings on either side. A hard-eyed woman sat on her doorstep, and she looked up suspiciously from the basket she was weaving when the pair walked by. She and a bone-thin poppy-chewer, who lay sprawled on another doorstep, apparently talking to the clouds, were the only people in the alley. Abdullah's discerning nose detected stewed goat wafting from a window, and he greedily inhaled the smell. "Watch your step, Doctor!" Even as the words left Rashid's mouth, Abdullah felt his sandal sink into a warm pile of camel shit. Abdullah cursed and scraped his foot on the stone. He turned back to curse again at the brownish smear behind him, and found himself face to face with the Falcon Prince. Name of God, where did he come from? The man was nearly 6.5 feet tall, taller even than Abdullah, and rippling with muscle where Abdullah jiggled with fat. His black mustaches were meticulously groomed, and his handsome brown face split in a grin. Out of the corner of his eye, Abdullah saw Rashid turn and draw his sword.
The falcon took a wary step back. The thief looked at Rashid as one might a dangerous animal, but he smiled again as he spoke. "Well, this is something one doesn't see in every alley. A dervish of the order, and a ghoul hunter. Dr. Abdullah Maksud, I would guess." The prince's manner was strangely casual, given the situation he had just fled. Abdullah said nothing, but let his face register surprise at being known outside of his home quarter. "Yes, doctor, I know of you. Had we time, I would repeat all of the praises that I have heard sung of you among the poor of the scholars' quarter. But there are watchmen a few blocks behind me." "Murderer!" Rashid spat the word and took a step forward, but Abdullah threw an arm across the boy's chest. The prince ignored the dervish and spoke to Abdullah. "Will you help me, uncle? My next steps and the lives of others depend on whether the watchmen know my true path."
So a ghoul-orphaned boy was not enough for old Abdullah Maksud today, eh, God? No, you had to involve your fat old servant in a mad usurper's plots as well. Wonderful.
Abdullah looked up at the prince. He could hem and haw, but there was only one choice here, and this was a matter of moments.
"They will not know your true path,"
he muttered. Beside him, Rashid made an angry noise. The prince bowed his head. "The Falcon Prince thanks you, uncle. Mayhap I will have the chance to return the favor some day." The bandit then leapt up, landing on a second-story balcony.
Remarkable.
Abdullah had seen leaping spells before, but the way the prince's physical grace blended with the obviously magical enhancements was still impressive. With 2 more quick leaps, he was on the building's roof and lost from sight. Beside Abdullah, the dervish let out what seemed to be an involuntary grunt of respect. Abdullah heard the shout and clatter of approaching watchmen.
"We saw him go the other way, yes,"
he said tersely. Fury filled the boy's tilted eyes. "I will not lie to protect that villain, doctor."
"Then conceal yourself, boy, and let me talk."
But the dervish did not move.
"Please,"
Abdullah urged. The boy shook his turbaned head, but he stepped into the alley shadows, where he seemed to disappear. 2 watchmen rounded the corner, running.
From the noise, I'd have guessed it was a whole squadron. Belligerent fools.
Abdullah kept himself from darting his eyes about the alley's shadows. He prayed that the boy would stay hidden. "You there, old man! Halt! Halt if you value your life!" The watchmen were both tall, fresh-faced young men. Again they shouted at Abdullah to halt, though he was standing still. The pair thundered up, and Abdullah could smell their sweat. "You! Did you see?"
That way!"
Abdullah shouted, pointing in the wrong direction. He put on his best irked uncle face.
"He ran down that turnoff! That dirty damned by God bandit, he nearly knocked me over! What in God's name are you men doing to stop this, I ask? Why, when I was your age, the watchman would never let—"
The 2 men shoved past Abdullah, running in the direction of his pointing finger. When they were out of sight, Rashid stepped from the shadows. It was Abdullah's turn to shake his head.
"We've lost a lot of time, boy. Looks like we'll be doing some night riding."
Rashid nodded with grim relish.
"Ghoul hunting in the dark."
Abdullah smiled in spite of himself, feeling buoyed just a bit by his assistant's indefatigability.
"Aye, and only a sword for brains little madman like yourself would be excited by the prospect."
Not quite wanting to know what Almighty God had in store for him next, Abdullah gestured to his assistant and walked on. Chapter 4. On the dusty western outskirts of Damsawat, Rashid Bes Rashid watched the doctor huffing as he clambered down from the sedan chair they had hired. Foul tannery smells pierced the air, mixing strangely with birdsong. The buildings here were fewer and farther between than when they were within the walls. Hut-like homes of sun-baked mud and small, prosperous-looking houses of burnt brick lined the road. Even here, where the crowds were much thinner, a motley assortment of people filled the street. Some part of Rashid, intently aware of his surroundings as always, noticed all of this.
but his uppermost thoughts were on the brief encounter with the Falcon Prince, and his own conduct during it.
Hiding from men of authority to protect a miscreant. You should have captured him,
the dervish chided himself.
You should have insisted, no matter the doctor's words.
Farad-ez-Hemez was a criminal, after all, and a traitor to the throne of the Crescent Moon, though the doctor insisted that the bandits' cause was just. The doctor. Rashid had helped a seditious thief escape justice. And why? Because the doctor had asked it. The wrongness of it struck him anew. It was true, Rashid had put himself into a sort of apprenticeship, and thus he owed the doctor loyalty. But this business with the Falcon Prince... Rashid wondered what his sheikhs at the Lodge of God would say if they could see him now. And he worried, as he did every day, that his actions had displeased Almighty God. How could he know, after all? Every night his meditation exercises helped him to settle his restless soul enough that he could sleep, but it was never easy. A long-haired girl in a tight-fitting tunic walked by, and Rashid knew that Almighty God was testing him yet again. He averted his eyes and smothered the shameful ache that began to fill his body. Life had been less confusing at the Lodge of God, but in the 2 years since High Sheikh Ali, the most venerated and also the most permissive of his teachers, had sent him to train with the doctor, Rashid had learned that the world was complex.
When you meet Abdullah Maksud, little sparrow, you will see that there are truths greater than all you've learned in this lodge. You will learn that virtue lives in strange places.
Rashid had spent 2 years learning just how true his old master's words were. He thought back on the first ghoul hunt he had undertaken with the doctor, when they had rescued the wife of Hafi the bookbinder from the Magus Zaud and his water ghouls. Rashid had begun that hunt amazed that this impious, unkempt man was in fact the great and virtuous ghoul hunter, whom High Sheikh Ali had praised so lavishly. But by the time the wicked Zaud lay dead, Rashid had been forced to see the truth of the doctor's powers, and of his devotion to duty. Even so, in his first days working with Abdullah Maksud, Rashid had thought of leaving a dozen times, finding the doctor oafish and irreverent. But High Sheikh Ali had been clear in his orders, and a new-made dervish did not dare question the High Sheikh. And again, over the past 2 years, Rashid had seen proof that somewhere amidst all of the doctor's belching and cursing and laxity was a fierce foe of the traitorous angel, a man who served God with a soul-deep dedication that was not so terribly different from High Sheikh Ali's, a man blessed by the All-Merciful and beloved unto him. Still, Rashid worried about what would happen when, someday, he returned to the lodge to become a sheikh himself. Each of his actions in the outside world would be judged, and when he thought on his own laxity in matters such as this business of the Falcon Prince, he feared the judgment would not be kind. The doctor turned from paying the chair-bearer and gave Rashid a piercing stare from beneath bushy gray eyebrows.
"You're worrying about that business with the watchman, eh?"
He did not ask the doctor how he knew.
"Yes, doctor. It is just that—"
Upset words burst forth, surprising himself with their intensity.
"Whether or not he is a foolish man, we must respect our Caliph and his heir. We must defend them. If that goes, what else will we lose respect for? The ministering angels? God himself?"
The doctor rolled his eyes and scratched his big nose. He put his arm around Rashid's shoulder and steered their steps down a packed dirt foot lane that led to a pair of long, low buildings.
"You know,"
the doctor said as they headed for the stables,
"there is nothing more upsetting than young people who sound like old people. Did you hear your own hysteria? Do you think that there have always been Caliph's boy? God and man loved one another before there were palaces and puffed-up rulers. And if the Crescent Moon Palace crumbled tomorrow, God would love us still. For yea, they are the kings of men's bodies,
but God is the king of men's souls." The doctor's quoting of the heavenly chapters was punctuated by the smell of animals, mule, horse, and camel, wafting toward them as they approached Sideways Saeed's stables. The stable-keeper, an impeccably dressed but deformed man whose spine was bent nearly parallel to the ground, came out to greet them, his fine mother-of-pearl worked cane thumping in the dirt. The doctor made the arrangements, as Sideways Saeed was one of his seemingly countless old friends. Even were this not the case, Rashid knew, the doctor would have insisted on doing the talking, as he considered Rashid too naive to be trusted with certain tasks. A month after coming to live in Damsawat, Rashid had gone supper shopping. The doctor had laughed at the scant bushel of wilted vegetables Rashid had brought home, asserting irritably that he'd have bought twice as much food with half the coins. Though 2 years had passed since then, Rashid knew his mentor still considered him to be a genius of the sword but an idiot of the street, as the doctor, quoting some poet, had once put it. A few minutes later the doctor cheek-kissed and God-pieced Sideways Saeed goodbye, and handed Rashid the reins of a hardy-looking mule. Leading his own mount back to the road, the doctor looked anxious, scratching at his beard and glancing about him as if searching for something. Rashid guessed that it had to do with departing from Damsawat. Leaving the city behind seemed to make the doctor fidgety and melancholic by turns. Rashid did not think he had ever met anyone so attached to a place. The ghoul hunter complained about city life often, but Rashid knew that he loved it. Perhaps because the king of cities was a place that the doctor could complain of familiarity, comfortably, endlessly. Rashid hoped it would please God to bring this good, if flawed man back to his city soon. He pledged silently to use his sword arm and his virtue to make it so. They reached the road, and the doctor mounted his mule with a series of grunts and huffs from both him and the beast. Rashid eyed his own mule again. He'd had little need of steeds or pack animals in his solo travels. "The true dervish needs no horse," said the traditions, and his sheikhs at the Lodge of God said that Rashid was the fastest dervish the order had ever seen. He could run for miles without tiring. As far as pack animals went, the traditions were equally clear. The true dervish needs no more than he can carry on his back. Still, the doctor always traveled by beast, and called it show-offish when Rashid insisted upon walking beside him. Rashid had taken to hiring mules and sedan chairs along with the doctor, just to keep from hearing him complain.
"Just for that, or because you have grown lazy and he gives you an excuse."
His own reprimanding voice echoed through his head. Next time he would walk, he resolved. They spent hours riding, moving past suburbs and outlying farms until there were no signs that they had left the world's greatest city behind them. There were few people moving along the hard-packed road now, only 1 or 2 carts or camels at a time. Since leaving the lodge, Rashid had spent little time outside of Damsawat, and as he rode he marveled again at how the sky seemed to open up above them. Finally, when the sun had sunk halfway to the horizon, and they were alone on the road, the doctor brought his mule to a halt, struggling briefly with the beast. Rashid pulled up beside him. "Well," the doctor half shouted, "this is as good a place as any to cast the tracking spell. Come." He gestured Rashid to the side of the road and dismounted with a loud grunt. The doctor then reached into his satchel and hunched down to the ground with an even louder grunt.
"He is always making rude noises,"
Rashid thought with irritation.
"Grunting, scratching, laughing too loudly. But it is my duty to keep him safe."
In one motion, Rashid also dismounted, gathering the reins of both mules and standing over the doctor protectively as he worked his spell. The doctor had pulled out a bit of paper, the bloody scrap of the child Faisal's clothing, a vial, and a long platinum needle. He wrote something on the paper, pricked his finger with the needle, and pinned cloth and paper both to the ground. Then he stood, closed his eyes, and recited from the heavenly chapters, sprinkling out a dark green powder. Mint? With each name of God he spoke. God is the seer of the unseen.
God is the knower of the unknown. God is the revealer of things hidden. God is the teacher of mysteries." Nothing happened, so far as Rashid could see. But the doctor, his brow sweaty now, opened his eyes and took his mule's reins from Rashid. He remounted and continued down the road. He said nothing, not even turning to see if Rashid was following. As Rashid mounted and trotted up beside the doctor, he realized why.
"He's winded. The traveling, the spell, it's all taking its toll on him."
Rashid tried not to be worried by this. Rashid gave the doctor a few minutes to catch his breath before he spoke.
"You have found the ghoul's trail, Doctor."
"Aye," was all the doctor said. Mile after mile they rode the mules at a brisk walk, moving at a slant toward the sinking sun. As the road veered further west and closer to the River of Tigers, the land swiftly sank and grew marshy. The air grew more humid, and more gnats filled it, irritating Rashid's eyes and nose. When the sun was touching the horizon with pink and purple, Rashid saw a scrawny, bearded farmer walking toward them, the only traveler they'd come across in an hour. The man gave the mules a wide berth and mumbled, "God's peace," from the opposite side of the road as they passed, avoiding eye contact.
"Is he afraid of us, or does he have something to hide?" "He is not why you are here,"
Rashid chided himself.
"Stay focused."
The landscape was dotted with large boulders that might hide anything. Rashid watched for signs of movement about them. The River of Tigers lay just out of sight on their right, its presence indicated by a clean, wet scent, by date palms, and by the great patches of steel reed that clacked in the evening breeze. "Stop!" The doctor spoke the word loudly enough to startle 2 marsh birds into flight. It was the first time he'd spoken in a long while. "The trail veers off here, but something is not quite right."
"What do you mean, Doctor?"
Rashid's mentor looked truly confused, a rare sight. "I don't rightly know, boy. In all my years of casting tracking spells, nothing like this has happened. Normally I feel, maybe better to say, I hear within my mind God's prompts in the direction of my quarry, and this is still the case. Our prey is close, and in that direction." The doctor pointed off the road to the left, toward a dense patch of boulders and a lone hill with a pointed top. "But I also hear his hints about other dangers. The jackal that eats souls. The thing that slays the lion's pride. I don't know what it means. In all my years, I've never—" The doctor let go of his reins and held his head in his hands. Rashid tried to hide his worry. The doctor took a deep breath and noisily exhaled. He looked up, shook his head, and ran a hand through his beard. "Gone. Whatever it was, it's gone." He looked around as if he'd been woken from a dream. Another deep breath, and an exhalation loud enough to be a camel's. "Forget it, boy, never mind. I'm old and tired and haven't had enough to eat today." Rashid's mentor clearly did not believe this, but if the doctor wished to say no more, Rashid could do little about it. "Let us continue," the doctor said, turning his mule off the road and picking his way downward with the slight decline of the land. Rashid followed. After another quarter hour it was dark, save for the faint light of the stars and the moon, hidden behind a silvery shroud of cloud. They came to the base of the point-topped hill, and Rashid saw that it wasn't a hill at all, but a sloping rock formation that jutted up 50 feet from the ground at an angle, like a tiny mountain. The doctor guided his mule's steps onto the rock, and its hooves clopped loudly against the stone. Behind, Rashid rode his own mount up the incline as it steepened sharply. The doctor, following prompts that Rashid could neither hear nor see, then turned, to ride across the huge wedge of stone. The precision of the rock's triangular shape and the smoothness of the stone made Rashid wonder whether the slope they were riding across had been shaped by men. If so, what sort of men walked on it?
"Doctor, Where does this stone come from? What building once stood here?
Rashid asked quietly. He prided himself that he did not feel fear easily, but there was something troubling about walking across the floor stones of the long dead. The doctor spoke distractedly, looking all about him as he did. It's from the Chem Empire, that's for sure. Maybe the cornerstone of... The doctor let the sentence die on his lips and drew his mule to a sharp halt, the animal objecting noisily. He narrowed his eyes and peered about. "Dismount," he whispered, and clambered off his mule. Rashid obeyed. He gathered both animals' reins, but let them fall as the doctor whispered again. "Let them go. No time to tie them." Again Rashid did as he was told, and the beasts trotted down the slope toward a patch of thorn clover near the stone's base. "Bone ghouls. More than one. Nearby," the doctor said, cocking his head. It looked as if he were listening to something inside his skull. He shot his big hand into his satchel. "Bottom of the slope!" he barked. Rashid did not ask how the doctor knew. He drew his sword and scanned the near darkness below them. Suddenly the mules began braying fearfully. Rashid's keen eyes made out their dark shapes, fleeing the stone slope. Then he saw other shapes, man-like. 1, 2, 3 of them, stepping from behind boulders, moving up the incline, and he heard the hissing. The hissing of ghouls was like no other sound in the world. 1,000 serpents rasping with a man's hatred. Rashid had heard the sound more than once, but it still made his skin crawl. The clouds blew across the sky, and the scene below them was bathed in moonlight. Even the doctor's old eyes would be able to see plainly now. 3 bone ghouls, all claws and jaws and gray skin, were scrambling up the slope of the huge stone block.
"We have gone from hunters to prey, Doctor."
The doctor grunted and pulled something from his satchel. 2 of the 3 ghouls had closed to 20 yards. The doctor regarded them coolly, held aloft a small, stoppered vial, and threw it to the ground. The glass shattered. The smell of vinegar and flowers filled the air, and the doctor bellowed scripture. "God is the mercy that kills cruelty!" There was a sound like a landslide, and the 2 closest ghouls, their false souls snuffed out, lost their man-like shape and collapsed into piles of turned earth and grave worms. 2 of the monsters at one stroke. Not for the first time, Rashid marveled at the doctor's powers. He felt reassured to be admiring his mentor and not fearing for him. 1 of the ghouls still stood. The doctor leaned forward with his hands on his knees, clearly worn out by his spell. "Your turn, boy." Even as the words left the doctor's lips, Rashid sped toward the last creature, his sword flying out in search of ghoul flesh. The thing hissed with mindless malevolence and raked its long claws, but Rashid kept it at a double sword-length's distance. He danced in 2 steps and slashed out, feeling his sword bite into the monster. There was a loud hiss, and the ghoul's severed claw went arcing through the air, maggots dripping forth like drops of blood. 1 of the maggots landed on Rashid's cheek. The ghoul didn't even pause. It swung out with its mutilated stump, and Rashid took a darting step back, not daring to brush away the itching insect. The ghoul pressed in, but Rashid had the advantage now. The creature didn't feel pain, and one clawed, it could still have easily killed most men. But Rashid was not most men. He snaked left, then right, always keeping the ghoul's good claw at a distance. He waited for an opening, and found it when the thing lunged at him with its snapping jaws. Rashid shifted, brought his sword up, brought it down. The ghoul's head flopped from its shoulders. Its body trembled and dissolved into a pile of maggots and grave soil. Rashid brushed a maggot from his face and stepped back to the doctor's side, finding him winded but unharmed.
"Doctor, where do you think—"
More hissing. The words died on Rashid's lips. 2 more bone ghouls clambered up from the ledge of the sheer far face of the stone block.
Merciful God!
Rashid had fought bone ghouls since joining the doctor, but always 1 or 2 of them. He hadn't known a ghoul pack of this size could be made. The doctor still huffed beside him, likely unable to work another invocation so soon. Rashid charged at the ghouls, his two-pronged sword out to his side as he slashed past them. His sword bit into one ghoul's neck, was nearly wrenched from his hands. He drew the blade back and kept moving. He dodged claws, drew their attention away from the doctor. The ghouls pressed him back until his heels were less than a yard from the cliff edge of the massive stone block. He tried to get a glimpse of the doctor, but the creatures blocked his view. Maggots dribbled from one ghoul's neck wound. That one staggered, its energy clearly unfocused. The other stared at Rashid with empty eyes. Some vicious, unliving instinct within the monster was weighing when to strike. The doctor's big, white, caftan-clad form shuffled forward, shouting. His voice was weak as he pronounced, "God is the hope of the hopeless!" The wounded ghoul collapsed. The other one flew at Rashid. The wind was knocked out of him as the monster slammed into him. He scrabbled back 2 steps. The ground gave way beneath Rashid's feet. He and the ghoul went plummeting in a tangle of limbs over the edge of the stone block. Rashid tensed his body and focused his soul. He twisted, letting his sword fly from his hand and kicking the ghoul away as he fell. The rocky ground rushed toward him, but Rashid was calm within the slow-time sense of his training. His acrobatic skill was God-blessed, beyond that of any rope dancer or tumbler. This fall would not harm him. He tucked himself into a ball and hit the ground rolling with only a hard grunt. He continued the roll for another 20 feet and stood, panting. His eyes caught the moon glint of his sword a few feet away, and he scooped it up, reassured by the familiar feeling of its hilt in his hand.
"Where is the ghoul?"
Rashid looked around, bracing for another fight. He saw the bone ghoul 10 feet away, sprawled on the ground, twitching. The monster had landed head first, cracking its skull open upon a sharp man-sized rock. The thing hissed feebly, twitched once more, and dissipated into a heap of dead vermin.
"Praise God!"
Only then did Rashid allow himself to feel the stinging pain across his chest and ribs. The thing had raked him with its rancid claws, shredding his silk robes and grazing his flesh.
"The wound will need herb purging."
The doctor had taught him some time ago that the old tale of ghoul wounds turning men into ghouls was nonsense, but the charnel monster's dirty claws could still kill with any number of very real diseases. Rashid heard the doctor shouting from the top of the stone block. Still more of the creatures? He ran to the sheer face of the block and started climbing with the speed that ordinary men found so amazing. The doctor had already been exhausted when he'd spoken his last invocation. In such shape, he was a poor match for the minions of the traitorous angel. Rashid climbed faster. He ignored his wounds and the painful scrape of rock against his fingertips, and hoped he wasn't too late. Chapter 5. Abdullah had begun this battle feeling like a cocksure young man. He'd sensed the ghouls early, dispatched several, watched his assistant sever another ghoul's head. But that first burst of nostalgic bravado was gone now. Abdullah didn't doubt that Rashid had survived that fall, but he might need Abdullah's help, and there might be still more ghouls about. Abdullah was drop-down tired, but professional pride and worry for his assistant kept him from collapsing. He turned toward where Rashid had fallen, digging into his satchel again and producing a small vellum envelope. Something at the edge of his vision moved toward him. Abdullah spun away from whatever it was. Something heavy struck him across his back. He went sprawling, the envelope and his satchel flying from his hands. A large form snaked between him and his bag. Stubbornly, he pushed away the pain in his back. He scuttled away from the creature, breathing heavily as he came to his feet. Abdullah shouted out in shock. Another bone ghoul. A massive bone ghoul. The largest ghoul he'd seen in 40 years. Impossible! To make a creature of that size along with all of these others. The power involved was incalculable. The creature towered over him, and he was not a small man. Who could make and control this 9-foot monstrosity? It took a step toward him. Adula looked from the thing's soulless eyes to its broad claws. One of those claws could crush his head like a melon. Indeed, only his half-conscious dodge had saved him from a broken back, and despite the world-weariness with which he faced each day, Adula was not ready to have his head crushed like a melon just yet. If nothing else, Rashid needed him. He stared into the ghoul's flat, pupilless eyes. Softly, desperately, he began to whistle, "Under the pear tree, my sweet." As soon as the first notes left his lips, the monster froze in its tracks. A confident gaze and the ghoul's soothing sound of a favorite song. It was an unreliable, old womanish charm, with none of the power or grace of scripture invocations. Sometimes it didn't work, and when it did, it was effective for only a minute or so. But it had saved his life more than once. The huge monster's claws were draped at its sides, and it swayed slowly with the tune. Adula tried to whistle, hold the ghoul's eyes, and consider his options all at the same time. The phrase, "I am too old," kept getting in the way of his thoughts. "Not now," one part of him barked at the other. His satchel, with all of his components, lay on the ground just past the giant ghoul. It might as well be in Rugalbe. If he took a step toward it, he'd break the whistle charm. He kept whistling, but he was coming to the end of the song, and thus the end of the ghoul's soothing. Adula prayed that the ghoul's claws would not catch him when he dove for his medicine bag. He didn't like his chances. "This is it, then," Adula thought. "An ignoble death, courtesy of a hissing abomination." He couldn't say he was surprised. "What I wouldn't give for one last cup of cardamom tea, or one last meal in my townhouse." He weakly whistled the last note of the tune through dry lips and tensed his muscles. The creature squealed. Then something leapt at the ghoul. It wasn't Rashid. Adula saw a flash of golden fur and a lashing tail. Some sort of animal had fastened itself to the giant ghoul's back. The monster's milky white eyes widened and then contracted. It squealed again in pain. Adula shoved melancholic thoughts to the side and tried to gather facts. What had hurt the ghoul, and how could Adula use it to his advantage? The gray-green monster twisted as it tried to shake this new attacker from its back. As the ghoul turned, Adula got a better look at the extraordinary animal that had saved his life. A sleek she-lion with eyes like green fire and an impossibly shimmery gold coat. Adula's mind raced with remembered lore. Not an animal at all. In fact, if the desert legends were to be believed, a creature such as this was an agent of the angels' justice, and thus of God's. Adula said a quick, silent prayer of thanksgiving. Still, God helpeth most the man who helpeth himself. Adula risked grabbing for his satchel. By the time he scooped it up and had his hand in it, though, he saw an invocation would not be needed. His rescuer had snuffed out the false soul within that monstrous mock-human frame. As the thing died, it burbled in that manner that still, after all these years, turned Adula's stomach. Then with a sound like the scrape of a great grave lid, the ghoul crumbled, a carpet of cemetery soil and dead coffin moths spilling forth. A bright flare of sun-like light rippled out from the lioness's coat. When the flare subsided, a plain-faced brown girl of perhaps 5 and 10 stood where the lioness had been. She was dressed in the simple sand-colored camel-calf suede of the Bedouin tribesmen. It was as if Adula had blinked, and someone had replaced the razor-mawed creature of a moment ago with this green-eyed little girl. It wasn't the first time he'd seen such a thing. The rare, almost forgotten gift of the lion shape. He had known another tribesman thus gifted by God many years ago, a good man for a savage, but terrifying to witness when crossed. Adula would have to tread carefully here. "Hello," he managed. The girl stared at him with those emerald eyes, wary. "God's peace," he tried. The girl's expression softened almost imperceptibly, but she was still hard-faced. "God's peace,"
she said curtly, brushing her coarse, shoulder-length hair from her eyes. A girl of her age speaking to a man of Adullah's ought to have been more respectful in her tone. At the very least, she should have called him uncle. But the uncouth Bedawi showed no decorum to any save their own. The girl followed her first two words with barked questions.
"You were fighting these foul creatures. It was you who destroyed the others?"
"Indeed," Adullah said, holding back the admonitions that were on the tip of his tongue. "Thank you for your help, child. It has been many years since I've been face to face with one who was gifted with the lion shape." The girl's mouth fell open.
"You know of the gift, and you do not fear me?"
Adullah shrugged. "You're used to dealing with your ignorant fellow tribesmen, no doubt. Feared you even while depending on your powers? Well, I am no ungrateful savage." The girl growled at the insult to her people, as if she were still a lioness inside. Adullah put both hands up placatingly. "I am a scholar of such phenomena, and of their dark versions, girl. The lion shape is a gift given to men by God through the angels. You true Bedawi watch for the angel boon, mane of golden sun, claws of silver moon. The shape is known to me and is nothing to fear. Besides, after 40 years of ghoul hunting, it takes more than a child wearing the shape of a lion to frighten me. Though I am surprised. It has been 20 years since I've met one of your kind, and I didn't know that the gift could be visited upon girls." Adullah heard the faintest whisper of noise as Rashid hoisted himself up the sheer face of the stone. The girl turned at the sound. "Well, boy, it's about time," Adullah said as the dervish came trotting up, "leaving an old man to fend for himself up here. Though, as you can see, we are not alone." The boy's sword was already in his hand, but his expression was more incredulous than battle-ready.
"Who is the girl, Doctor?"
"Well, among other things, she was the instrument of God's ministering angels preserving my life, but we've had no time for proper introductions." Adullah turned to the girl, who was studying Rashid. "I am Dr. Adullah Makslood, young woman. My assistant is called Rashid." A cold wind picked up, and Adullah folded his hands beneath his armpits to stay warm. The girl frowned again.
"You are a ghoul hunter, and this one is a dervish?"
she asked brusquely, without taking her eyes off Rashid. Adullah arched a displeased eyebrow at the ill-mannered child, though he wasn't sure she saw it. "I am, and he is. But I thought that even the rudest of Bedawi would have better manners than to nose into a stranger's business before even giving their name." No hint of embarrassment crossed the girl's features.
"I am Zamia bin Ulaith Bedawi, protector of the band of Nadir bin Ulaith Bedawi."
Adullah glanced at his assistant. It was only then that Adullah really saw the blood-stained slashes in Rashid's blue silks. The cuts didn't look deep, but Adullah knew from experience how they burned. Of course, the stoic boy would show no sign of complaint. But herbs were needed there, ghoulsbane and lavender. Adullah was no healer, but his friends Dawood and Litas had taught him some little bits. "You're hurt," he said to his assistant, reaching into his satchel and producing a poultice pouch. He tossed it to the dervish, who sheathed his sword with clear reluctance and began mashing the pouch in his hands, preparing it for application. Adullah's nose twitched at the floral pungency of the herbs being crushed. He looked back to the girl. "Zamia here can take the lion shape, boy. You do recall my lessons on the old powers of the Empty Kingdom's desert tribes. She just destroyed the largest ghoul I've ever seen." The dervish's eyes widened, and his hand stopped squeezing the pouch. He frowned slightly.
"Impressive, Doctor. But the traditions of the Order say, being my enemy's enemy does not make you my friend."
"Well, do a little dance, boy. For once those old hypocrites of yours had something wise to say. But I am not calling her a friend. I am simply saying that she saved my life." The girl spit.
"Vile men! Do not speak of me as if I weren't standing before you."
Tribesmen's speech had always sounded to Adula like rocks talking. This rough-looking girl sounded like a grating rain of pebbles. She focused her angry young glare on Adula.
"What are you doing out here, old man?"
"Doctor, girl. You will call me doctor, or uncle, or something more respectful."
Angel chosen or not, Adula had had enough of this rude little girl's tone.
"The Bedouin owe no allegiance to city titles,"
she said sneeringly. Then, reluctantly,
"But I will call you doctor if you wish."
An even more arrogant expression spread across the girl's homely features.
"You say with your own tongue that I saved your life? This means that you owe me a debt of death."
Adula barked out a laugh.
Such notions these people have. Ha! Does it now? I am a ghoul hunter, girl. Do you know how many lives I have saved? How many men and women and children I have kept from the claws of monsters? Did they pledge their lives to me? Did they become my slaves? No. This is a relic from one of your people's ridiculous 6-hour, 6-night story poems.
The girl growled again, but said nothing. Adula sighed.
Look. You asked in your mannerless way, what are we doing here? Well, as it stands, this ghoul pack slaughtered a Marsh family a few days ago. My assistant and
I saw them,
Zamia interrupted, and it was as if all of the arrogance had been bled from her voice.
I have been tracking these creatures for almost a week now, since they left the deep desert of the Empty Kingdom. I found the Marshmen after they were killed, their rib cages cracked open, their hearts ripped from their chests, and their eyes. I've seen dead men before. I've killed men, watched life's light die in their eyes. But there was no brown or black or white in their eyes, only red, not blood. A glowing red like nothing I've ever seen. If that is what it means to die beneath a ghoul's claws.
The girl shuddered, folded her arms around her boyish frame, and fell silent. Adula as well found himself momentarily speechless, eyes bright with the color of the traitorous angel. More evidence that there was something here even grimmer than the hunting of ghouls. His insides clenched in fear.
Bone ghoul or water ghoul, sand ghoul or night ghoul, the unholy monsters eat the still warm hearts of men. But this business with the eyes is something still more horrible. A cruel kind of magic, a form that the old scrolls say has vanished from this world. A sign that not just the flesh, but the soul itself has been sucked away and swallowed like marrow.
The girl's green eyes widened with shock.
Such a thing is not possible.
Rashid, whose hands had been moving beneath his tunic as he applied the poultice, spoke before Adula could answer her.
The girl is right. God would not allow such a thing. The heavenly chapters say, yea, though the flesh is scourged, the soul of the believer feels no—
Please, boy, no scripture quoting. Your inadequate interpretations help nothing here, and my energies are needed for more important things than enlightening you through exegesis. Now.
Zamia tilted her head and sniffed.
You're telling the truth,
she said in a suddenly weak voice.
I smell no trace of deceit upon you.
And tears began to well up in her eyes. Adula was perplexed.
And I smell no deceit upon you, Zamia Benu Laith Bedoui. Though, despite its prominence, I'm sure my nose is not quite as accurate as yours. But now it is my turn to ask questions. Why these tears now? And how is it that you came to be here alone, stalking these monsters? Where is your band?
That is none of your concern,
Zamia said, her words wooden and heavy as she wiped a few tears from her plain face. The wind whipped up for a moment, the sound blending eerily with the harsh call of a hunting night kite. We clearly share an enemy, girl.
Surely even a tribesman can see that we should share information as well.
The girl's eyes tightened, and Adula recalled a favorite saying of Miri's. Bees and beetles alike love honey more than vinegar. That Miri rarely followed this dictum herself meant little. Adula needed to try a different tack.
Zamia, I don't mean you any insult. I know what it is to lose your happiness to the ghouls, and I can help you, girl, if you let me.
When the girl spoke, it was with the voice of a dead woman.
I lied. When I spoke of finding the marshmen's bodies, I said that I had never seen such a thing. I lied. I had seen it days before. It happened to my band.
So that's it.
Adula reached out a comforting hand to the girl, but she stopped him with an angry look. She swallowed, wiped away another tear, and continued.
I was out scouting one night far ahead of the rest of the band. The next morning when I returned to where they'd set their tents, what I found?
The girl's matter-of-fact tone slid away. She fell silent, her eyes wide with remembered horrors. Then she smothered her pain again and went on.
Bodies. All of their bodies. All 57 of the Benu Laith Bedawi. Old Uncle Makhloud and spoiled little Awazi. Faziza, who believed that she really ruled the band. My father, my beautiful young cousin, who would have been chieftain. His body had been burned. All of them, do you understand me? I am the last.
It had the sound of something the girl had been repeating to herself. Adula did not speak, hoping the girl would go on.
There were foul, puzzling smells everywhere, she said after a moment. Jackal scent, where no hair could be found. Fresh spilled child blood that smelled of ancient buildings. But these scents led nowhere. The only sign I could find was this.
Reaching into her tunic, the girl drew forth an ornate curved dagger. The blade was stained with what looked like dried blood.
It was my father's. He had it in the folds of his chieftain's robes. There is blood on it, but the scent is neither man nor animal. And if the stories are to be believed, ghouls bleed no blood.
Adula's mind raced, recalling the strange phrases that had come to him earlier when he'd sought God's help in finding the ghouls. The jackal that eats souls, the thing that slays the lion's pride. He turned the lines over in his head, but still came up with nothing.
Generally the stories are not to be believed,
he finally said to Zamia.
But that one at least is true. Which means that your father wounded something or someone else. God willing, that dagger may hold answers.
God willing,
the girl replied, though she didn't sound as if she held out much hope.
I have been trying to find the trail of the creatures for days now, seeking to avenge my band so that I may die with honor. I came upon them almost by accident just as they attacked you two.
Zamia was quiet for a moment. She swallowed and then spoke again.
This soul-eating. This is what they did to my band.
It wasn't a question. She looked straight ahead as she spoke, and her now dry eyes looked almost soul-eaten themselves. She held the dagger aloft. This is all that I have of my father, though I will never wield it. For since I was given the lion shape, I forswore other weapons. My claws, my fangs, the silver knives with which the ministering angels strike. This is the old saying.
God save us from the poetry of barbarians.
But the words were as bitterly spoken as any Adula had ever heard. He had seen God alone remembered how many pained faces during his career, but looking at the pain on the face of this rough little girl who was a lion was not made easier by that history. Still, he knew that unlike most victims he had dealt with, this one would want and need hard truth more than coddling.
Listen to me, angel-touched one. Your family is dead, in body and soul. I can offer you nothing that will change that, but I can offer you a chance at vengeance.
It was the only thing a tribesman could want right now, Adula knew.
You may travel with us as an ally if you wish. Zamia Benu Laith Bedawi.
Beside him, Rashid made a choking noise. Adula had almost forgotten he was there.
Doctor, we cannot have her. There is no reason to—
Oh, you forget yourself, Rashid Bes Rashid. Who is the mentor and who is the assistant here, boy? Besides, we need Zamia's knife to find the one that did this. The ghoul pack has been destroyed. Now we must find out who made it. And we must kill him. Unfortunately, my tracking spell has taken us as far as it is going to take us.
Can you not work another spell, then?
The girl was tense. If she was wearing her lion shape, her tail would be switching, Adula thought. He ran a hand over his beard.
My invocations have their limits, child, just as your powers do. The chapters say the mightiest of men is but a slim splinter before the forest of God's power.
He pulled out the scarlet-spotted scrap of cloth that he'd used in his tracking spell.
The blood on this was spilled by the ghoul pack we just destroyed. That is how I was able to track them. But the pack's master, the true murderer of those marshmen and of your band as well. Well, God requires more from us to find him. The blood on Nodder Benu Laith Bedawi's dagger is a good start. May I?
He asked, reaching gently for the weapon.
You recalled his full name,
the girl said, her angry face showing what Adula supposed was a savage's respect. She handed him the dagger with an anxious look in her eyes. Adula had to nurture that respect if he wished to have the girl's help without her arrogance and second-guessings. Besides, he found that he was desperate to offer her some sort of comfort. He held the blade aloft and squinted at it.
Your father wounded this creature, Zamia. With this weapon we can find the thing and its master and destroy them. Your father has served your band to the last.
He handed back the dagger, but the girl's face was blank now. She said nothing.
And why am I trying to indulge her incomprehensible tribal foolishness anyway?
He got back to the matter at hand, making his tone coolly professional.
A man with the power to make such a ghoul pack, and to command these cruel old magics, will have powerful screening spells at his disposal. He knows I am looking for him now, and he will prepare countermeasures. Even with this trace of blood, his trail will be impossible to find without the aid of an alchemist. Praise God, I happen to know one of the best in Damsawat. She does not work on the road anymore, but she'll help us nonetheless. We'll return to town tomorrow.
The girl's eyes flashed, and Adula saw all his progress fly away.
Tomorrow? Why do we not return now? I am looking for the dog that murdered my band, you fat old fool!
The little Bedawi's expression was petulant and murderous. His temper's fire flared, and Adula had to remind himself what this savage girl had suffered. Still, he would not be told what to do by a child, especially not a child with the gritty accent of a sand-behind-the-ears Bedawi. She needed to be reminded of what was what. Listen to me, Zamia Benu Laith Bedawi. These are deep, dark waters we are in here. We need help, but before that, we need rest. You may eat with us now if you wish. We will return to the city tomorrow. Angel-touched or not, at bottom the girl was just another wounded child of God with a monster problem. Adula had learned over the years that those whom he helped needed as much as anything to be told what to do. After a moment of silent seething, the girl seemed to come to the conclusion that she had little choice but to obey him. She ran a hand through her hair, drew herself up, and put on a neutral face. She ignored the invitation to eat.
Very well, Doctor. Tomorrow,
was all she said. She gave Rashid an unreadable look, then trotted toward a large rock overhang.
Abdullah watched her disappear behind the rock. He turned to his assistant and caught the boy half gaping. The dervish shot his eyes to the ground. Abdullah knew this was not the time for ribbing, so he restrained himself. Instead, he simply said, "You fought well today." He always felt awkward bestowing praise, but it did the self-doubting dervish good. Rashid's yellow-brown cheeks reddened ever so slightly, and he bowed his head in acknowledgement. He was as uncomfortable receiving compliments as Abdullah was giving them. Perhaps, Abdullah mused, this had something to do with why they worked well together. The boy cleared his throat.
"I will go and retrieve the mules, Doctor. They can't have gotten far."
Tension was evident in his voice.
"He's more troubled than usual." "What is it, boy?"
Abdullah asked bluntly. The dervish seemed to think for a moment before speaking. He adjusted his turban.
"The Falcon Prince. A fierce ghoul pack. An angel-touched girl Bedowi. Enough wonders and monstrosities for a lifetime. Does this day not trouble you, Doctor?"
Abdullah shrugged sleepily.
"More than I can say. Still, I've seen worse, boy."
That was a lie, of course, but it earned a brief, impressed smile from Rashid. The dervish nodded once, and without making a sound, stole his way down the sloped stone. He watched Rashid's swift steps and felt a stinging envy for the tirelessness of youth. For a few long moments Abdullah just stood there, listening to the insects of the night and wincing at the pain across his shoulder blades. There was a great stone scrape across his shin, too, that he'd been too tired or too frightened to notice. He wondered if there was any inch of him that had not been slashed or bruised at some point in his life. Then he made his way carefully down the slope. A few minutes later, Rashid returned, silent as ever, but betrayed by the noise the mules made as he led them. The beasts themselves seemed to be unharmed, praise God's small providences. Abdullah had always found mules to be admirable animals, intelligent and suspicious of authority, but maligned as obstinate and ill-tempered.
Not unlike me.
The boy produced a small bronze cookpot and prepared a simple soup over a sputtering fire. Out in the cold night, something small squealed as it died.
"Perhaps the girl is out there hunting up supper,"
Abdullah mused, not sure if he was joking. Rashid was clearly preoccupied as they set to their bread and broth. There was more to it than the horrors and wonders they'd seen today. Abdullah knew the cause, though he doubted the boy had yet admitted it to himself. The girl. No doubt the dervish was twisting himself in knots, trying to square the circle of his pious oaths with a young man's natural reactions, and only half aware he was doing so. When Abdullah was a young man, he would have told the girl that she had a lovely face and been done with it, though this particular girl did not have a lovely face, exactly. No, the girl was not what anyone would call pretty, but she had a rough, vital energy that clearly spoke to Rashid. But the boy was incapable of being honest with himself, let alone with a woman. Abdullah faulted the rigid lodge of God which had trained the boy into being a sword of a man. Then again, Abdullah himself hadn't known a woman's touch in a while. He glanced and occasionally winked at young women, but he felt awkward doing anything more. And among the older women, there was only one who mattered to him, Miri. Before he fell asleep, Abdullah let his thoughts linger for a while on Miri el-Musa. The great love of his life's warm, welcoming curves danced before his mind's eye, and he could almost hear her heavy, husky voice, whispering loving taunts in his ear and offering him tea cakes. His eyes fluttered shut, and he drifted toward sleep, already half dreaming of swaying hips and sugar frosting. And again a small animal cried a death cry out in the darkness. The war is upon us. The slaughtered calf screams, and thieves in the night have stolen my dreams. The line from Ismi Shihab's Leaves of Palm came to Abdullah unbidden. With a dejected snort, he rolled over and resigned himself to sleeping alone on a pallet on the cold, hard ground. Chapter 6. Zamia binu Laith Bedawi stretched and flexed her muscles by the light of the still-rising sun. She sipped from her water-skin, pulled on her gazelle-hide boots, and packed her bedroll. Just as her thoughts went to last night's battle and to her new allies, she caught the approaching scent of the dervish Rasid. A half-moment later, the lithe little holy man peeled himself from the shadows of a rock not 10 feet away. She felt a flash of shame. No man or animal had ever gotten so close to her without her scenting them before. The last traces of the ghoul pack's corrupt stench had blown away on the night wind, and she was better rested than she had been the night before. She had no excuse. But when she did get a clear scent on the dervish, she was shocked out of herself, scolding. "Ministering angels, help me." She had never been in the presence of a scent that was so strong, yet so clean. Zamia found her shame deepening, but for new reasons. It was all she could do to keep from staring at the pure-smelling, clean-shaven little man in blue. She made a small, surprised noise. "God's peace," the holy man said by way of greeting, his angular face unreadable. "God's peace," Zamia repeated. The morning air felt warm and thick in her lungs. "I apologize if I startled you," the dervish said flatly. "We are packing up and we'll leave soon." She snorted. "You didn't startle me, and as you can see, I am ready to leave already." The dervish bowed his turbaned head. "Of course." Even standing at ease here, he had an air of war about him. Zamia would have known that the little man could fight, even had she not seen his handiwork against the ghouls the night before. The dervish's confident grace as he moved, the hardness in his tilted eyes, the way his hand rested naturally on his sword hilt. These were signs her father had taught her to recognize in an enemy or an ally. Though she could not say why, Zamia found herself recalling the taunts that 2 of the boys in her band had made, never to her face, about her rough, ugly looks. They had been jealous of her power and renown, no doubt, but it had never mattered to her before whether their insults were rooted in truth. The dervish was staring at her. She scowled at the little man. "What is it?" A tiny lizard darted across the rocky ground between them. Rasid eyed it for a moment, but looked directly at her when he spoke. "I have been wondering about something, Zamia binu Laith Bedawi. From what the doctor has told me, it is not your people's way to seek help from the outside. I know that you have lost your band, but why have you not sought out the help of the other bands in your tribe? Angel-touched or no, you are young to be on your own, so—" "Young? I am 5 and 10. How much older are you, little man? 2 years at most?" Zamia sucked her teeth in annoyance. "But he is straightforward, at least, not like the doctor with all of his words and smiles." The dervish held her eyes with his, and something powerful moved through her body. "At our last tribal council, my father's band was water-shunned by the other bands of the tribe," she said finally. "Because of me. Because he dared to name a girl-child protector of the band, and now—" She laughed bitterly, despite herself. "Now I can't even avenge my band, for no Bedawi will answer my rally, and so I have failed as protector." Zamia finally stopped herself, not quite believing she had just spoken those words. "Why are you telling this stranger about this? Because his scent is clean? Because you will fight beside him? The tribe's business is the tribe's. The band's business is the band's." The dervish scratched beneath his blue turban. "But you—" "We will speak no more of this," she said firmly. "What of you, Rasid Bes Rasid? Where is your kin? Why have you no family name?" She found that she could not quite keep the scorn from her voice.
No kin, no band, no tribe.
Her stomach clenched as she realized that the same could now be said about her. The dervish sighed, and then recited what seemed familiar words with a quiet intensity.
My name is Rasid Bes Rasid, the old way of saying Rasid, only Rasid. I am a dervish of the order. I need no father among men. I need no brother among men. I need no son among men.
He drew up to his full height, which somehow seemed taller now.
God is my father. The forked swords of the order are my brothers. Virtue is my son.
They were mad words, Zamia knew. For what was a person without family? Yet she found herself moved by them, and intrigued by their stern-faced speaker. Again shame crept up within her, wearing the bloody bodies of her kin. She had no right to be looking at a man so. She was the protector of the band, and she had failed. All that was left was giving up her life for vengeance. The road of wife and mother was not hers to walk. But what if? God forgive her for daring to think it. What if she lived? She was the last of the Banu Laith Bedawi, and she bore the burden of keeping her band from dying out. She would need to marry and bear children for that to happen. The confusing, shameful thoughts fled as Zamia scented the doctor's approach. A moment later she saw his big, white-clad bulk trundling under the rock overhang. "Oh, merciful God, is the holy man spitting pious sayings at you already?" he asked. "The sun is barely up." "Don't misunderstand me. His laconic little jewels are all inspiring enough the first couple of times you hear them, but after that they start to sound a bit pompous." Rasid made a small, unhappy noise in his throat.
Doctor, please.
He sounded like a bullied boy. The ghoul hunter waved a conciliatory hand, and when he spoke, Zamia heard annoyance and affection dance in his voice. "Oh, to be sure, Rasid is most useful to have around. The boy can cross a room in the space of a breath, and God is my witness. I've even seen him kill a cyclop." A cyclop? Truly? Zamia's desert-bound people knew little of the one-eyed giants of the mountains, but she had heard tales of their legendary strength. She risked a brief, impressed glance at Rasid. The dervish stood stock still, saying nothing. The doctor went on. "But you see, Rasid thinks he is wise beyond his years. I will tell you this, girl. There is no such thing as being wise beyond your years. One can only know as much as one has lived to know, though it is certainly possible to learn a great deal less than this. The boy entered the order at a young age and has had a hard dervish's life. He is more serious than most young men his age. How many of them, after all, learn to split rocks with their fists before they learn to shave? But Rock Splitter or no, he is a young man, who would do well to remember that fact more often." 50 different feelings filled her. She kept her eyes on the ground and said,
"We should be going."
Seeming to speak to no one in particular, the dervish said quietly,
"I am a young man, but as there is an elder amongst our number, one of us at least ought to act in a proper manner."
Zamia looked up and saw a tiny smile on the dervish's pretty bird-like face. Then he walked away, heading for the mules. Clearly such retorts were rare, for the old man just stood there for a moment blinking in shocked silence, watching the dervish walk away. The ghoul hunter turned to Zamia and let out a laugh that shook his broad shoulders and big gut. "Ha! One of us ought to. Dignified and proper." He shouted at Rasid's back. "Indeed, boy, indeed! And since it clearly isn't going to be me, it might as well be you." The doctor waggled his bushy gray eyebrows and gave Zamia a conspiratorial wink. "He hates it that I call him boy, you know."
"And I hate you calling me girl, Doctor."
The old man gave an offended sniff. Bah! I'll tell you like I tell him. I call you youngsters as I like. I am, after all, old enough to be your granduncle, my dear. Zamia felt anger flare inside her as they turned to follow Rashid.
Before he died, my granduncle called me protector of the band.
Her mind's eye conjured an image of her gnarled, grey granduncle Mahloud, whose age had not diminished his skill at water-finding. The ghouls had killed him, too. Again the memories hit her like a hammer blow to the stomach. Why could she not shut them out? She could not sit here and make herself sick with this mourning every few hours. Vengeance would never come from such weakness. The old man said something, apparently repeating himself. The third time, Zamia actually heard him. "Are you all right, Zamia?" She growled, low and long. She shoved weakness to the side.
I am fine, Doctor. Why are we standing here chattering? Were we not about to depart?
The old man sighed a tired sigh and fell quiet. Zamia looked at him more closely. She had watched as he destroyed 3 of the foul creatures which had so easily slain the fierce warriors of her band. She knew that he wielded great power. But as she looked at him now, a fat old man sweating heavily though the sun was hardly up, she saw none of the sorts of signs her father had taught her to watch for in a warrior. Being honest with herself, she knew she would not have been able to slay that massive ghoul had its attention not been focused on the doctor. But why had he seemed so helpless, whistling and looking like he was half ready to die without caring whether he took his enemies with him? Having a ghoul hunter on her side would improve her chances for revenge. She was not fool enough to think she needed no allies. But this old man... And then there was the dervish. The Bedawi were not as coy as villagers about the truths of man and woman. Though Zamia was protector of the band, the older women had taught her, the same as they had the other girls, of the things she had to look forward to, the things she would feel when she looked at a man, and the things she would do when wed. When she looked at Rashid, though, what she felt was confusion. The dervish was a powerful ally, but a distraction. Her mind spun with contradictions. Over the course of the morning they made their way along a road of packed dirt that grew broader and smoother the farther they went. The dervish offered her his mule. He meant no insult, she supposed. How could he know that a Bedawi would ride nothing but a pure-blood horse? Walking on a road was compromise enough. Zamia walked 2 steps behind her new allies, trying to train her feet to the hard earth of the road, and trying to keep her troubled mind from spinning. The little party walked in silence, and Zamia found herself almost missing the doctor's inane, griping banter. Better than being alone with the painful pictures in her head. They traveled for hours, the old man and Rashid occasionally exchanging a few words. Zamia largely ignored them as she dwelled on the knife in her pocket. She would never wield it herself, of course, but in a strange way it had become the most important thing on God's great earth. It was just after noon when a strong wind shift brought Zamia out of her grim thoughts. They were coming upon a large mass of men's scents. A few minutes later the road, already the broadest Zamia had ever seen, passed between 2 large rocks to join another road, twice as wide, and it was as if they had stepped into a sandstorm of people. Zamia tried to look everywhere at once, the threatening sense of a dozen different strangers assaulting her. It was all she could do not to take the lion shape.
What is wrong with you? Did you react this way when the trading caravans met up with the band?
She was without her father's guidance now, but that was no excuse.
Focus! You cannot panic at every pack of men that passes.
The 3 of them were absorbed into a dense but quick-moving line of travelers that snaked its way toward Damsawat. Zamia could see that the road continued straight ahead for a long stretch, then rose at a sharp angle with a massive shrubby dune. The shrubs more or less covered the dunes now, instead of dotting them, which meant that they were coming close to water. A good deal of it, Zamia guessed from the increasingly dense web of brown-green.
The River of Tigers, she thought. It must be nearby indeed.
A moment later she saw the thick green ribbon of it in the distance. Zamia knew that outsiders thought the Bedawi dazzled by the smallest stream. The idiots knew nothing of the beautiful brooks and springs that nurtured the great oases of the empty kingdom. But this big river, with its boats and the men fishing it, Zamia was dazzled, though she did all she could to hide it. Across the river were the farms and orchards that, as her father had taught her, sent their yields year in and year out to the hungry hordes of Damsawat. Olives, dates, wheat, waxy earth apples, small fields for pasture. This was as close as Zamia had ever come to Damsawat. The Benu Laith Bedawi had been, she corrected herself painfully, fiercely independent, even for Bedawi. Her band had had little contact with townsmen, but even an independent band sometimes needed things from other peoples, tools, fruits and grains, and when wild pasture was hard to find, grazing for their animals. The protector of the band was expected to advise on all aspects of the band's health, and she had accompanied her father several times to trade at the fairs that were sometimes held near here. But this close to Damsawat, something was different. There was a life that came from the city, and Zamia could already sense it. They pressed on. The incline of the road was steep enough now, and the sun hot enough, that thick rivulets of sweat were pouring down the doctor's face. Zamia wondered again about doing battle alongside this fat old man.
For the moment, she reminded herself, you have little choice. These two are the only allies you have in the world.
It was a disturbing thought, but it soon flew from her mind, for then the road crested the dune, and Damsawat, king of cities, lay before her. Zamia stopped dead in her tracks, and for several long moments could not speak.
I see why this place is called the Jewel of Abessine,
she thought, seeing the gleaming domes of turquoise and gold and white that dotted the carpet of buildings.
I always thought Father's stories were exaggerated, but now I see he did not do the horrible size of this place justice.
It almost made her swoon. The buildings. She did not know how to begin counting them. Flat, peaked, and domed, in stone and tile, a dozen different shades, and rising up as high as mountains. Above it all, near what seemed to be the center of the jumble, if it had a center, rose a huge white dome. Zamia was not much used to buildings and had trouble gauging the dome's size, but she was certain that whatever building it topped must be bigger than some of the trade villages she had seen. It had to be the legendary Crescent Moon Palace, the opulent home and stronghold of the Caliph and his family. Zamia's people knew little of, and cared little for, the supposed ruler of all Abessine. The Bedawi limited their interactions with city men as much as possible, wary of becoming Bekgem tokens at best, or slaves at worst. Yet even among the Bedawi the magnificence of the palace was known, and the few who had seen Damsawat had confirmed that the stories did not exaggerate the splendor of the palace. Even from this distance, Zamia could see that they had spoken truly. Outside the great city walls, they came to two long buildings that stank powerfully of horses. There the doctor handed the mules over to a stooped man wearing ridiculous city clothes. They then proceeded on foot, making their way through the city's massive gates and into an even denser press of people. Zamia had to remind herself that this was not some feverish dream.
There is so much stone and brick. The very air is thick with it.
She forced herself to stop staring about like a sun-dazzled child. More astonishing than the buildings were the people. If she had thought there was a great mass of them on the road into the city, she saw 100 times more of them now as she passed through the streets. The densest gatherings of men Zamia had ever seen were the village and pilgrimage sites to the northeast. She'd been shocked when she saw those places, with their 100 roofs and buildings of 2 stories. But this was impossible. A riotous mix of clothing and complexions. It was terrifying. Men's and women's scents bled together with 1,000 others, and countless people darted in and out of her peripheral vision. How could she scent out enemies in a crowd like this?
"There are so many people here,"
she said without meaning to.
"You should have seen it on our way out of here,"
the old man bellowed. He turned to Rashid.
"We'll get home twice as quick, I think."
Zamia had trouble imagining the streets being any more crowded. Veiled Rugali women lined the street, grinding sweet-smelling spice with pestles the size of war clubs. Girls in gym-thread half-robes walked arm in arm with soft, wealthy-looking men. 2 boys led small goats along the edge of the crowd. She even saw 2 men wearing the camel calf suede of Bedouin tribesmen. She avoided their eyes, but they seemed more interested in the city itself than in the odd sight of a young tribeswoman alone in the jewel of Abyssine. Zamia tried to ignore all of the beast and people sense as best she could. The sights were confusing enough. A hard-faced man jumped in her path. Zamia tensed for a fight, weighing the risks of taking the shape in this unfamiliar place. The man, smelling of deceit, shook a leather cup and screamed about triangle dice. Before Zamia could do anything, the doctor elbowed the man away, spitting something about rigged games of chance. The man bowed mockingly and turned to his next potential player. Again she resisted the urge to turn on her heel and run at lion speed back into the desert. But she thought of her father, who had been to Dam Sawa'at once in his youth. This gave her strength. If Nader bin Ulaith Bedawi had visited this monstrous place and lived to tell the tale, surely his daughter could honor his memory by doing the same. Thoughts of her father and of his fate filled her with increasing resolution. She reminded herself that the path to vengeance, the only thing she lived for now, moved through this sandstorm of a city and its colorful carpet of hundreds of people? Thousands? She did not have words for the number of people who must live in such a place. They continued down the street slowly, the press of the crowd preventing them from moving any faster. Every few moments she looked to her left to make sure the doctor was still there. She'd fought against the fiercest warriors of rival tribes. She'd killed a ghoul. But Zamia found herself as frightened now as she'd ever been in her life. What if she were to get separated from the old man? How would she find her way back to him? Amidst the trackless dunes of the desert, she could follow anyone or anything. But here, with all of these buildings and carts and smells and sounds and people, this city could swallow me whole, and no one would notice. She stepped even closer to Abdullah Makhloud, and her voice came out as a whisper. "How many people live in Dam Sawa'at?" The old man smiled in a way that made her feel like a fool, though she did not think that was his intention.
"My dear," he began, "how many people were in your band?"
"Around 50 most years."
"And how many bands make up your tribe?"
"Around 100. We have a tribal council once every 3 years."
Her dry eyes stung with recalled tears of frustration as she thought of the last tribal council she'd attended, only 1 year ago. But despite the unjust treatment her band had received at the last council, Zamia swelled with pride, remembering the huge masses at the gatherings of the Benu Ulaith. She raised her chin as she spoke.
"The Benu Ulaith Bedawi are a great tribe. Our numbers when we gather are fearsome. The gathered tents dot the dunes like—"
She trailed off, realizing how ridiculous she was about to sound. The old man cleared his throat, pretending not to notice her embarrassment.
"Imagine your whole tribe gathered, then 99 more tribes of the same size, then next to them 100 more tribes of the same size, 200 of your tribal gatherings next to each other and on top of one another. That is how many people are in this city before you."
The pride in his voice was unmistakable. For a moment she thought the old man was lying to her. But why should he? Still, how could so many all live in the same place? How could they breathe? How could they move from place to place without going mad? She asked the doctor these questions, knowing she would sound naive, but not quite caring. The old man laughed and said, Why, my dear, I go a bit more mad every time I step out my front door. That is the true test of a living city. Remind me to tell you about the time it took me 2 full days to get from the Lane of Monkeys to the far gardens."
The crowd opened up a bit as the doctor and the dervish led her through a great paved square lined with statues. Zamia was so focused on staying close to the doctor that she took no real notice of the statues until she was right next to one. It was a depiction of one of the angels, she realized. When she looked into its eyes, she froze in her tracks at the beauty she saw. The Binu Laith Bedawi traded vigorously enough that small bits of the city carver's fine stone craftwork sometimes came into tribesmen's hands, inevitably displayed with an untribesman-like vanity and affectation that had always irritated Zamia. But the work here, on these statues, the way their eyes were full of life. The doctor tugged at her arm.
"I know, child. Even after all these years, I am sometimes awestruck by their beauty. But let us move on."
Again he smiled with pride, as if he were a chieftain, and this city his band. They walked a bit more, and the buildings they passed now were clearly the homes of poorer folk. People on the street called out greetings to the doctor, eyeing Zamia curiously but asking no questions. They finally came to a stop before a tall building of whitish stone, with 2 sad-looking clumps of thorn clover sitting before it in earthen pots. Using a large iron key, the doctor opened the front door. He stood there for a moment, then raised his palms skyward and smiled. "Thanks be to God that I am here to set foot on my doorstep again," he bellowed. As soon as they stepped inside, the old man sat down hard on a divan of dark wood, and let out the loudest yawn Zamia had ever heard. He offered her a worn cushion that would have been a prized possession among the Binu Laith Bedawi, but was clearly not appreciated as such by a city man like the doctor. The dervish disappeared into another room, and returned with water in a cool jug, and a plate of nuts and dried fruits. He lit a small olive oil lamp, and the mellow smell of it soothed Zamia. The trio nibbled and sipped for a few minutes, before the dervish spoke.
"I fear I know already what your response will be, Doctor. But I would suggest that our next move should be to inform the Caliph's men of this threat."
The doctor rolled his eyes.
"If you know my response, boy, then there's no need for me to say that the Caliph's attentions on these matters would be more of a hindrance than a help."
Zamia was sure she wore the same cynical look as the doctor. She made a noise in her throat.
"Even the Bedawi know that the Caliph's men are wicked, dervish. The dogs of Damsawat care little for what has happened to the Binu Laith Bedawi."
"Dogs of Damsawat," the doctor repeated. "What is that? Some savage scorn name for city men? You do realize that I am a dog of Damsawat, do you not, girl? Yet you are ready enough to accept my help."
Zamia kept herself from growling at the old man.
"Your help, Doctor? Was it not I that saved you from that foul creature last night?"
"She has a point, Doctor," the dervish chimed in, apparently giving up on his suggestion regarding the authorities. For only the second time, Zamia saw that hard but pretty, fine-featured face register amusement. Again she thought bitterly that, not long ago, had she met this man, her thoughts might have gone quickly to courtship, to the pride with which her father would have entertained the notion of such a match, and the grudging admiration the band would have had for his battle skill. But now such thoughts were useless. The band's memory, demanded the avenging lioness. The marriage-minded girl dishonored them. The doctor muttered about disrespectful children and ran a hand over the endless folds of his caftan. Then he stood and began to pace. "Now, as I said last night, this business with the bloody knife is the purview of the alchemists. My alchemist friends are not home now, but we will call on them at first light. Then I will want you to meet another youngster who has lost kin to these same monsters. The 2 of you are the only ones to witness this threat, and it will help me to hear you speak again, side by side. Zamia could not contain her anger.
More talking? We waste a day, old... Doctor, surely there are others in the city with these skills.
The old man shrugged. A handful. But they all charge very dearly indeed, and they aren't the types to take kindly to savage children who come barging into their shops telling them what they must do, as I've no doubt you would do. Zamia growled. The old man only smiled. Besides, not one of them is as good at what they do as Litaz is. Whatever time we lose in waiting, we will more than gain back due to her aptitude. Now do try to settle yourself. We've much to do tomorrow, and as soon as we have a quarry, we will begin the hunt. The doctor's smile turned hard. You think me a lazy old oaf, and when I look at you, I see an impertinent savage of a girl. But in the name of God, our meeting in battle together brings the heavenly chapters to my mind. O believer, look to the accident that is no accident. We were meant by God to fight this bloody cruelty together, Zamia binu Leith Bedoui, and so we shall. The glint in the ghoul hunter's eyes gave Zamia the first real hope she'd felt in days. It was a vicious, bitter sort of hope, but it was all she had. Nadu binu Leith Bedoui's band would be avenged. For an hour or so, Zamia lay half-dozing on a divan just inside the front door. It felt good, despite the dark thoughts that crept in at the edge of her ease. Then the doctor announced that it was time to eat. Zamia did not understand city people. A shriveled old woman who lived next door to the doctor brought over plates of food. Though she looked nothing like him, Zamia assumed that she was his sister or his mother. Why else would she live so close, and why would she feed him thus? But the woman did not stay to eat with them, and the doctor gave her a coin before she left. It was as rude and shameless as anything Zamia had seen, but then she had heard that city men paid coins for love-making as well. The doctor loaded his plate with thick slices of meat stuffed with a rich green dressing. Pale wine and pistachio lamb, thanks to all-providing God that not everything he sends my way is a maddening trial. The old man filled his cup, guzzled it down, refilled it. Eat, girl! He bellowed, bits of pistachio flying from his mouth as he gestured to the plates before him. We'll be on the move again soon enough, I fear. You'll wish then that you had eaten. He took another long gulp of pale wine. Zamia tried to tell herself that she was not hungry, that she had no room in her for anything but revenge, though she knew it for a lie. The smell set her stomach growling, as if the hungry, thirsty lioness within her were speaking up. With no further prompting from the doctor, she sloshed back half her wine and began to stuff herself with mouthfuls of lamb. After a few bites, though, her stomach began to clench. "This city food is too rich," she said, then drained her cup with a second and third gulp. The dervish smiled a mesmerizing smile. "I couldn't agree more. Zamia binu Leith Bedoui, you will notice that I am eating only fruit and bread and beans, the diet of the pious." She found herself speaking. "You may call me simply Zamia, Rasid." Where did that come from? This cursed wine is too strong. The dervish mumbled something embarrassed-sounding and locked his eyes on his plate. "He is older than me, yet he seems so young." "Well," the old man bellowed, tipsily breaking the tension, "such bird food is suitable enough, perhaps, for little holy men's mouths, but not for a man of my—" He paused, hefting up his big belly with both hands. "A man of my significance." The ghoul hunter turned to Zamia, a note of solicitude entering his voice. "I have spent long decades as a servant of God, you know. I've traveled roads this presumptuous boy has never even heard of. 40 years' worth of days at war with a traitorous angel. Is it so wrong that I should wish to spend my nights like this?" The old man took another big swallow of wine and turned back to Rasid with a troublemaker's smile.
You're as bad sometimes as those humble students you respect so much. Perhaps you should join their stupid little sect, scandalized by ale and dancing and such." He poked a reproving finger at Rashid. "Remember what the chapters say. God speaks through these chapters, not through the mouths of priests. His scriptures are not written upon papyrus, parchment, or vellum. They are marked in men's memories, stamped on men's hearts, engraved in men's souls. Yet your order and the humble students act as if the chapters were written on their lips." He took another drink. "Before their glory faded from Abyssine, the ghoul hunters' ways were unbending in some things, but at least they never claimed to be holy men. God is the most beneficent host, boy. When you've forgotten that, you've forgotten why we fight." His tirade over, the ghoul hunter threw his hands up in exaggerated exasperation. For a while there were only the sounds of eating and the old man's heavy breath. When the meal was done, they sat there silently. Then the doctor's too loud voice shattered the silence. "Speaking of fighting," he said, as if 10 minutes had not passed, "I have been wondering something, Zamia. If, God willing, we find this damned by God servant of the traitorous angel, and we defeat him, what will you do then?" Zamia felt the pleasant haze of the wine burn away in an instant. Why does he bring this up now? It sounded to her as if the ghoul hunter already knew what her answer would be, and disapproved of it. "All that matters is that I kill whoever or whatever has done this. Likely I will die doing so. That is as it should be. Martyrdom for me, vengeance for my band." The whiny cheer was gone from his voice. "Martyrdom. Are you so eager to die, Zamia?" She came to her feet and hissed at the old man. "Why should I wish to live? Everyone I know is dead. My band is dead. I can only pray that my fate is to avenge them before I die myself." The doctor stared at her, and his gaze was hard. "Remember that even fate has its forking roads. Your father saw the touch of the angels upon you and chose you to be protector of the band, though you are female. He understood the chapter that reads, 'Only so many fates for each man, but always a choice.'" The doctor poked idly at the single bean on his plate, the only bit of food that remained there. "But enough grim talk for now. We must see to what we city folk call your sleeping arrangements, and what the Bedouin call some random patch of sandy dirt. Oh, I am sorry, girl, I only jest. But of course we would not shame you by having you sleep in the house of a man, not your husband or father. I don't doubt my neighbor, the old woman who brought our dinner, will set a pallet for you. For a young woman such as—" Zamia growled. "I am not a girl, Doctor. My father did choose me for protector of the band, and that is what I am. The protector sleeps where he must. If you would be so kind to set a pallet here at the foot of the stairs, that will be fine." Beside her, the dervish made a strangled noise. Zamia ignored him, because she could not afford to lose control of herself. "What I want to know," she asked, "is whether we are truly safe here, Doctor. I do not wish to wake to the feeling of my ribcage being cracked open. The one whose ghoul pack we fought, what is to stop him from striking us here?" The doctor yawned and smiled patronizingly. "Sneaking ghouls about within a city is no easy matter, child, and besides, my home is charmed so that no ghoul can cross its threshold." The old man shoved his dirty plate rudely in Rashid's direction and got up from the table. His lazy expression grew urgent again. "Listen to me. One of the Benulaith Bedawi still lives. When she dies, then your band is dead. Until that day, girl, your band lives." He waggled a big finger at her and left the room. She turned to where the dervish had sat, afraid but excited to be alone with him. But when she turned, the little man was gone. Something inside her twisted and untwisted in disappointment and relief. A little while later, a great storm of things flew through Zamia's mind as she lay on her pallet seeking sleep. The sight of her brother with his heart torn out and his eyes shining red, her father's hand clutching a dagger, the sound of ghouls hissing, the smells of this strange city, Rashid's brief smiles, and the doctor's admonitions. "Your band lives," he had said. She had already counted herself half dead, she realized. She'd been acting as if the band of Nader bin Ulayth Bedawi were gone from God's great earth forever. The ghoul hunter, with his city man's love of this one building he called home, did not understand her people. He did not understand what she had lost. But he had started her thinking nonetheless. Home, Zamia thought. For the nomadic Bedawi, it was not a place. The strains of one of her people's most important songs forced its way into her head. It would start with the boys singing, "Home is where my father is. I am a true Bedawi." Then the men would take their turn singing, "Home is where my sons are. I am a true Bedawi." Then all would sing together, "Home is where my band's tents are. I am a true Bedawi." The song was a boastful one, intended to flaunt her people's superiority to the soft villagers and city folk. But now it took on a mournful irony. Her father had joined her mother in death. She had no sons or daughters. The isolation of her band meant that no other band would take her in. How could she ever know a home again? The burning need for revenge had pushed her far, but her body felt as if it would melt from exhaustion. There was nothing more she could do tonight. Nothing, that is, but mourn all she had lost. And so, sure that she was out of the hearing range of her new-found allies, and more tired than she'd ever been, Zamia bin Ulayth Bedawi, for the first time in years, very quietly cried herself to sleep. Part 2. The guardsman did not know how many days he had been held in the red lacquered box. The lid opened, and the gaunt man's hard hands pulled him, naked and whimpering, from the box. The gaunt man threw him to the dirt floor. The guardsman lay there, his throat burning with thirst, trying to remember his name. All he could remember was that he was a guardsman, born in the Crescent Moon Palace and sworn to service there, that the other guardsmen served under him. The gaunt man and his shadow creature would not let him forget that. And he remembered the street thief and the beggar. The gaunt man had killed them both slowly, letting their blood spatter onto his already filthy kaftan. He had made the guardsmen listen to their pleas, made him smell their waste as they soiled themselves in fear. He did not know where he was now. A room, rafters and scrabbling rats. A cellar? A cell? Then he heard the squealing in his mind, and the jackal thing's voice was in his head again.
"Listen to Maowa, once called Hedunawas, who speaketh for his blessed friend. Thou art an honored guardsman, begat and born in the Crescent Moon Palace. Thou art sworn in the name of God to defend it. All of those beneath thee shall serve. Listen to Maowa, who is unseen and unheard by men until he doth strike, who doth laugh away sword blade and arrow, who was remade by the jackal god and freed from his prison by his blessed friend. Listen to Maowa and know no hope. Know that none shall save thee. Maowa doth use his powers to sneak and smuggle and kill his blessed friend's enemies. The fat one, the clean one, the kitten."
The shadow jackal man continued to whisper in the guardsman's mind of blood and bursting lungs. Again he felt hard hands under his armpits. The gaunt man dragged him to the other side of the dark room, where a great black kettle bubbled and hissed and smelled of brimstone, though there was no flame beneath it. The liquid within the kettle looked like molten rubies, and the red glow of it lit the gaunt man's black-bearded face. He felt himself being lifted and plunged into the kettle. He felt his skin being scalded, and somewhere he heard the shameful screaming and pleading of a man who had once been strong. Chapter 7. Zamia Binu Laith Bedowi breathed in the scent of her family's death again. She bolted awake, screaming and growling and reliving that horrible night when she'd found her band.
No, it was just a dream. This is a new night.
She was not in the desert. She was lying on a pallet in Dr. Abdullah Maksud's townhouse. But that cruel crypt scent was still there.
Not just a dream.
Out of the corner of her eye, Zamia saw motion. Something lunged at her. Only her angel-touched reflexes and the years of training with her father saved her. Something almost man-shaped, smashed into the pallet where she had lain a breath space ago.
No! Mao-awa, the man-jackal, is unseen and unheard by men until he doth strike. But the kitten hath scented him.
The thing before her was shadow-black, save for glowing red eyes. Somehow she heard its words with both her ears and her mind. The creature held a vague shape, something like a jackal walking about on a man's two legs, but the edges of its outline whipped and wavered like tent flags in the wind. The reek of her band's death wafted from the creature, the smell of burnt jackal hair and of ancient child blood. Its eyes, they were a brighter version of what she had seen in her dead bandsman. And looking at the abomination before her, Zamia knew that it was this thing that had eaten the souls of her band, of her father. She screamed in fear. The thing lunged at her again, and she barely managed to dodge back from its shadow-wrapped fangs. She shouted,
"Proceed, Doctor! Enemies!"
It came out lioness loud, louder than any girl's shout could be, as she took the shape. When she was younger, she had needed to try, over and over again sometimes, to take the shape. But now it came without thinking, in the space of a breath. One moment she was a woman, the next a great golden lioness. One moment a girl's fear filled her, the next her veins raced with sunlight. With the claws and fangs and gold coat came confidence. She dodged another lunge and growled at the creature.
"Whatever you are, you have murdered the Binu Laith Bedowi. I'll tear out your throat!"
The thing before her made a sickening whine between a dog's and a vile man's.
Mao is alone no more. He hath been found by his blessed friend, and he shall slay the kitten, and the fat one, and the clean one for his blessed friend. Mao doth shiver, knowing how salty sweet will be the kitten's soul of two tastes.
Hearing this thing's voice in her head was disturbing, but her father had taught her years ago to pay attention to an enemy's body rather than their words. Zamia roared again to rouse her allies. Then she leapt at the foul creature before her. Even as she did so, she tried to understand what this monster was. Could her claws cut a shadow? Zamia raked out a left paw and found her answer. The foul thing, Mao-awa, it had called itself, spit and whined and danced back in pain.
The kitten has cut Mao-awa, savage as her father, the cruel cutter of Mao-awa's blessed friend.
The sheer speed of the creature as it leapt at her caught Zamia off guard. She managed to stay a half-step ahead of one snap of its maw, then another,
But she was tiring already, and all signs were that this creature was not. And she was not used to fighting in these cramped conditions. She scrabbled back and tipped over a small bookstand, which pinned her rear paws. God help me! The creature closed, and its scent threatened to overwhelm her. A streak of blue flew at the thing that called itself Mawawa. Rasid! The dervish's sword was out, and he slashed at the creature, drawing its attention away from Zamia. Once, twice, and thrice Rasid's forked sword cleaved into the thing, but it made no mark. "Be careful! This thing, it has the stink of my father's wounds!" Zamia growled. Then she flexed her back legs and shattered the wooden bookstand. Splinters bit into her flesh, but she ignored them. She watched monster and dervish looking for an opening. Again Rasid's sword slashed into Mawawa, but the thing just whined and sneered. Mawawa's fangs missed their mark once, then twice. The creature lashed a forearm across the dervish's chest. Rasid went flying as if he'd been kicked by a horse. Zamia's heart sank into her stomach. Out of the corner of her eye, Zamia saw the old man appear on the stairs, shouting. She ignored the doctor, though, and flew at Mawawa. "Neither sword blade nor prayer doth stop Mawawa. He hath smuggled in the spell-makings. He shall savour the twin tastes of lion and child, while his blessed friend's creatures slay the clean one and the fat one." The creature dodged her strike and threw something at the ground. There was a sound like wind whipping, and suddenly 2 man-sized sandstorms were boiling in the middle of the room. Then the small storms took shape. Arms, legs, fangs. Merciful God, if the desert dunes were made monsters, they would look like this. The man-shaped things snapped their jaws, showing teeth like jagged rocks. One darted out a forked tongue. No, not a tongue. A pink rock viper, the desert's deadliest snake. Zamia saw these creatures come between her and her allies, and that was all of the attention she could spare. The mad, murdering monster before her had earned death, and her only purpose on God's great earth was to kill it. She slashed out again and again, but Mawawa always seemed a step ahead of her blows. That shadow-wreathed snout seemed to sneer. "The kitten does hiss and spit, but she shall die in the mangling maw of Mawawa, once called Heda Nawaz." The other combatants were to her back now. Behind her she heard shouted scripture, Rasid's cries, and magical sounds like small thundercracks. It took all of her discipline not to turn from her foe. Something was on fire, and the smoke, along with the creature's cruel scent, made her gag. She growled loudly. Her band's enemies had fled like children from that growl, but Mawawa just pressed the attack again, coming close enough that Zamia could feel a strange heat coming from its maw. The creature lunged again and missed. She saw her chance. She sprang, seizing the opportunity the overconfident monster had given her. "Given me!" Too late, Zamia realized that it was she who was overconfident. Mawawa was not off balance. The thing had feigned and drawn her in. Her claws raked out and dug deep into shadow flesh, but the creature shifted position, and its black jaws snapped, digging into her ribs. Zamia screamed and hissed and clawed at the thing again. Mawawa stumbled away from her, grievously wounded. But its fangs had done their damage. Now she was aware of nothing but her pain. The pain and a burning red heat that made her whimper. Then there was only darkness. "Merciful God, help me!" Only half believing what he saw, Adula watched 2 sand ghouls come to false life in his library. Zamia was locked in battle with a creature like the shadow of a jackal come to life, the likes of which he'd never seen. Rasid was struggling to his feet. Adula noticed these things, but the sand ghouls were what held his attention. The power involved in raising such creatures from a distance, in commanding them from some unseen place, in subverting the ward spells Adula had worked here, was incalculable.
The number of men that would have had to be murdered and maimed to work these magics. They faced a dire threat indeed. One of the ghouls charged Adula, a snarl etched on its grotesque, almost human features. Adula's hands were already in the pockets of his caftan. He drew forth a small vial and uncorked it with his thumb. The sand ghoul's raking claws were now only inches from Adula's eyes, but he stood his ground calmly, sprinkling crushed ruby in the air before him and reciting, "God is the oasis in the desert of the soul." The ruby dust turned to ash in mid-air. The ghoul collapsed into a pile of loose sand and dead beetles. Adula felt grains of sand and less pleasant things blow across his face as the creature was drained of its animating magic. In a sort of reflection, he felt the drain of the invocation hit him hard. His chest tightened, and a stitch stung his side. After their battle the night before, he didn't have much left in him. Too old, he thought. But even as he thought it, he saw the lion girl fighting desperately against that shadow thing, and watched Rashid trying hopelessly to slay a sand ghoul with his sword. "No, not too old," he told himself. "These children will die if I am." He summoned strength from God alone knew where, and fumbled in his satchel for some remedy against these creatures. He thanked beneficent God aloud when his fingers closed around 3 smooth stones the size of grapes. He gathered the lightning beads, each a swirl of mother-of-pearl, and looked up to see that Rashid had been knocked to the ground again. He was already getting to his feet, but the ghoul he'd been battling now darted toward Adula. Adula twisted as the thing hissed and swung at him. He somehow managed not to be torn open by those rock-like claws, but the flat of the ghoul's great forearm caught him across the chest like an iron bar. He fell backward, landing on his ass with a grunt, the wind knocked out of him. He started to throw the beads, then hesitated. They'd cause a fire, no doubt. His home. But he had no choice. Adula threw. The sand ghoul hissed loudly as the tiny stones struck it. They were sucked immediately into the thing's abdomen, sand shifting away from sand to briefly reveal a writhing mass of scorpions and shiny black beetles. Adula spoke the invocation. "God is the lightning that strikes thrice!" It was slurred with pain and regret, but it was enough. There was a loud but muffled noise, like a peal of thunder wrapped in a wool blanket, and the sand ghoul froze in its tracks. Then another muffled peal, and another as the beads exploded inside the creature. Sheets of lightning fire shot out from the sand ghoul's midsection, scalding the arm Adula threw up to protect his face. Small fires caught in the room and spread with magical speed. Adula could smell paper burning, and wondered in agony what books and scrolls he was losing. He saw his furniture catch fire, the very walls of his home aflame. Then the invocation's drain hit him, and he collapsed, pain and smoke filling his mind. Rashid watched one of the sand ghouls crumble from the doctor's invocation, and thanked God as he faced off against the second one. He had never fought sand ghouls before, though the doctor had spoken of them. It was not like fighting bone ghouls or water ghouls. No matter how many times Rashid swung his sword, the blade found no flesh to bite. Every thrust slid into loose sand, and it took every bit of Rashid's skill just to dodge the ghoul's blows as he freed his sword. "Almighty God, what can I do against such a monster?" But his thoughts were dashed out of him as the creature slammed him to the ground with a great grainy fist. He came to his feet quickly, and saw the doctor toss something at the ghoul, and speak an invocation before passing out. There was a thundercrack sound, and Rashid threw up an arm to shield himself from a sheet of fire. He turned his face from the blast, and saw Zamia fighting that shadow creature. Rashid's skin and silks were singed, but he ignored the pain. When he turned back to the sand ghoul, he saw that the doctor's invocation had had a remarkable effect. At the sounds of the small explosions, the creature had stopped moving, incapacitated by whatever passed for pain in such a monster. The magical heat of the explosions had caused the palm-tree-thick midsection of the sand ghoul to melt into glass. The melted remains of scorpions and centipedes clouded the glass with black. The sand ghoul was stopped in its tracks. Small fires burned about the room, catching and spreading with astonishing speed.
But Rashid focused on his enemy. He knew an opportunity when he saw one. Glass could be broken. He sheathed his sword, extended his right arm, and pointed his fist at the sand ghoul. With a loud shout that focused his soul, he flew forward, thrusting his fist into the thing's stomach. If it has a stomach. There was an ear-splitting crack, then a thick tinkling sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Rashid felt countless splinters of hot glass digging into his skin, from his knuckles all the way up his arm to his elbow. But he was focused, and not a glimmer of pain made it through his training. Praise God. In a blur of movement he withdrew his arm from the monster's midsection. The sand ghoul collapsed in a rain of sand, broken glass, and dead centipedes. Rashid turned from the waist-high pile before him, scanning the room. The whole house was filling with smoke and fast-spreading fire. The townhouse walls were blackening with flame. The doctor lay moaning in pain, but did not seem to be badly wounded. A golden lion, Zamia, squatted in the corner, growling and whimpering as she bled. Rashid's breath caught in his throat. The jackal creature, clearly wounded, struggled to stand and make its way to the window. It whined as shadow stuff whirled about it in tattery flags. Rashid heard it speak somehow in his mind, even as he moved toward it. "No! Mawawa hath been cut and bitten. Might this mean his death? No, his blessed friend shall heal him. His blessed friend shall sit on the cobra throne, while Mawawa's howls doth hound the air." The thing clawed at the lattice window, splintering the dark wood and howling in pain. Before Rashid could reach it, it leapt from the second-story window to the hard-packed dirt road below. The fall will kill it, Rashid half-hoped. But as the thing hit the ground, it seemed to simply melt away. He himself had a remarkable skill in stealth, but this was different. Mawawa did not hide. It joined with the lamp shadows. The thing had fled, but it was not dead. Rashid could sense that much. It was Rashid's duty to pursue, but his eyes were drawn to the limp forms of Zamia and the doctor. They needed him now. The tribeswoman had changed shape again in the space of a moment. He felt his heart would burst, seeing this girl of 5 and 10 years with a grisly wound in her side. The doctor moaned and sat up, coughing from the smoke around them. The flames blazed hotter, the wood of divan and bookshelf cracking and popping in the fires. Zamia whimpered. Only her mouth moved, making pained, pleading sounds. His gaze returned to the street below. "Oh God, is it wicked to let such a monster flee just to save the lives of friends?" But even as his soul asked Almighty God for guidance, his body choked from smoke and moved to Zamia's side. Suddenly a glowing green light filled the townhouse. As he reached Zamia, he saw 100 tiny hands the color of seawater stamping at the flames and waving away smoke. Magic, but not the sort of spell the doctor worked. Whatever it signified, Rashid didn't care. All that mattered was Zamia's wound, which was bubbling and hissing horribly, as if with an alchemist's acids. Rashid felt tears filling his eyes, and not only from the smoke. He felt the doctor's large hand on his shoulder and heard that gruff voice in his ear. "Come, boy! Help has arrived!" Rashid snarled at his mentor. "We should not have brought her here, Doctor! She's just a child!" An incoherent cry escaped from his throat. "We should not have brought her!" He was startled by the sudden impulse to strike the doctor. The doctor winced from the smoke and the pain of his wounds. "Snap out of it, boy! I said there is help here!" Rashid saw more than felt, a bony red-black hand on his forearm. Daoud, Litas, the doctor's friends. The smoke filled his eyes and his mind. He let himself be guided out of the burning townhouse, only half aware of what was happening. The next thing he knew, he was standing in front of his ruined, soot-blackened home. The spell fires were already dying, but they had done their damage. The doctor sat on the street, his head in his hands. His Sioux friends, The tall, bald Magus Daoud and his wiry little wife Litaz stood beside him, gently setting Zamia's unmoving body onto a litter.
"The fire's been dealt with,"
Daoud was saying to the dazed-looking doctor.
"We got to it before it could spread to the neighbors. My magics keep them from seeing or smelling what has happened here. But what in the name of God has happened here, Adula? And who is she?"
The doctor stuttered, obviously trying to regain his wits. Rashid heard himself doing the same thing.
"Questions for later,"
he heard Litaz's voice say from somewhere.
"Whoever she is, she's dying here. We have to get her to our home. Now! Rashid!"
He realized he'd been staring uselessly at Zamia's unmoving form, her soot-stained face, and her closed, long-lashed eyes. Again he tried to speak, but his throat burned from smoke and tears. Ash caked his silks.
"Auntie,"
he finally managed. The little Sioux alchemist's voice was sharp, and her blue-black features were stern.
"We've brought a litter,"
she said, the rings in her twist-locked hair clicking as she nodded toward the wood and leather frame.
"Help me carry it."
His hands and feet moving without his seeming to will it, Rashid obeyed her command. As they lifted the litter, Zamia shrieked once in pain. Rashid felt as if the sound were tearing out his insides. Zamia grimaced and then fell silent.
"There's hope here yet,"
Litaz said.
"Move, boy!"
Rashid blinked away more tears, and he moved. Chapter 8. In the hour or so that was neither night nor morning, the scholars' quarter of the great city of Damsawat was quiet. The most indefatigable of the street people had finally gone to bed, even if bed was merely a bit of dirt lane. The first of the cart drivers, porters, and shopkeepers would not hit the street for another hour or so. Litaz, daughter of Likami, stared out her cedar-framed window, rubbing her temples and thanking merciful God for small blessings. The soothing quiet had made the first part of her work a bit easier. The busy, rough scholars' quarter was usually so noisy that its name, a vestige of the city's long past, Adula had told her, seemed an intentional irony. But Litaz prided herself that she, her husband, and their old friend Adula kept the bookish appellation from becoming a total lie. Ages after the neighborhood's sages and students had been replaced by cheap shopmen and pimps, the three of them ensured that learning still lived in the quarter. That their learning pertained to unnatural wounds and creatures made of grave beetles made no difference. Litaz turned from the window and considered the half-dead girl lying on the low couch before her. Her coarse hair splayed across the cushions. The tribeswoman's labored breathing was the loudest sound in the room, a sharp contrast to a few hours ago, when they'd come charging in with a dying, angel-touched girl on a litter. The wound was like none Litaz had ever seen. The tribeswoman had been bitten, though not so badly as to be life-threatening. But within the wound, it was as if the girl's soul had been poisoned rather than her body. It didn't fit any of Litaz's formulae. Praise God that Daoud, as he had in so many of their past healings, had intuited what to do. Her own tonics and wound poultices had stabilized the girl's health, but it had been Daoud's powers, his mastery of the weird green glow that rose from within him as his hands snaked back and forth above the girl's heart, that had truly brought her from the brink of death. The smell of brewing cardamom tea brought her out of her thoughts. She could hear Daoud in the next room, clinking cup against saucer for her. Making each other's tea was half the reason they had such a happy marriage. It was one of the most important lessons of alchemy, one that had stuck with her from the first days, when she'd left behind the stifling lifestyle of a lady of the Sioux court to pursue her training. Simple things ought not be taken for granted. She'd seen a horned monster from another world kill a man because of a small error in a summoning circle. She'd seen a husband and a wife grow to hate each other because they'd forgotten each other's naming days. A shout came in the window from the street, a late drunk or an early cartman. As if in response, the Bedouin girl,
Zamia, Adula had called her, made a pained noise. Litaz said a silent prayer for the girl and worried over the limits of her own healing craft. She pulled a clay jar from one of the low visiting room shelves and scooped a handful of golden yam candies from it. The sweet, earthy flavor filled her mouth and calmed her. They were expensive, these tiny reminders of home, but there was nothing quite like them.
"You deserve the whole jar of them, hard as you have worked these past few hours. I think the girl will live because of it."
Her husband came into the room bearing a tea tray in his bony, careworn hands. Concern for her was etched on his wizened, red-black face.
"Where are Adula and Rasid?"
she asked. He jutted his henna'd goatee at the stairway.
"Both upstairs. The boy is in some kind of self-recriminating meditation. Adula is mourning his home and racking his brain regarding this attack."
Litaz had been doing the same since Adula had hurriedly explained that the girl was angel-touched and described the creature that had attacked her.
"It would not be madness enough,"
some sliced-off, calloused part of her thought,
"for our Adula to bring us a dying Bedawi girl. She should have to be a shape-changer too."
As though seized by her old friend's soul, Litaz snorted out a bitter laugh. She took a teacup from Daoud and sipped as she sat by the girl's side. The tribeswoman wore a pained grimace as she slept. Again Litaz found herself troubled by the strangeness of the girl's malignant wound. For decades she had traveled with her husband and their various companions, dealing with creatures and spells that most men thought unfathomable. But Litaz knew that everything in this world could be analyzed. The ghouls, the jinn, balls of fire, and bridges made from moon rays. All of it made sense if one understood the formulae. She had given up years ago on searching for liqueurs of agelessness and turning copper into gold that stays gold. Nor did she waste her talents on the stupid duties that employed the city's handful of other master alchemists. Working for weeks at a time to separate alloys or encourage crops and make rich men richer was not a way to spend a life, no matter the wealth such work might bring. But helping hurt people was different. Looking at the girl's wound again, Litaz once more set to work as an assessor of things. She had only ever read about soul-killing. It was new to her, though she knew it was an ancient magic. What mattered here, though, was that it had nearly killed a girl in the home of her and her husband's closest friend. That made it their problem, too. She set down her teacup and put a hand to the carved wooden clip that held up her long twistlocks. Daoud, her opposite in so many ways, had often teased her that it was a fussy Eastern Sioux hairstyle. Years ago he'd proposed that she shave her head, like one of his red-black countrywomen from the Western Republic. The thought still horrified her. Her husband stepped wordlessly to her side and put his hand on her back. She felt the pressure of his long, strong fingers, and thanked God, not for the first time, that someone so unlike her could be such an inseparable part of her. Litaz heard a noise on the stairs and turned to see Adula wearily making his way down them. Daoud's hand left her back, and he went over to embrace their friend. She didn't really see the pain in Adula's heavy-lidded eyes until she heard him speak in a voice not his own, the small voice of a weak man.
"My home. Daoud, my home, it...
He trailed off, his eyes shining with tears, and his big, broad shoulders slumped. It troubled her to see Adula this way. He was not easily shaken. Her husband stepped back from embracing his friend, and shook the ghoul hunter by his shoulders.
"Listen to me. Look at me, Adula. God is the most merciful. Do you hear me? It will take money to repair and time, but 6 months from now you'll be back where you started, minus a few old books and scrolls."
Adula swallowed and shook his head.
6 months from now I'll probably be a crimson-eyed corpse whose soul has been severed from God.
With their main patient resting, Litaz and Daoud tended to Adula's bruises and tender ribs. Their friend sat with vacant eyes as they worked, flinching in pain but saying nothing. Afterwards, He fell into a deep, snoring sleep on a pile of cushions in the greeting-room corner. Then, with Adullah's hard-eyed young assistant insistently keeping watch, she and Daoud slept as well. Upon waking a few hours later, Litaz made more tea, and Abdullah thanked her for it as if she had saved his mother's life. He was a bit less inconsolable after his rest, grim planning clearly giving him purpose.
That jackal thing that calls itself Ma'awa and its mysterious blessed friend, they must be stopped. Somewhere out there is a ghoul maker more powerful than any I've ever faced. I fear for our city,
Abdullah said. He took a long, messy slurp of tea and wiped the excess from his beard.
Your city, my friend, not ours.
Some resentful part of her protested. She'd lived in and loved Damsawat for decades now, but the older she grew, the more she pined to return to the Sioux Republic. This city had given her meaningful work and more exciting experiences than she could count. But it was in this dirty city that her child had died. It was in this too-crowded city that her husband had grown older than his years. She did not want to die saving this place, not without having seen home again. She spoke none of this, of course, and she sat complacently as Daoud said,
"Whatever help you need from us is yours, brother of mine. Whatever this is you are facing, you will not face it alone."
For a long while the three of them sat sipping tea. Then Daoud spoke again, a hard smile on his face as he poked a long finger at Abdullah.
"You know, despite the dangers facing you, you should thank beneficent God. Thank him that we live 2 doors down, that we came home late at night rather than in the morning, that we were walking home when we saw the smoke from your house."
At the word house, Abdullah sighed, his eyes wet and shining. He thanked Litaz again for the tea, stood, and walked forlornly out the front door. Daoud stood with a grunt and followed Abdullah. She heard the men walk slowly away from the shop, talking however men talked when they were alone with one another. Litaz set sad thoughts aside and went to check on Zamia. The girl's teeth had unclenched, and she slept untroubled now. It was time to apply the second poultice. Litaz placed a small pot of mixed herbs over the hearth. A few minutes later they began to boil, leaving behind a sticky residue. She removed the girl's bandage and cleaned the wound again. Then with a small wooden paddle, she applied the still-hot muck from the pot. She watched her poultice burn magically away from the wound, absorbing the girl's pain. Wisps of smoke curled into the air, leaving half-healed flesh in their wake. Using her other hand, she pushed pressure points on the girl's palms. As if struck by lightning, Zamia sat up and screamed until she was out of breath. Then she sucked in a great gulp of air and screamed again. Litaz felt badly for the neighbors, but they were used to the cries of the afflicted that sought relief in her skills. Rashid jumped up from the pile of cushions where he'd been sleeping.
"Auntie, what?"
he said, blinking sleep from his tilted eyes and going for his sword.
"Go back to sleep, Rashid. All is well here. The screaming is a good sign, evidence that the girl's soul is still strong."
Even as Litaz spoke, Zamia lay back, falling into a deep sleep. Daoud and Abdullah entered the room, drawn by the screams. Just as well. It was now Daoud's turn to treat the more metaphysical pain that consumed the girl. He looked a question at Litaz, and she nodded. He crouched before Zamia's sleeping form, his hands moving in slow, serpentine circles as they hovered an inch from the girl's boyish body. He closed his eyes and winced as if he were in pain. A slight glow of green surrounded his hands. He kept his eyes closed tight, and his hands danced until the glow faded, and her husband collapsed onto a stool, clutching at his chest.
"It's been a long time since he strained his powers so. It's aging him almost before my eyes."
Litaz thought again of their homeland, and prayed that her husband would live to see it once more before the body costs of his calling claimed him. She ran to him, and placed an arm around his bony shoulders. He spoke through clenched teeth, clearly exhausted.
"It is time to wake her." "Wake her?"
The dervish frowned at them.
"Forgive me, auntie, uncle, but she has been grievously wounded. We must let her rest, yes?"
The boy nosed in where he didn't belong, and there was something behind it.
"Does he think he loves her?"
Litaz wondered.
"The girl was too close to death, Rashid. She must be awakened, if she can be awakened, in order to remember that she is still alive. There will be time to let her rest later."
She turned to her juniper wood case and removed a vial full of big pinkish salt grains, bringing the vial over to the Bedawi girl and placing it under her nose. Litaz pulled out the stopper and turned her own nose away from it. Zamia jerked upright. She began to cough and moan in pain. As she coughed, blood stained her mouth and nostrils.
"Thank Almighty God."
Though Rashid looked terrified, Litaz knew the blood was a sign of further recovery.
"She just might make it through this all right."
Rashid was now close at the girl's side, clearly wanting to do something, but not knowing what that something was.
"What is happening to her?"
he shouted. Litaz rubbed her temples and forced patience. She pushed the boy back and dabbed away the girl's blood.
"It is hard to explain, Rashid. We have for a few moments fooled her soul into thinking it is in an unwounded body. Her soul will be forced into remembering this attachment. She will wake, in shock, but aware and able to speak. Then she will need rest before we complete our treatment. If God wills it, the bonds that he has tied between body and soul will reattach."
Litaz stood back, and a moment later the girl opened her bright green eyes.
Did I kill it?"
were her first words. There was no need to ask what she meant. To Litaz's surprise, and she would swear his own as well, Rashid stepped forward to answer her.
"You gave me an opening, but I failed. Zamia binu Laith Bidawi."
He bowed deeply, shame etched on his face.
"I beg you, accept my apologies, but know that it was your valor that drove the creature off."
The boy fell silent and took a step back, looking ashamed to have spoken.
"Ah,"
Litaz thought, thinking on the beautiful, foolish ways of young people.
"He doesn't think he loves her. He worries he loves her."
The girl spoke strongly in response to the dervish's words, as if she'd been awake half the day and had not been sitting between death's teeth mere moments ago. Another good sign.
"What did you expect?"
she said.
"I was trained by my father."
Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep again. When afternoon came, Litaz sat with Daoud and Abdullah in the kitchen over small bowls of goat's milk and cherry fruit, discussing their next moves. Rashid, as usual, stood. "So, what now?" her husband asked. Abdullah's whiskers were tinted with burgundy. He wiped his face on his sleeve, and the stain slid sorcerously away as he spoke. "In the past day and a half I've fought bone ghouls and sand ghouls and some half-mad thing I've no name for. The man who commands these creatures must be found. I took this from the girl. It belonged to her father," Abdullah said, producing an ornate curved dagger and laying it on the table before him. "We were, in fact, planning to visit you before—" He stopped, swallowed, and went on weakly. "Before these monsters attacked us. I'd hoped that your scrying spells might—" A wordless cry, Zamia's, broke in from the sitting room. They all rushed to her. The tribeswoman was awake, but she ignored their hails. She lay there squinting and craning her neck, as if concentrating fiercely on something unseen.
"Ah, she is trying to take the lion's shape,"
Litaz realized, and she was apparently unable to do so. Zamia's eyes grew wide and wild, and she started to thrash about. It was Daoud who finally stepped forward and laid a calming hand on the girl's forehead.
"Settle down now, child. I said settle down." Thank merciful God that you are still alive. We have brought you back before death could quite snap its jaws on you. But my wife is tired, and you have no idea the costs of a magus's magics. Lay still and don't waste our work."
It was as close to tender as he ever got with a patient. But the girl jerked back.
"A magus? You worked your wicked magics on me? Oh, God, protect me, the shape has been taken from me. Better to have died."
A lion-like growl came from somewhere within her. Not 10 hours ago, the child had been dead in most of the ways that matter, and now she was well enough to be fiercely displaying Bedowi prejudices. Litaz couldn't take all of the credit here. The girl's angel-touched healing powers were truly wondrous. Adula ran a hand over his beard and fumed at the bedridden girl.
"Better to have died, eh? Damn you, girl. Asking no questions and taking no coin, my friends have exhausted themselves to heal you. Worked wonders with spell supplies that cost a year of workman's wages, not to mention the deeper costs. And you repay them with this savage superstition."
With each exasperated word, Adula's color deepened. Litaz wondered whether Adula knew what he was doing here. A bit of provocation like this could be good for rousing the girl's spirits to a temporary rally before she passed back into a deeper recuperative sleep. Or if he was just taking out anger on a barely living child. She stepped over to him and laid a hand on his arm, but he went on.
"If Daoud had let you die, girl, your band would go unavenged. Isn't vengeance what you live for? Killing and codes of honor and all that."
He turned to Rashid.
"God save us from obsessed, ungrateful children. No wonder your eyes go so googly when you look at her, boy. You found your mate of the soul."
Zamia scowled at Adula, and Rashid mumbled some outraged denial. Adula went on.
"He won't so much as smile at pretty city girls, but put a plain-faced savage who kills in the name of the angels before him, and his soul's all aflame. Oh, stop your sputtering protests, boy, so insistent on denying the obvious. Yes to head-chopping, no to kissing."
He looked to the sky.
"How in the name of God did I become part of such a world?"
He turned back to Zamia.
"Listen to me. This was the only way to save you. You owe Daoud and his wife thanks. Indeed, were they living by your barbarous Bedowi codes, you would owe them some sort of ridiculous life debt, no?"
Zamia growled a sulky little lion growl.
"How does she make lion noises with a girl's throat?"
The scholar in Litaz wanted to know. The girl nodded once at Daoud, and pushed words out as if each one wounded her.
"The doctor is right. You did save my life, and I owe you a debt."
Daoud patted the girl's shoulder with a dark, bony hand, but Zamia looked at it as if a rock snake had dropped onto her. Her husband spoke bemusedly.
"Where does this fear come from, young one? Stories you heard round the campfire, where the magi are all dressed in red robes, cackling amidst mountains of skulls, drinking blood from a chalice while the newborn babe cries on the altar? Humph! Such dark assumptions from a girl who grows golden fur and rips out throats with her teeth?"
Zamia lifted her chin, her scraggy hair falling back.
"The shape is a gift from the angels. Where does your foul power come from?"
Litaz was thankful her husband was being patient with the child. He could be a hard man with anyone but Litaz. When he spoke, though, he still wore the same bitter smile.
"God gave me my gifts. I draw my power, girl, from my own life-blood, from the days that I have left in this world. Now, you still owe my wife thanks, do you not?"
At this he turned and walked out of the room. Zamia said nothing for a moment, then dipped her head.
"I have been remiss with rightful gratitude, Auntie. I thank you for your aid and beseech God's blessings upon you." "So there are some doorways in that wall of tribal pride and distrust. Good. God's blessings fall on he who helps others, Litas quoted. Just remember that the next time you are in a position to do so.
The tribeswoman started to ask a question, but Litas cut her off.
You've done too much talking already, child, and you are not in the clear yet. If Almighty God wills it, your shape-changing powers will return to you in time. But now is the time for rest.
Litas filled a mug from the pot of hemlock tonic that had been steeping on the stove and gave it to the girl.
You will wake every few hours now, and that is best. It will keep your body from forgetting that you live. Each time you wake, you must force yourself to look around and talk a bit. Then you must take one long draw from this mug before you fall back asleep. No more than that if you wish to wake again. Do you understand?
The girl, already growing tired, nodded sleepily.
Good. Now take that first draw.
The girl did, and a moment later she sat up energetically in bed and started fidgeting impatiently. Good. The other herbs in the tonic needed to overstimulate her for a few minutes before the hemlock could force her into a restful sleep. At that moment, Adula trundled down the stairs, bellowing, "Head-do know us! That is what the foul creature said of itself. I know that name, Litas. I've read it somewhere. History, an old romance." He looked at her beseechingly, but she was quite sure she'd never read whatever book Adula had half recalled. Her friend cracked his bumpy knuckles irritably, then slumped his shoulders. "Of course, whichever book it was is a heap of wet ashes now." Litas saw Zamia trying to stand and laid a restraining arm across the girl's flat chest. Zamia slurred angrily.
You had knowledge of this murdering thing and you don't remember?
The girl's voice was scornful, but weaker, drug-heavy. Good. She would be asleep in moments. Adula showed what passed for patience with the wounded child. "Well, if I'd memorized every book in my library, my dear, I'd have had no need for a library."
City men and their books.
Despite the drugs and the wound, the girl's savage haughtiness seemed to animate her.
If this knowledge had belonged to my people,
the girl hissed with surprising strength,
it would be passed down in song and story, so that 10 men would know.
Litas saw the patience flee her old friend's eyes. "And tell me, where is all of that knowledge now, Zamia Benulaith Bedoui?" The tribeswoman wore the memory of dead family on her face. Adula's words were cruel, but Litas knew her friend well enough to know where they came from. He mourned his books as much as the girl did her tribesmen, and he no doubt found it hard to stand by while this supposedly ignorant savage of a girl made mock of his life of word-gathering. Still, this was too much excitement. A line was being crossed that could hurt the girl's recovery. Litas placed a hand on Adula's arm. It was enough. The ghoul hunter threw his hands up and looked disgusted with himself. I need to think. Some fresh air." He blurted and bolted for the door, slamming it behind him. The girl narrowed her emerald eyes in her own apparent self-disgust, as if she were willing the lioness within her to kill the weak little girl. She mumbled something about revenge, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. Rashid started after Adula, but Litas dissuaded him. The ghoul hunter needed to be alone with his thoughts, not preached at by a boy a fraction of his age. Litas looked at Zamia and allowed herself a moment to celebrate her own skill. Because of her efforts, Zamia just might live. Then she looked at her front door, which Adula had just slammed. He would live, too, despite his pain. She took a deep breath. Dam Sawa'at was already half-mad with the tension between the Falcon Prince and the new Caliph. Now there was this threat. She hated being dragged back into this bleak world of cruel magics and monster hunting. But somehow, this would work out, she told herself. Somehow God would guide them through this, and then perhaps she and Daoud would finally return home and leave this thrilling, beautiful, damned by God city behind them.
Chapter 9. Abdullah slammed the heavy wooden door to his friend's shop behind him. How low had he sunk, shouting at a half-dead child. Though he called her girl, he had begun to think of Zamia as a lioness or a desert stone. He reminded himself that she was a child, even if she was also more than that. Dawood stood a few yards away from the shop, his arms folded, staring out at the street. The Magus turned at the noise Abdullah made and arched a white eyebrow at him. Abdullah was in no mood for more talking. He tried to stride past his friend, but Dawood's talon of a hand grabbed Abdullah's arm. "Are you all right?" Abdullah laughed mirthlessly. "Ha! All right! The love of my life wants nothing to do with me except to avenge her dead niece. I have a savage girl's near death on my soul. I'm old and ready to die, and God is testing me with monsters fouler than I've ever faced. My home—" And here Abdullah knew his voice cracked. "My home is charred and smoking, and every book I've ever owned is gone. On top of all of this, my dreams are of rivers of blood in the streets." Dawood stroked his henna'd goatee and frowned. "Rivers of blood? I had almost the same dream, but it was in the Republic." That news did not help Abdullah's mood. "Well, it seems that we dream prophets are a dirham a dozen. May it please God to make us both false prophets." Dawood nodded grimly. "Walk with me," he said, and they began a slow stroll up the block. Abdullah filled his lungs and emptied them, calming himself. "It's just too much, brother of mine. God has given me more than I can carry." A man with a camel plodded by, mumbling happily to his animal. The Magus put a thin hand on Abdullah's shoulder, gripping fat and muscle. "Not alone. Do you understand? You will not carry it alone." Dawood was talking about taking on these creatures with him, as they had done in years past. Abdullah couldn't let this happen. "I can't ask that of you two. Name of God, I'm sorry to have involved you as much as I have. This thing that tried to kill your little lion girl, Abdullah, it frightens me. You know how much it takes to frighten me. You know the things I have seen, because you have seen them too. But soul-touching that wound. The creature that bit Zamia is like cruelty, cowardice, treachery given form. I could feel it. But twisted up inside all of that was something even worse. A grisly kind of loyalty. Loyalty to a very powerful man. There is something wicked at work here that I cannot ignore. Something that would never let my wife and me sleep quietly in our beds. I know you feel it too." A stream of screaming children shot down the street, playing some chase game. Abdullah wiped a hand across his beard, feeling spent, though it was barely afternoon. I hate to think of what sort of man that thing calls friend." He shook himself and stole a sidelong look at Dawood. Perhaps he felt like talking after all. "How are you? Those healing magics you worked. Well, we're none of us as young as we used to be." Dawood smiled sadly. "And you are thinking some of us are growing old more quickly than others, eh? How am I? Worn out, Abdullah. 3/4 dead, the same as your fat old ass, or worse. But it would not matter to me if my wife did not seem younger and younger than me each year." They'd had this discussion many times before. Dawood was not quite 5 and 10 years older than his wife, but her vitality made her seem younger, while the physical toll of Dawood's sort of spells made him seem older. Most folk would guess there was 30 years separating them. Over the decades, Abdullah had had friends with grim diseases or horrible old injuries. Some catastrophes came to fill a certain place in people's lives, like a second spouse or an extra demanding child. So it was with Dawood and the withering costs of a Magus's magics. A pleasing breeze cut between the buildings, and Dawood breathed it in.
There were times," the Magus chuckled ruefully, "that I thought I wanted such a thing. A so much younger wife. What man does not? But now, I do not know. Part of me just wants to let her go. To make her go home to the Republic. How many times are we going to have this conversation, brother of mine? We both know you couldn't live without her. Besides, you act as if it were your choice, as if Litas would ever let you go. And make her go. Ha! I would like to see that." Adula felt a familiar small sting of jealousy. He had always admired Litas. She was brilliant, even-handed, and simply one of the prettiest women Adula had ever known. More than once he had had love-making dreams of her, had woken half-wishing she was his. Once every few years, over a chance meal together when Dawood happened not to be around, Adula found himself wishing it again for an evening, but he took such moments for the fancies they were. Adula was happy for his friends. Their two lives had long ago become one. Of that there could be no doubt. Adula had never known such a love. He did not hold Miri El Musa any less dear than Dawood held Litas, but a 20 years' flame was different than a wife, as Miri had reminded him, tearfully and testily over the years, before she had told him never to visit her again. He shook off his morose heart's musings. There was work to be done, but he had little to go on. If he knew the name of the ghoul-maker, the man this thing Mawawa called Blessed Friend, he could cast a tracking spell. Sadly, the names the jackal creature had called itself, Mawawa, Hedunawas, would not serve for such a spell, but they might still be of use, if only Adula could recall where he'd heard them before. Again he tried to force open his memory, and again he drew a blank. Somewhere buried in his brain was a clue that could help save his city, but this was not the place to dig it up. He said goodbye and God's peace to his best friend in the world, and then went to think. Adula didn't know if it was his imagination, or if there was really still a charred stink to the air of the block from the night before. He started to turn back to his townhouse, to make himself see the smoking shell of it, but he found he couldn't quite force his feet eastward. To face that sight right now, he thought it might finally break him. It was just as well. He could do nothing there, and maudlin wallowing wasn't going to stop the monsters that were loose in his city. Adula turned his steps to Gruel Lane. As he walked, he gingerly touched his chest where the sand ghoul had slammed its iron-like arm into him. But the flesh there was no longer tender. Compared to the girl's wound, his own bruises had been easy enough for his friends to heal. Adula shook his head, impressed yet again by his own poor fate. No matter how many times his extraordinary friends managed to patch him up, he ruminated, he always managed to show up again with a fresh wound. He made his way to the great public garden and found a tiny hillock on which to sit, his bright white caftan splayed around him. He loved this place that came to life at this late afternoon hour. It was nothing like the Caliph's delicate gardens, where quietly chirping birds selected for their song dotted the branches of the orange and pomegranate trees that suffused the air with their soft scents. In the Caliph's gardens, rippling brooks flowed magically upwards and filled the gardens with their lulling babble. No one there spoke above a whisper. It was supposed to be soothing, the perfect place for princes, poets, and philosophers to be alone with their thoughts. But Adula, whose calling had more than once brought him to gardens that his station should have barred him from, thought he would go mad in such a place. For one, the tranquility was got by keeping the city's rabble away at sword point. But there was more to it than that. He simply could not think in the Caliph's gardens. He felt as if doing so might break something delicate. The public garden of the Scholars' Quarter, on the other hand, hosted some of the most riotous smells and sounds in all Damsawat. Uppermost were piss, porters unwashed after a day of lifting in the sun, and 1,000 kinds of garbage. But beneath these were layered the smells that said home to Adula, if anything in this unwelcoming world did. As an orphan boy, as a ghoul hunter's apprentice, as a young rascal and sometime hero, and now as an old fart, he needed to breathe these scents. The brewing cinnamon paint of the fortune-tellers,
the shared wine barrels of gamblers and thieves forgetting their troubles, the skewers of meat that dripped sizzling juices onto open fire pits, and here and there a few flowers that seemed to be struggling to prove that this was a public garden and not a seedy tavern. Abdullah took it all in. Home. Then there were the sounds. His calling had taken him to many places, but Abdullah had yet to find a people as loud as those of his home quarter. The children and the mothers scolding the children, the roving storytellers, and those who applauded and heckled them, the whores who offered warm arms for the night, and the men who haggled shamelessly with them, all of them going about their business in the loudest voices they could find. For cruel fate or kind, Abdullah thought, these were his people. He had been born among them, and he hoped very much to die quietly among them. Bah! With your luck, old man, you'll be slaughtered by monsters in some cold cavern, alone and unlamented. For what seemed the 100th time that week, Abdullah silenced the discouraging voice within and tried to focus on the problem before him. He sat and breathed and thought. Hadunawas, the creature had said. The meaning of it was at the edge of his thoughts, but the harder he tried to grasp it, the more he felt like a man with oiled fingers clutching at a soap cake. Bahim, an aging footpad who tried to rob Abdullah 20 years ago, and 10 years ago saved him from a robbery, walked past. He gave a friendly nod and pulled at his mustache, not bothering to speak, understanding that Abdullah was in meditation. Abdullah was known here, and that was why, of all places in the city, he could do what must be done here. Familiarity. It put him at ease, and when he was at ease he noticed things, put things together in their proper place. Abdullah beckoned to Bahim, gesturing at a flat, grassy spot beside him. His thoughts were not going where he needed them to, and trying to force them would only give him a headache. He knew from experience that distraction and idle chatter could help. Bahim and he said God's pieces, and Bahim sat. The thick-necked man then produced a flint box and a thin stick of hashi. "If you don't mind, uncle." Abdullah smiled negligently and quoted Ismi Shiab. "Hashi or wine or music in measure. God piss on the man who bars other men's pleasure." Stinky, sweet, pungent smoke soon surrounded the pair as they sat talking about nothing and everything. The weather, neighborhood gossip, the succulent shapes of girls going by. Bahim offered the hashi stick to him more than once, and though Abdullah refused each time, he could feel the slightest hint of haze begin to creep in at the corners of his mind just from sitting beside Bahim. It was pleasant, and Abdullah happily let his thoughts get lost in the rhythm of Bahim's complaints. For a few moments he managed to almost forget all of the grisly madness that filled his life. "I've heard a pack of the Falcon Prince's men were found dead in an ambush," Bahim said. "Word is their hearts were torn from their chests. It has to have been the Caliph's agents, though you'd think they'd have gone for the public beheadings they love so much." Abdullah's distracted half-cheer evaporated. Hearts torn from their chests. He struggled to think through his second-hand hashi haze. It sounded as if the Falcon Prince faced the same foe as Abdullah and his friends. And Farad-ez-Hamez could prove a powerful ally in this. Abdullah started to ask about this, but Bahim was on a hashi-talkative roll now, his complaining uninterruptible. "And then there's the damned-by-God watchman and this dog-screwing you Caliph," the thief said quietly but forcefully, punctuating each word with a pull of his mustache. "These rules they have. Take the other day, I'm trying to move goods through Trader's Gate for my sick old auntie." He smiled shamelessly. "And 2 watchmen stopped me, asking for a tax pass. Now, of course, I have a tax pass, an almost legitimate one. But these sons of whores start talking about the new taxes and tariffs on this gate and that gate, at this rate and that rate, and pretty soon I'm head-spun and copperless. The rules and regulations are all hidden script to me, uncle, but I know well enough when someone wants to starve my children to death.
Hidden script and dead children. That's it. God forgive me, why didn't I think of it before?
All his other thoughts fell away as Adula realized that beneficent God had at last handed him a clue.
Of course. Curse my fuzzy-headedness, of course, that's it!
Adula leapt up and grunted with the exertion of it. It was so sudden that Bahim actually stopped talking. Bahim came to his feet more easily, clearly ready to fight despite the hushy haze.
What is it, uncle? Bahim, my beloved, right now I am on a hunt that could kill me. And if that happens, many others in our city will die. But if it doesn't happen, I owe you a night of feasting on the Silver Pavilion.
Bahim had the good street sense to ignore the more dire part of Adula's pronouncement.
The Silver Pavilion? I'd rather you just pay my rent for a month. If I knew I had information that valuable, uncle, I would have sold it. Not information, Bahim, just the gift of your company. God's peace be with you, and with you, uncle.
Adula cheek-kissed the thief and left the gardens, fragile hope finding a home in his heart. Chapter 10. Rashid Bes Rashid watched the doctor storm out of the shop and slam the front door. He was used to his mentor's irascible temper, but he had never seen him quite so furious. Rashid had felt his own cheeks flush with anger at the doctor for scolding Zamia Binu Laith Bedawi so. She was not responsible for the doctor's loss, and did not deserve to be mocked. But Rashid supposed her words had been the bushel that proved the camel's bad back. The doctor was old, and seemed to grow more worn and weary with each passing day. For the weary man, virtue is the strongest tonic, Rashid recited in his mind. The doctor merely needed to be reminded of the good works he had done to further God's glory, Rashid realized. He started for the door, intent on consoling his mentor. But Litaz's small hand gripped his bicep and pulled him back.
Adula needs to be alone now, Rashid. Trust one who knows the ways of old men. He will be fine.
Rashid started to protest, but when he thought on it honestly, he doubted that his pious advisements would mean much to the doctor. He sighed and nodded and sat on an ebonwood stool. With effort, he kept his gaze on the ground, and away from Zamia Binu Laith Bedawi's sleeping form.
You can look at her, Rashid,
Litaz said.
She will not be violated by your eyes, you know.
Instead of doing so, though, Rashid looked at the alchemist. She had taken down a small, nearly empty vial from a shelf. She held the vial aloft, eyed its blue glass suspiciously, and sucked her teeth in annoyance.
I was afraid of this,
she said, more to herself than to Rashid.
What is the matter, Auntie?
She stared at the stoppered vial for another moment, shook her head, her hair rings clinking, and looked at Rashid.
A small setback. The tribeswoman's healing is going well, remarkably well, thanks to her angel-touched powers. But we have hit a hitch here. I am all out of crimson quicksilver. It is a powerful solution that causes blood to flow more freely. We need it for two purposes. It is necessary for completing the healing spells we have worked on the girl, but it will also help to distill the blood on the girl's dagger, so that we can try to use it to learn more of our enemies. I'll need you to go fetch me another vial.
Annoyance rose in him. He was a holy warrior, not an errand boy. But he smothered his irritation, knowing that an unacceptable pride was at the root of it.
Of course, Auntie. Where can crimson quicksilver be had?
Litaz set down the vial, and her dark, heart-shaped face grew grim.
The jungles of Rugelbe. There is a powerful monster there, called the Red Chimera, whose horn must be cut from it.
Rashid's blood began to race, but he quickly felt the fool as Litaz's sober instruction slid into a snicker.
Oh, forgive me, Rashid. I am only teasing you. No, do not be angry with me. It is just that there are so few occasions for jest in my life these days. But God's truth be told, the determination I saw on the set of your jaw is a tribute to your valor.
Rashid accepted this compliment without comment, and set aside his annoyance at being teased.
In fact,
Litaz went on, taking up charcoal and paper and writing as she spoke,
you need only go 6 streets over to the quarter of stalls. Just past the inspector's stall, you will see the shop of Dr. Zarkaulayari on the left. You will know it by the green-painted door. Give him this. He will fill my order and charge me later.
The alchemist handed him the note and ushered him out the door and into the warm afternoon air. As he walked, Rashid thought he heard the voices of the doctor and Daoud coming from around the corner behind him, but he figured that they would wish to be left alone, so he headed on without stopping. The late afternoon sun half dazzled his eyes as he walked. He passed a man making water against the stone wall of a shop, and another man who was healthy enough to work, begging for alms. He noted each of them with contempt and walked on. The tempting scent of frying earth apples welcomed him to the quarter of stalls. Rashid passed the row of rough-hewn food stalls, ignoring his stomach-rumbling hunger. A few minutes later he reached the green-painted door Litaz had described. It sat half open, and he stepped inside, knocking once to let the shopkeeper know of his arrival. The room was unfurnished, save for a shelf of neatly sorted bottles and boxes against the far wall, and a work table not unlike the one in Daoud and Litaz's shop. A middle-aged Rugali man in a tight-fitting turban, Dr. Zarkaulayari, no doubt, looked up from the work table in distracted annoyance. As he took in Rashid's blue silk habit with a surprised look, however, he straightened and then bowed formally. "God's peace, Master Dervish. Well, this is an honor. One does not see many men of the order in this city. What may this humble and unworthy shopkeeper do for you?" Though the praise or scorn of mere men should be nothing to a true servant of God, Rashid found himself quite thrilled to be treated with such respect. The people of Rugalbeh were less lax in such matters than the Abyssinis. Not for the first time in his life, Rashid wondered whether he'd been born in the wrong realm.
You were born exactly where Almighty God decreed. Now keep to your business.
The reprimanding voice within him scolded.
God's peace to you, sir,
Rashid said.
I have been sent here by Lady Litaz, daughter of Likami.
He handed the man Litaz's note. The shopkeeper read the note slowly in silence, then looked up with an apologetic grimace.
Ah, yes, Lady Litaz. A good woman and one of my best customers, even if she is sometimes late in paying her accounts. But I regret that I must disappoint you both, Master Dervish.
Rashid arched an eyebrow in inquiry. Again Dr. Zarkaulayari grimaced in real-seeming regret. He scratched at his goatee nervously.
Left and right men are preparing for the worst, and thus crimson quicksilver is in even greater demand than normal these days. It is a rare solution in the best of times, and these are not the best of times. I've but the one vial left, and a tax of goods has just been announced in the name of the defender of virtue himself. The inspector of shops will be visiting tomorrow morning to collect his levy, and I must save this vial for him.
For a moment Rashid found himself struck dumb. Finding and defeating a vicious ghoul-maker, saving Zamia Binu Laith Bedawi's life. Surely these were crucial things in God's eyes. That something so simple, so profane as the vagaries of trade and politics could interfere seemed impossible. But we need that vial, he finally managed to say. There are lives at stake. The shopkeeper spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I am sorry, Master Dervish, truly I am, but there are lives at stake on my end of the stick as well. If I don't hold the required portion of my goods for the Caliph's requisition, they'll throw me in the jail. My family would starve. What am I to do? But without crimson quicksilver, Zamia will die, and we will be no closer to finding the foul killers we hunt. Rashid pictured walking back into Daoud and Litaz's home empty-handed, and something within him snapped. I could simply take what we need here. The thought pierced his heart like a poisoned arrow. He felt sick just thinking it. Our need is great, and our cause is just. Would God— Behind him, The shop door slammed shut, rattling the bottles on shelf and table. Even before he turned, Rashid sensed the presence of other men. He spun around and saw 3 rough-looking figures fill the other end of the room. A small man with a face like a rat's brandished a long knife. He was flanked by a burly man with one eye wearing a brass punching glove, and a tall Red River Sioux with a fighting staff.
"Ah, God's peace again, Dr. Z,"
the rat-faced man said.
"You know why we— Eh? Who's this fool?"
The shopkeeper spoke in frightened tones.
"Damned by God extorters! This is the 2nd time this month they've come for my goods. Please, Master Dervish, help me."
Rashid felt uncertainty fly mercifully from his heart. This was thievery, and he knew what he had to do. He drew himself up and faced the trio.
"If you are here to take that which God has not given you, this will not go well for you. I suggest you leave now, wicked ones."
The one-eyed man spoke, his voice like a blacksmith's bellows.
"Master Dervish, look, we got no bones to pick with the order boy. This business is between this greedy son of a whore and our prince. So why don't you just make your scrawny ass scarce before we grown men have to spank it, eh?"
The Sioux man spit once, smiled, and thumped the steel tip of his staff against the stone floor. At last, something that made sense again, a clear path of action.
"Defend yourselves,"
Rashid said softly. Then he leapt. There was too little room in the confines of the small shop to draw his sword. Instead, Rashid lunged at the rat-faced man first, palm-punching him in the face and breaking his nose. In the same motion he grabbed the man by his throat and tossed him at the one-eyed man, sending both of them down in a heap. Rashid spun just in time to dodge a staff blow from the 3rd thug, who was having a hard time wielding his weapon in such tight quarters. With a chop of his hand, Rashid split the astonished man's staff in 2, then sent him flying into the wall with a spinning kick. One Eye was back on his feet now, and he stood back warily, looking for an opening. The man threw out a punch, but found only air. Rashid drove his elbow up, shattering the man's jaw, and he collapsed. Ratface, who was still on the ground nursing his broken nose, tried to stab Rashid's leg. Rashid snaked back and stomped on the man's wrist, which broke with a satisfying crunch. The little man dropped his knife and curled into a ball, whimpering in half-conscious pain. The Sioux threw his staff halves at Rashid, yanked the shop door open, and ran. Rashid started to pursue, but first turned back to make sure the shopkeeper was safe. The man's mouth hung open, a gratifying look of awe on his flushed face.
"Oh, thank you, Master Dervish, thank you, and God's blessings upon you. Those thugs were—"
Rashid heard a noise. Without warning, his feet were swept out from beneath him. He fell hard onto his back, the wind knocked out of him. Above him, a light flashed in his eyes, and he felt suddenly nauseated and disoriented.
Sorcery of some sort. These villains had accomplices outside the shop, he realized, and cursed himself for being ambushed so easily by common criminals.
He fought past the sickness in his stomach and the afterlight still dancing in his vision, and started to rise to his feet. And suddenly a sword was at his throat. Rashid looked up past the light mote swirling in his eyes to see the suede and silk-clad falcon prince, holding a small mirror in one hand and a saber in another. The edge of the blade grazed Rashid's neck. "We meet again, friend of Abdullah Makhloud, and you've damn near killed 2 of my men." Rashid said nothing, but waited for his dizziness to fade and watched for a moment's inattention in order to knock away the thief's blade. "Boys!" the impossibly tall bandit said to his men, his eyes and his sword alike still glued to Rashid. "No shame in getting whipped by this one. He fights as well as any man I've ever seen, save perhaps myself. But stop your groaning and moaning. Grab that jar of blue powder there and get out of here." "1,000 apologies, O noble shopkeeper, but we must, in the name of the good people of Damsawat, confiscate your supply of night petal essence. Worry not, though. I swear to you in God's name that it will find a loving home in the hands of my master alchemist, who will make good use of it. Thievery, mockery, and vain name-taking all in one swoop of his tongue. It was disgusting, and Rashid's blood burned at not being able to do anything to stop it. "Oh, come now," Farad Hemez said, speaking again to Rashid as his men made their escape. "Don't look so upset, young man. You're only on your back now because I resorted to dirty tricks. When I saw how well you fought, I wasn't about to take a chance on face-to-face foolishness. I had to use all my stealth and my very last dazzle-glass." He tossed the small mirror to the stone floor, where it shattered. "Your sight and stomach will return to normal in an hour's time. Just lay there for a moment and catch your breath. As for me, well, I must be elsewhere. But perhaps our paths will cross again." The bandit backed away and toward the shop door quickly, keeping his sword pointed in Rashid's direction until he was out the door and out of sight. The moment the sword edge left his throat, Rashid tried to stand. He was still disoriented from the effects of the thief's magic mirror, and as he came to his feet, he barely managed to keep himself from being sick. An hour to recover, the bandit had said, and Rashid did not doubt that was the case for normal men. But Rashid was a weapon of God, not some hapless watchman. Ignoring the whimpers of the still-shocked shopkeeper, he forced himself to take step after step and moved, as fast as he could, out the green-painted door and after the bandit. Stepping out onto the street, Rashid scanned the crowd and saw a knot of gawkers staring and pointing at the side of a townhouse. There he saw Farad Hemez climbing to the building's roof, obviously aided by the same remarkable leaping magic he'd used after thwarting the execution in Inspector Square. Shoving his way through the crowd, Rashid grit his teeth against his rioting stomach, took a few soul-focusing breaths, and leapt up to a second-story window box. His feet and fingers found holds in the wood latticework of the building's window screens, and he climbed as quickly as he could. For a moment his head swam in dizziness, and he thought he would fall, but he called on all the strength he had, kept climbing, and finally hoisted himself over the edge of the rooftop. He stood, and on the other side of the flat roof saw the Falcon Prince, his brawny arms crossed and an impudent grin on his mustachioed face. Rashid drew his sword. "Most impressive, young man!" the bandit boomed. "God's balls, I've never seen a man recover from the dazzle-glass's magic so swiftly." Suddenly the man's saber was in his hand. Despite his dizziness, Rashid sped at the thief, swinging his sword. Farad Hemez parried one blow, then another, and another. Steel sang out loudly each time their weapons met, and with the impact of each blow, Rashid thought he would vomit. But he grit his teeth and fought on, pressing the attack, looking for an opening in the thief's defenses. There was none. The Falcon Prince was sweating now, but the smile never left his face. "Do you know, I think you might have had my head by now if you weren't still sick and dizzy," he shouted. "But, you are, and so—" The bandit darted back, dodging yet another of Rashid's blows. Then with a speed Rashid would have thought impossible, Farad Hemez kicked a booted foot into Rashid's midsection. Rashid fell backwards, his stomach emptying and his sword flying from his hand. "This is it, then," the voice within him spit. "Death at the hands of a common criminal, and you dared to call yourself a weapon of God." But instead of closing in for the kill, Farad Hemez reached into his tunic and produced a small object, tossing it at Rashid. "I've no more time for this," the thief bellowed, "but I leave you with a gift. Catch!" Acting purely on reflex, Rashid caught the small glass bottle the thief tossed at him. What new trick is this, he wondered, seeing the bright red liquid that sloshed and sparkled in the late afternoon sun. "Dr. Zarkalayari's last vial of crimson quicksilver, young man. It's yours now. Take it with my blessings. I heard your plea to the shopkeeper before my men made their presence known. The Falcon Prince is in the business of saving lives when he can. Better that you and yours should have it than that tyrant the Caliph." As the man babbled, Rashid started to go for his sword, which lay a few feet away. "The seal on the vial has been broken, though," the thief continued, edging back toward the opposite side of the rooftop. "Open air is slowly creeping in now, which means you have less than an hour to get it to Lady Elita's. We can do our little sword dance up here all day if you wish, or you can save whomever's life it is you came here to save." The bandit kept backing away as he spoke, making his escape. Rashid came to his feet and looked toward his sword. "You can thank me later," the Falcon Prince shouted mockingly, and he leapt effortlessly, sorcerously no doubt, to another rooftop, leaving Rashid staring stupidly at the vial in his hand. His stomach cramped in agony, and his throat burned with bile. His head still swam, and for a moment he stood motionless. The scales of his soul weighed stolen goods against the life of an angel-touched girl. Then Rashid silenced the outraged voice within him and began to make his way back to the scholars' quarter. Chapter 11. Zamia bint Laith Bedawi found herself amidst a confusing rush of sounds and sights and smells. The keening winds of the empty kingdom, the sweet smell of dried dung burning in the air, the tanned tents of her people, the happy cries of those she knew to be dead. A dream. She floated just above the tents, as if sitting in a tree that was not there, and watched the Bint Laith Bedawi go about their work, cooking, cleaning hides, grooming camels, mending clothes. She tried to call out to them. Her throat grew sore with the trying, but no words came. She growled. She tried to approach them, but nothing happened. Her father stepped into view, speaking to someone she couldn't see. "I am a Bedawi chieftain, not some slavish townsman. Laith bint Laith Bedawi decides what is best for his tribe. God took your mother, protector, with the same hand he used to give you to me, and the angels gave you this gift. I will not reject what God and the ministering angels and the woman who was my knight heir gave to the band because of the idiocies of the Binu Khad or the Binu Fikh Bedawi. They are fat, weak bands full of hypocrites. Let them say what they wish among their own damned by God tents about my choice for protector of the band, but they will deal with you at council with the same respect that we show their protectors, or there will be blood feud." These words. Zamia knew these words. Her father had spoken them to her not a year past. It had not come to blood feud, but instead to the water shunning of her band. And then something had struck the Bint Laith Bedawi, something more foul than any feud. She had known, when she had come across the heart-robbed corpses of her tribesmen, that it had not been the Binu Fikh or the Binu Khad. Suddenly her father was gone, and the desert with him. Zamia woke and slept, and woke and slept, and it was all as one. Once a cloud seemed to lift from her eyes and mind. She saw for a few clear moments that she lay in the Sioux couple shop. Then the cloud of sleep lowered again. She was back in the desert, far from any tents, deep among the dunes. She watched a green-eyed girl a bit younger than herself pick her way quickly across the sand. The girl was dressed in Bedawi camel calf suede, but she traveled alone, with no other tribesmen in sight. Suddenly the girl stopped and turned and looked at Zamia. Then before Zamia's eyes the child began to grow taller, her mouth growing hard, and her eyes going cold, aging. And Zamia screamed as she saw that the girl was her. She watched herself, bandless, tribeless, and alone, growing old and then shriveling into a skeleton. Then bones turned to dust and blew away in a howling wind. She woke with a scream and sucked in air. Then she vomited, tears filling her eyes. She felt weak and wasted, like the old woman she had become in her dream. Suddenly there was a loud banging, and she heard shouted words that made half of her want to flee, and half of her want to kill. "Mawawa! Mawawa!" The doctor's voice. It took a befuddled moment for Zamia to realize that these were real sounds, not dream echoes. "The monster strikes again. Fear filled her. She tried to take the shape. Her body burned with the effort, like trying to draw breath in a sandstorm. But the shape did not come. She was helpless. She tried feebly to gather her strength. But after a moment she realized that there was no attack, praise be to God. She was in the Sioux couple's home. The doctor was stomping about the shop, shouting, and Zamia realized the banging noise had simply been the heavy door slamming as he'd entered. "Mau-awa! Mau-awa!" the ghoul hunter shouted again. "It's Kameti hidden script! Name of God, why didn't I recall right away? The Child's Scythe! Now I know where I've read that name. Litos! Litos, daughter of Likami, where are you, woman? Dawood, where is your wife?" Both of the doctor's friends appeared on the stairway. Litos's expression was one of stern irritation.
"Name of God, Adula, I told you the girl needs quiet in order to rest. Have you lost your mind? What is all this shouting?"
Zamia was fully awake now, and she managed to sit up on the cushioned divan. She was pleased to note that where her wound had burned before, there was only a light stinging. To her left, Rashid leaned against the white-painted wall, looking even more uneasy than usual. His silks were dusty, and he looked pale, almost as if he'd been sick. Not wanting to look at the dervish too long, she turned back to the doctor. His smile was broad as he boomed words at Litaz. "Litaz, my dear, please tell me you recall my lending you a book."
"You've lent me many books, Adula. Which one?"
"Written by the court poet Ismi Shiab, a rare copy of his private memoirs from just before the Civil War. Remember! It took Hafi 5 years to find me this book. Remember!" Litaz rolled her eyes.
"Right, I remember you forcing it on me. You were so excited to have found it. Boring stuff, nothing like his poetry. I read a few pages of meaningless royal intrigue and set it aside. It's still upstairs somewhere."
"Thank all-provident God that you are such a poor returner of things, my dear. Praise God!" The doctor leapt up the steps, positively beaming. The Sioux couple followed. Zamia heard the sounds of frantic rummaging upstairs, and more shouted conversation between the doctor and Litaz about books. Zamia longed to fight someone. She was uneasy with the poking around and reading that the doctor seemed to find so necessary. The urge to leave these dawdling old people nearly overtook her, and again she forced herself to face rock-hard reality. A Bedouin warrior always found the most effective way to deal with enemies, and trying alone to find her enemies and stage a suicidal ambush was not the most effective way. She had no one else to turn to. She could expect no help from her people, even in fighting creatures such as these. In fact, Zamia knew, there would be those who would blame the appearance of such monsters on her band's supposed corruption. She was again overcome with a terrible sense of all she had lost. She thought of home, of spiced yogurt and fresh flatbread. She wished, with tears forming in her eyes, that she could see her father, or her cousin, or any of her band one more time.
"With my father against my band, with my band against my tribe, with my tribe against the world."
The old Bedouin saying echoed mockingly through her head. She was the last of the Benu Laith Bedouin, and she had no children. What was band now? What was tribe? Her thoughts were interrupted by the doctor's shouts from above. "Aha! It is here! Praise God!" The ghoul hunter came running downstairs, the others behind him. He sat at the low table beside her divan and opened a small black book. "You have more right to hear this than anyone, Zamia." She nodded appreciatively, still feeling weak. When they were all gathered around, the doctor jabbed a thick finger at the book before him and bellowed, "This book! This is where I know the names Hedu Nawas and Mawawa. Ismi Shihab's memoirs. Listen to this, all of you. Hedu Nawas was the last living member of a once great family. He was wealthy and kept a fine mansion near the Far Gardens, on the outskirts of the city. Once, twice, thrice did dark rumors arise among the poor people of that neighborhood about children disappearing into Hedu Nawas's mansion. The Caliph knew of the man's warped ways, but Hedun Awas was a political ally, so the Caliph did nothing. The winds of politics shift quickly, though. A series of events, intricate as puzzlecloth, quick as lightning, made Hedun Awas an enemy of the court. And suddenly, the pious Caliph was outraged by Hedun Awas's child butchery.
Here the ghoul hunter looked up at Litaz.
And you say you found this book boring, my dear?
Litaz shrugged.
I did not read that far.
The doctor turned back to the book and kept reading.
I was there, sent as a recorder of crimes, when the watchman burst in on that man-shaped monster. He had made an unspeakable little lair for himself beneath his mansion. There were indecent drawings on the walls and child-sized cages. We found Hedun Awas with a hatchet in his hand and a gratified snarl on his face, standing over a little girl's body. I cannot lie to God, so why lie to the page? We bound that man and beat him, tore out his nails, stabbed at his olive sack and tortured him right up to his trial. Some wished to put the fiend on display, but the Caliph forbade speaking of the crimes to the common people. The web of influence was woven such that the Caliph wished to purge the perished Nawas family's name of this last-of-the-line madman. So Hedun Awas's name was stripped from him. It was decreed that he would be sealed in one of the tainted tombs of the Kem, destined to die of thirst or madness in the deep desert ruins. As a part of this punishment, the murderer was given a new name, a name tainted by the corrupt old Kem, to mark him for his imprisonment. It was not Hedun Awas that was sealed in that tomb. It was Mawawa, the child scythe.
The doctor closed the book and scratched his big nose.
That is all the poet has to say.
Zamia shuddered, and not only from her weakness. More than once her band had spotted the imposing ruins of an ancient Kemetic pyramid or obelisk, but no Bedawi in his right mind would go anywhere near these places, which were known to be tainted by the foulest sorts of magic. To be imprisoned in such a place.
Cast into a ruined pyramid to die, the old Magus said. Well, something obviously found him there. Something that would not let him die, that had a use for the soul of a killer of children.
The dead gods,
Litaz said, her voice eerily flat. The doctor scratched his balding pate in thought.
Well, my dear, you soon know more about the heathens of old than we Abesanese do, but there are books that say that the pharaohs of Kem ruled with soul-eating magics from their gods.
Rashid, who had been long silent, narrowed his tilted eyes. He drew his sword and began to clean it.
With apologies, books and history are not our concern. This creature Mawawa is murdering men and women. Worse. If the doctor speaks true, it keeps their souls from God's presence. It, and whoever set it to killing, must be found and slain now.
The way the dervish stood and spoke made Zamia want to be nearer to him. Were she not lying down, she feared she would have taken a step toward him against her will.
So how can we hope to kill this foul thing?
Rashid continued.
My sword made no mark on it. My boldest blade strokes did nothing.
Dawood's brow furrowed in thought. He pulled at his headed goatee.
I am not surprised by that, he said. This Mawawa was apparently born of ancient Kem magics. Twisted spells that your steel and even my own powers and Ardula's invocations could well be useless against. What say you, beloved?
Dawood turned to his wife, not looking hopeful. The alchemist shook her head, her hair rings clinking.
Given God's help and months of study, perhaps I could try and devise some substance to fight such a thing. But we don't have months.
Zamia found herself speaking the words almost before she thought them.
It fled from my claws. I wounded it badly. Sense says I am the only one who can kill it.
She was very aware of what her next words were, and speaking them filled her with nausea.
Except that I am myself wounded and half dead. And I cannot take the shape. Litas sniffed at her. "Don't insult our craft, child. You're not half dead. The way you heal, you'll be back on your feet in a couple of days." Zamia turned her head and found the doctor looking at her so hard that she felt certain he could see through her.
"Indeed," the ghoul hunter said, "and may it please God that it be so, for the child may be right about her claws."
He stopped staring at her, and seemed now to stare hard at nothing.
"Do you know I've read translated accounts by barbarian priests in the warlands? The land of Braxony was once tormented by creatures, half wolf, half man. The heroes of that land were able to slay the monsters with silver swords, swords that they claimed were touched by angels, as I recall. Of course, those were just books and histories, and thus not our concern,"
he said, sparing a droll look for Rashid. Rashid made a noise in his throat. "The angels would never visit blessings on those heathenish lands. Their favors are not for thieves and blasphemers. They—" He fell silent and looked at the floor. For the first time since she'd met him, Zamia scented something impure wafting from the dervish's body, something almost like deception. Impossible, she told herself. Perhaps her senses had been a bit confounded by injury and healing drugs. The doctor shrugged his big shoulders at his assistant.
"I don't know about that. But this is similar to what your people say of the lion shape, is it not, Zamia? When you told me you carry no weapon, what was that bombastic bit of verse you spoke?"
It disturbed Zamia that she was growing so used to the doctor's insults to her people that she had begun ignoring them. "I am a Bedawi, not a timid townsman. Bombast is not an insult to a true tribesman."
Fine. The saying, child, what is it?"
"My claws, my fangs, the silver knives with which the ministering angels strike." Then, without warning, she felt tears begin to well up in her eyes. She wiped them away. "I am the only one who can avenge the Benu Laith Bedawi, and I cannot take the shape."
"You will avenge your band, Zamia, rest easy in that,"
the doctor said, and Zamia thanked God for the confidence in his eyes and scent. The ghoul hunter went on, his voice growing softer.
"Child, you should know. That is, well, your pain is the freshest here, Zamia, but it is not unique. God's truth be told, girl, we're a veritable orphan hall here. The boy's kin left all claim to him behind at the gates of the Lodge of God. My friends are 1,000 miles and 20 years away from anyone they call family, and they've lost—"
The doctor stopped himself from saying something.
"They've lost much more than you could know to this half-secret war we fight against the traitorous angel."
Zamia looked over at Litas. The alchemist's normally warm smile was nowhere to be seen. She gave Ardula a sad look and stood up. In her small, blue-black hands she held Zamia's father's dagger. Zamia reached out weakly, wanting to hold the weapon in her own hands. "That dagger, my bands," she started to say. "Don't worry," Litas said. "I will return it. But thanks to Rashid, we now have a solution that will distill the strange blood that blackens it to an analyzable essence. It will take me a little while to prepare it, though." The alchemist darted another look at the doctor, irritated rather than sad. "Ardula, since you are so set on sharing secret pains today, maybe you should speak to the girl about your own family." She left the room. Daoud followed her out, throwing the doctor an apologetic glance as he did so. "And what, doctor, was that about?" Zamia asked.
"Ask Litas sometime, and she will tell you, child. She is right, though, that I owe you a bit of my own story, for there should be a balance between allies in what we know of each other's pain."
Rashid, looking disgusted with himself and still smelling atypically of deception, stepped out of the room, giving her and the doctor a bit of privacy. She watched the dervish go, puzzled, then forced her attention back to the ghoul hunter. "The Tars mentioned your family," she said.
She means my parents, really. I only have the dimmest memories of them alive. Mostly I recall finding their bodies. As a boy, I told myself stories about them every day. They were killed because they were really a Khalif and queen in disguise, and I, like a story hero, was a secret prince. But they weren't royalty.
The doctor went on.
They were a porter and his wife, ordinary people of the Scholars' Quarter, who left me, through no choice of their own, to a cruel fate with no kin and no money.
The doctor paused to fetch Zamia a clay cup of cool water. She took a long drink from it, felt the sweet pain of her parched throat coming to life again. She didn't know what to say to the doctor's words.
"How did they die?"
she asked, realizing too late that to these two subtle city men, such a question might be taken as rude. But the doctor only sighed.
Pointlessly, my dear. They died pointlessly. No grand prophecy, no dark mission of the servants of the traitorous angel. Just a pathetic, desperate piece of shit with a knife, who was drunk or stupid enough to think he could somehow get a few coins out of my completely coinless father.
Vacantly, the ghoul hunter plucked up a bit of brown cloth from a Sioux sewing tray sitting on the cushion beside him. As he spoke, he began to twist the cloth in his hands, apparently unaware of what he was doing.
When I was barely a man, I managed to track their killer down. He had ended up a one-legged gutter-sitter, obliterated by wormwood wine. I had started to study my craft then, but in truth I was still the street tough that had led the other young troublemakers of Dead Donkey Lane. But when I found that man, I was more vicious than I'd ever been in any brawl. I killed him with a knife, stabbed him 10 times. It takes a man a long time to die from a short-bladed knife, long enough for me to wake from my rage, long enough to find myself holding a bloody blade, hovering over the body of a still-begging cripple.
The doctor shook himself.
I still can't explain what I felt at that moment. But you and I have more than one thing in common. To this day I keep my hand free of the feel of killing steel. I've seen enough knives and swords. Now, instead of killing, I do all that I can to keep men from dying.
"When we met, I wondered why you were traveling on such dangerous errands unarmed."
I am not a soft man, Zamia. I travel with those willing to kill. I flatter myself that I can still throw a punch as good as any man half my age. But, well, there is a difference between cold-blooded guttings and giving a cruel man a bloody nose once in a rare while.
Daoud appeared in the doorway and snorted.
"Once in a rare while. Do not let him fool you, girl. Adullah Maksud has handed out cracked ribs and swollen skulls a good bit more often than once in a rare while."
The Magus walked over and patted the ghoul hunter on his shoulder.
"This one's as much a savage as any Bedowi, make no mistake."
Zamia was about to take the Magus to task for thus characterizing her people, but a sudden stink, so strong that to Zamia's keen senses it was almost a physical object, filled the room. At first she was sure one of the old men had broken wind. They kept pointing accusing fingers at each other and snickering like children. But it was a different sort of stink, a scent her senses didn't recognize, and it was streaming in from the small shop cedar windows.
"What is that smell?"
she asked, gagging around the words. The doctor stopped snickering, and as he spoke his voice dripped with disdain.
That is the smell of the dyers and the tanners. The new Khalif, in his infinite wisdom, had the wafting spells reroute the stink through the Scholars' Quarter last year. Now, one evening each week that damned by God smell gets dumped upon us and lingers for an hour. Were it any more than that, I swear to you the Khalif would have a riot on his hands.
Daoud grumbled something, walked over to a large knit pouch that hung on the wall,
and produced from it 2 pieces of folded cloth. He handed them to Zamia and the doctor.
Sad to say, I'm almost growing used to it. But Litas has taken to keeping these around.
Praise God for your wife's wisdom, brother of mine.
The doctor held the cloth over his mouth and nose. As Zamia followed suit, she was surprised by the pungent but pleasant smells of mint oil and cinnamon, and under these, the stinging scent of vinegar. The Magus's eyes tightened, and his voice grew firm.
I won't let her be hurt, he said.
He spoke to the doctor as if Zamia were not right there.
We are with you, my old friend, you know that. But this isn't like the old days. I will not let Litas be hurt. Now it is that before anything else.
Zamia felt words rising up within her, but she kept them down. The doctor set down his scented cloth. He put a big brown hand on his friend's shoulder.
I will not let her be hurt either, brother of mine.
Zamia believed him. In that moment the doctor seemed frighteningly alert to her. His face looked less round somehow, hard and haggard. She wished her will alone could heal her wounds and return her powers. To be lying in a sickbed while brave old men— yes, Dr. Abdullah Makhloud was brave, Zamia had to confess it— did the work of avenging her tribe. It twisted her stomach. Zamia vomited over the edge of the divan. Thin yellow bile splashed onto the doctor's caftan, then slid away. Zamia was mortified. Her stomach twisted into further knots from pain and drugs, stink and embarrassment, and the taste of bile. She vomited again, this time at least finding the copper pail Litas had placed beside the couch. At that moment the alchemist swept into the room and began shooing out the men.
Out, you two, out! This child is a chieftain's daughter, and she has just emptied her guts before you. Do you think she needs 2 old goats hovering over her? No, leave this between us women of high station. I said go. Name of God, can you men not make yourselves useful elsewhere?
Zamia was as thankful for the alchemist's presence as for any rescue by an armed ally. She felt better now that her stomach was empty, and when the men had left, she smiled weakly at Litas. But the little woman looked heartbroken as she sat beside Zamia.
Do you know, only a day ago I was dreading the drudgery of drawing up accounts after I'd stay. I thought that was going to be the great pain of my week. Now I have a household of pain and loss.
Shame flooded Zamia's heart.
I am sorry, Auntie, to have brought my troubles to your door.
Litas waved away the words.
I'm not speaking only of you. Abdullah Makhloud lost a lifetime's worth of books and talismans in that fire, Zamia. He is doing things only a young man should do in order to rearm himself. Sleep-stealing spells, self-bleedings, and such. We fought side by side for many years, dear, and I'm not sure I've ever seen him more determined.
Zamia found comfort in this. She felt her respect for Dr. Abdullah Makhloud deepen almost physically. Litas continued as she cleaned up the mess Zamia had made.
You must understand what he has lost, Zamia. That townhouse, it was a sign of something. A sign that this man without wife or child or high station held something in this world.
The alchemist shook her head.
But I suppose these things would make little sense to a tribeswoman, especially to one as young as you. With my father against my band, with my band against my tribe, with my tribe against the world. You think us all quite strange, this little family of not blood, do you not?
Zamia thought for a moment before speaking.
Strange, perhaps, but also admirable. So different from one another, yet so dedicated to each other. God's truth be told, I've never seen such a way of being before. My own band feared me, even as they were happy enough to call me protector.
She stopped herself before saying any more. How dare she speak ill of her band, her dead band, to this woman who was practically a stranger? She changed the subject.
You and your husband, Auntie. You have been married to him a long time, yes? And you sleep with him despite his tainted powers?
Only after she'd spoken did she realize that, to a townsman, this was inappropriate talk. But Litaz just laughed.
Ha! Do you think he's grown hooves or something? He has all the same elements that make a man. We may not be the hot-blooded couple we once were, but yes, of course I sleep with him. And yet you two have no children.
Litaz smiled a small, sad smile, and said nothing.
Forgive me, Auntie, I should not have— No, there's no need for forgiveness, child. We had a son, Dawood and I. It was a long, long time ago. He was a beautiful boy, and in his beaming little face was everything that was handsome of the Red River Sioux and the Blue.
The air was thick with the sadness in the woman's words.
He has gone to join God, Auntie.
A tiny, graceful nod.
Yes. 20 years dead. He would be older than you had he lived.
She looked at Zamia as if trying to decide how to say something.
Dawood and I were taught hard lessons when we were young, Zamia Binulaith Bedoui. Lessons about the wrath of the traitorous angel, and about vulnerabilities.
For a few long moments, the alchemist seemed to stare at something far away.
Well,
Litaz finally said, standing up.
My scrying solution should be boiling by now. I must attend to them. You should eat something and sleep a bit more, and take this tea which will complete your healing.
The alchemist fed her pocket bread filled with chickpeas and olive oil, then gave her a too-sweet medicinal tea. Zamia had barely set down the cup before her eyelids began to droop, and she slid into a dreamless sleep. She half-woke several times from her feverish healing sleep. Each time she caught the doctor's scent, awake and active. More than once she looked around and saw him there in the sitting room, pounding out some herb or filing some metal into a vial, mumbling some invocation as he did so. Once she saw him slash his own forearm and drip blood onto a piece of vellum. Litaz's words about the doctor's determination floated through her head as Zamia drifted in and out of sleep. When she finally, truly woke, she was alone. The wound in her side still ached painfully, but the nausea was gone, and she felt a renewed strength in her limbs. It was hard to tell time by the city's sun and moonlight. Buildings warped it in weird ways. But from the dark outside the windows, Zamia guessed that it was very late at night. Again she tried to take the shape, and again she felt as if she were trying to breathe sand. She stifled her tears, though, and shakily brought herself to her feet. From another room she heard voices, the doctor's, Litaz's, Dawood's. Zamia's steps were slow and awkward. She followed the sound of the voices to the room adjoining the sitting room. The room was crowded with things and people. A shelf of books, racks of bottles, and strange tubes made of glass. The only relatively clear surface was a large table made of some strange metal. The doctor's white caftanned bulk was perched on a low stool, and Rashid leaned against the wall beside him. Litaz sat in a tall chair before this table, her husband hovering over her shoulder, both of them looking at a massive wood-bound book that lay open there. Beside the book was a bizarre brass and glass apparatus. One part of the thing looked like a small claw, and Zamia saw that this claw clutched her father's knife. Litaz was looking into another part of the device, shaped like a huge eye, and evidently comparing what she saw to the figures and words in the book. Study, the memorization of plants, the intricacies of the stars. For years, her father had tried to teach her that these were a part of being protector of the band. "Patience, little moon, is a warrior's virtue," he would say. "Your strength alone is not enough. You must have knowledge, too, little rose, and judgment. And as I say, little emerald, patience." Though she was always protector when there were others to overhear, in private her father had perhaps a dozen little nicknames for her. She loved the way he'd peppered his speech with them, even as he had raised her to be a warrior. Her father's greatest worry had been that Zamia was too lion-like. You do well to spend more time learning the townsman's letters, and less time stalking sandfoxes. There are many ways in which the Protector must defend the band. He'd said just a fortnight ago, looking so disappointed that it hurt Zamia inside. Just to make her father happy, she had tried to pay attention to the book full of meaningless marks as he tried to teach them to her. Had tried hard, but try as she might, she was not made for such things. Her new allies all looked up as they heard her approach. Rashid stopped leaning on the wall and took a step toward her before he seemed to stop himself. The doctor's eyes were wide, perhaps surprised that she was on her feet. Litaz looked at her with the same puzzled face that she'd worn when looking through that glass eye. The old magus, though, was the first to speak.
"Name of God, child, you should be resting. How is it that you're on your feet? God's balls, how is it that you're awake? You should be heel-sleeping for another 2 or 3 days.
Litaz bit her lip, looking as if she were still puzzling something out.
"The touch of the angels,"
the alchemist said.
"Amazing. Clearly the power God's ministers granted you goes beyond your lion shape. Even with our healing magics helping, you should not have been able to walk for a week."
Zamia raised her chin just a bit.
"Perhaps we savages are more resilient than the soft townsmen you are used to treating, Auntie."
The doctor made a farting noise with his mouth and laughed.
Ha, ha, ha! Yes, surely it is the innate bravery of the Bedouin at work here, girl.
Before Zamia could respond, Rashid was at her side.
"God's mercy is greater than any cruelty,"
he quoted from the heavenly chapters.
"You were grievously wounded, Zamia. Praise God that you are recovering swiftly, but still you ought to be resting now, for—"
Litaz made an irked noise.
"Ah, please,"
she said to Rashid,
"don't give advice when you know not of what you speak. The best thing for Zamia now is not to sleep. The crimson quicksilver is reawakening her blood, just as it is the blood on this knife. If she can walk, let her. And speaking of blood, she has a right to see whatever answers we may glean here."
The Sioux woman turned to Zamia and gestured to the only other stool in the room.
"Sit. I was just making the final adjustments to my scrying solution. I was asking the men, but you know better than they. When you wounded this Mauawa creature, did it bleed?"
Zamia forced herself to think of those few moments that had nearly killed her, of her fangs digging into that monster's foul flank. It had been both like and unlike tearing into flesh. There was shadow and pain, but—
"No, Auntie. No, it did not bleed."
"As I told you,"
the doctor said, stroking his beard in thought.
"The girl also said that to her remarkable senses, the blood on this knife smelled of neither man nor animal, whereas this Mauawa smelled of both. As I'd suspected, this must be the blood of the one who made those ghouls, the one whom that monster called Blessed Friend."
"Well, whatever its source, it is the strangest blood I have ever seen, full of life and lifeless. All of the 8 elements are here, but they are negated somehow. Sand and lightning, water and wind, wood and metal, orange fire and blue fire. How could they all be in one drop of blood, and yet not be there?"
The little woman turned to her husband.
"Stranger still, within the clots there are creeping things moving about. It is as if this blood came from some mix of man and ghoul. It makes no sense. Still, my love, you should work your magics here. God willing, they may give us better answers."
Using a tiny silver spoon, the alchemist scooped a bit of white powder from a jar into a glass vial filled with red liquid. The liquid began to bubble and froth, and turned bright green. Litaz then took this liquid and poured it over the bloodied knife that had been Zamia's father's. A bright green light began to shimmer off of the knife. The light grew brighter and brighter until it filled the room.
"You can begin,"
the Sioux woman said to her husband.
"Stand back,"
she said to the others, doing so herself as she spoke. The magus stepped forward, placing his gnarled hands a hair's breadth above the knife. An eerie green light began to glimmer about his fingers as they weaved back and forth around the blood-stained blade. The old Sue's eyes rolled back, and he chanted a wordless chant in an oddly echoed voice. Wicked magics, Zamia thought. Instinctively she started to take the shape, and of course found that she couldn't. Panic rose in her again. She could feel the shape just beyond her reach, and feel the pain of her wound keeping her from her lion self.
Almighty God, I beg you, help me.
But then the magus was speaking, and she had to heed his words, for that was the path to vengeance for the Benu Laith Bedawi. Tears burned in her eyes, but again she shoved thoughts of the shape aside and listened.
This blood is like the cancellation of life,
Dawood said as his long, dark fingers darted back and forth above her father's knife.
More than that, the cancellation of existence, like the essence of a ghoul, whose false soul is made of creeping things, but with will, cruel, powerful will.
The doctor spoke quietly to Litaz, as if Zami and Rasid were not there. This all makes a horrible sort of sense when I think on it. There's an old tale of a man called the Ghoul of Ghouls, a man who was like a ghoul, raised by the traitorous angel himself. A man who'd cut out his own tongue to better let the traitorous angel speak through him, who had his soul emptied, then filled with the will of the traitorous angel. He is supposed to wear a kaftan that can never be clean, and— The doctor fell silent, as Dawood's head tilted back, and the magus grimaced as if in great pain. The old Sioux was touching the knife now with his fingertips, and he screamed. It was a wordless screaming chant at first, but the pain-laced sounds resolved into words.
The blood of Orshado! The blood of Orshado!
The magus's body jerked about strangely as he screamed, but he kept his hands on the knife.
The blood of Orshado!
Litaz leapt up and pried her husband's fingers from the blade. Dawood stumbled into the corner and collapsed onto a cushion with a pitiful moan. He held his head in his hands and sat there, shuddering. The doctor wore worry for his friend on his face. Your magic takes its toll on your body. For that brother of mine the world owes you. He clasped a hand on the magus's shoulder. But magic can also take its toll on the mind. Praise be to God that the girl's would-be assassin was unhinged enough to rattle on so. Clearly this Orshado is the one who that monster called blessed friend. I've long said that my order was misnamed, for in reality it is men, not ghouls, that I hunt. And now we have a quarry. With a tracking spell and a name we— The doctor's eyes flashed, almost as if he would cry, Zamia thought. I've forgotten, he said softly. I've no scripture-engraved needles. They were ruined in that fire like everything else. Soiled beyond use, if not destroyed. Zamia wanted to insist that there must be another way, but she found that gathering her thoughts and words was an effort. She was weaker than she had admitted to the others. Her heart swelled when Rasid seemed to speak her thoughts for her.
Are there no other spells you might work, Doctor? Is there nowhere else you might buy such needles?
The doctor shook his head. It's more complicated than that, boy. Those needles take weeks to make. If we were in a remote location or facing a novice magus, I might try a cruder invocation. But the city is full of life energy that will confuse a tracking spell, and this Orshado no doubt commands powerful screening magics. Only flawless components and impeccable invocations would have even a chance of finding our foes. The doctor looked around at each of them and seemed to force a smile. But let's not all look so hopeless, eh? We've a couple of names to aid us now, at least. Almighty God willing, even without a tracking spell we will find this damned-by-God monster and its blessed friend. In the corner of the workshop, Rasid shifted uneasily. His sharp features drew down in a frown.
That phrase bothers me, Doctor. How could such a creature have friends?
The doctor raised a bushy eyebrow. You know, boy, I've heard people ask the same about Rashid Bes Rashid. His face is so sour, they say.
He is always making mock, even of matters of life and death, Zamia thought, noting the doctor's oafish smile as he poked the dervish in the ribs. As if he were thinking her thoughts, Rashid frowned. Apologies, Doctor, the dervish said, but there is little cause for jesting here. The ghoul hunter smiled a frustrated smile.
Wherever on God's great earth a man tries to make light of his troubles, trust a damned by God holy man to open his mouth and put a stop to it. And here I thought this one. He jabbed a fat finger again at Rashid. Had been learning to loosen up a bit. Though Zamia could not say why, Rashid reacted as if struck. Loosen up? May God forbid it. If anything, this is a time for redoubling virtue and vigilance. The traitorous angel's foulest servants stalk the city. The dervish said forcefully, May it please all-merciful God to protect us all. May it please God.
All present echoed ritually. When Zamia looked back at the doctor, he was no longer smiling. Chapter 12.
May it please God,
Dawood, son of Wajid, said, and heard his words spoken simultaneously by the others.
So now we know some of what we face,
he said.
What do we do about it?
For a long few moments there was nothing but silence. His words hung in the air, and the group's grim expressions reflected the enormity of the situation. Dawood scanned the faces that filled his sitting room. His wife's eyes carried the impression of having seen too much, and Abdullah's features displayed a weariness that Dawood knew was reflected in his own. The young warrior's expressions were different, though, Dawood thought. The emerald-eyed girl and clean-shaven boy were more determined than resigned. The older trio's stances were set by weary habit, but Rashid and Zamia's were set by will. Abdullah's assistant was the first to speak, and he did so heatedly.
We must warn the watchman, Doctor, or perhaps the Caliph himself. Someone in authority needs—
The ghoul hunter snorted in disbelief.
Ha! You still think this is where our energy should go, boy? After 2 years in this city, even a slave to titles such as yourself must recognize that the Caliph isn't going to believe such as us. And even if he did believe there was a threat to Damsawat, his greatest concern would be how it affects his coin purse. It is a waste of time trying to convince a selfish man to care about what lies beyond his nose. No, the Caliph will be as helpful as a hole to a pail. But I have learned that the Falcon Prince may share some of our troubles. He cannot be serious.
Dawood cut his friend off, putting a hand on Abdullah's big shoulder and wagging a finger in his face.
How can one man be so wide-eyed and so damned by God cynical at the same time, brother of mine? Even if we could find Ferad Ezhemez, linking our fates to his would bring more trouble than aid. Half this city is hunting him, and besides, there are a few good guardsmen out there, you know, most notably their captain.
He turned to Rashid, who looked desperate to kill something.
Your idea is sound, Rashid. And the captain of the guard, Raoun Hirad, is known to me. Indeed, Litas and I once saved his life. Tomorrow morning I will go to the Crescent Moon Palace and try to speak to him about what we've turned up. It is a vague warning I'll be bringing him, but he will be thankful for it nonetheless. It cannot hurt to have the guard aware that this threat is out there, and it just might help.
Abdullah stroked his beard.
Raoun Hirad is a good man as guardsmen go. A very good man. But everyone knows he is a holdover from another era, and wields little power these days. The captain of the watch holds the real power. Still, it's not a bad idea, I suppose. If anyone in the palace is going to look past his self-interest long enough to wonder about the slaughter of poor people, it will be Captain Haddad. So, perhaps someone should speak to him.
Abdullah turned to Rashid.
Are you satisfied, boy?
The dervish inclined his turbaned head in acknowledgement, then turned to Daoud.
And thank you, uncle.
Beside him, Litaz stood and spoke softly.
Raoun Haddad will make a good ally in this. I wish I could accompany you, my love, but the girl's healing is still incomplete. Come tomorrow morning, she'll need crimson quicksilver, and I'll need to be here with her in order to apply it. Speaking of which...
She turned her beautiful eyes to the tribeswoman.
It is about time to apply a sleeping salve. Come with me, Zamia. This is a private matter between women. Let us leave these oafs to themselves.
To Daoud, the girl seemed about to protest. No doubt she fumed at the idea of being left out of battle planning. But her head drooped, and her body was clearly putting the lie to her will's stubborn resilience. With weak steps, she followed his wife out of the room. Daoud turned to Abdullah and Rashid and shrugged.
So, I will go alone. Litaz must stay here, and the Caliph has little respect for your order, Abdullah.
Abdullah rolled his eyes.
Aye, and the feeling couldn't be more mutual. We're best off dividing tasks anyway. As for myself,
he started, then looked hesitant, embarrassed even to speak his next words.
What is this?
Daoud wondered. His old friend was rarely embarrassed by anything.
As for myself,
the ghoul hunter continued,
come morning I will go to the singer's quarter to speak again to the boy Faisal, whose family was slain.
So that's it. Abdullah was ashamed of his own weakness, afraid he was making selfish choices, anxious that Daoud would judge him harshly for it. Well, Daoud could never pass judgment on this man whom he'd been friends with for a long lifetime. But neither would he let Abdullah lie to himself. He smiled as he spoke. Aye, speak again to the boy. And while you are about it, what do you know? You will be at the house of the only woman that you have ever really loved. It is funny how all-provident God arranges these things, eh? He'd meant only to tease his friend, but Abdullah's expression was dark and troubled.
Miri el-Musa knows a great deal about the history of the city. She may have more information on our enemies.
At this, the dervish, who Daoud had nearly forgotten was there, chirped up.
With apologies, Doctor. I hope you will excuse me from accompanying you tomorrow for
a holy man ought not to be seen traipsing about a whorehouse, eh? And ought not associate with certain types, eh?
Abdullah's tones spoke of the weariness of an old argument.
I grow truly tired of this boy. You cannot call a man partner and insult his friends at every turn.
The boy's tilted eyes went wide, and Daoud thought his own might have too. Abdullah seemed unaware of his surprising choice of words.
I have never dared to call myself your partner, Doctor. I am merely your assistant.
Abdullah shrugged.
You're my assistant in ghoul hunting, true. But you and that forked sword of yours are near as good at it as I was in my prime.
The boy looked profoundly embarrassed, and pink points tinted his golden cheeks.
I thank you, Doctor. But in any case, I do not ask to be excused for the reason you named. Rather, I ask to remain here and act as a guard for the women.
Now it was the boy's turn to look ashamed of himself and stammer.
The monster may return. I've failed once to protect the tribeswoman. Due to my lack of diligence, she was attacked, and if I am to—
Daoud could not listen to this. Abdullah teased the dervish, but essentially coddled the boy's rigid nonsense. Daoud would not. If the dervish wished to judge himself guilty on the basis of nothing, that was his business. But Daoud and his wife were being drawn back into grim matters that they'd left behind long ago. They had little choice. As foul a force as Daoud had ever sensed threatened their best friend.
But he'd be damned by God if he was going to go into battle with confused warriors at his side. He wheeled on Rashid. "Do you have jackal fangs, boy?" "Not so far as I can see." "So how in the name of merciful God is it your fault the girl was wounded? The life you have chosen is war, young dervish. A war against the traitorous angel. The sort of thing your order talks about in all of their oaths and traditions. Well, this is the reality. The girl ought to praise God that she's still alive. People we care for die in wars. You seem unprepared for this, and perhaps unprepared to do the duty you left the lodge for." Rashid lowered his head, his blue turban bobbing. "You are correct, of course, Uncle." The boy's look said that each word was pulling a sword blade through his guts. "I must put the son of God's good before the candle flame of one's life. It was my fault that—" Litaz reappeared in the doorway, apparently having put the tribeswoman to bed.
"What with the enemies that are after Abdullah? I would feel better if I could work without worrying that a ghoul pack is going to knock down the door. Let the boy stay here with me and act as a guard."
Dawood nodded. "Anything to keep you safe, beloved?" He and Litaz spent half that night lying beside each other, too anxious to sleep, and not secluded enough to make love. Dawood held Litaz's small hand in his, but they said little. Finally they drifted into sleep. When he woke at dawn, he did not wake Litaz. Instead, he said silent goodbyes to her, and a loudly snoring Abdullah, and stepped quietly out the door into the still half-dark morning. Soon the nights would be growing shorter. The Feast of Providence, the night before the shortest day of the year, was almost upon them, though he'd do no celebrating until this Orshado and the things that served him were destroyed. Dawood started walking, and soon left the scholars' quarter behind him. He breathed deeply of the early morning air, trying to drive from his body the taint he'd felt when he'd worked his scrying spell last night. The power behind that taint. There was more to this than a handful of killings, Dawood felt certain. That sort of power aimed at bigger things. For the first time since he and Litaz had seen the smoke rising from Abdullah's townhouse, Dawood really turned over events in his head. He was angry to have been dragged into this business. For decades, his and his wife's work had drawn them away from all that was normal and happy. Dawood's body wrecked by magic, their baby boy murdered by monsters. When they had fought and traveled beside Abdullah and others, the hypnotic song of responsibility had called them onto paths of danger and madness, like the snake-tailed dune maids that lured desert travelers to their doom. But they'd left that all behind. Dawood's greatest worries these past few years had to do with ministering to the poor without going broke, and with his wife's increasing desire to leave this city he had made his home. But now— He passed a shuttered storefront, then stopped walking as his chest suddenly tightened and blazed into pain. In the course of his calling, Dawood had been both stabbed and poisoned, and this felt like both at once. He began to cough and nearly collapsed from it. It was several minutes before the coughing fit passed. Standing frozen there on the street, he panted painfully, feeling his body taking on more age than was its due. The healing and scrying magics he had worked over the past day. It had been many months since he'd done such. He felt the toll with every labored breath. Loud-mouthed Abdullah liked to complain about his old man's aches, but he knew nothing of pain, of weakness. When Dawood worked his magic, name of God, when he simply walked down a dusty Damsawat street too fast, it felt as if God's great fingers were pinching his lungs shut. With this Orshado and his monstrous servants out there, Dawood, his wife, and his oldest friend were needed more than ever before, but he did not know how long he could last back in this life. Not for the first time, his head was filled with visions of himself as a doddering invalid who needed his wife to spoon-feed him. He tried unsuccessfully to keep his face from betraying his pain to the porters and cartmen passing by, but, he saw, he needn't have bothered. for the busy people of Damsawat didn't give 3 shits for a dying old man's agony. The only looks he received were looks of disgust. After a moment, his breathing began to return to normal, and he gave the self-centered people around him his own look of disgust.
Perhaps Litos is right. Perhaps it is time at long last for us to leave this cold-hearted city.
He leaned heavily against a stone wall and allowed himself one deep shudder. Then he focused his soul and drew himself up. There was a task at hand, and if he was going to be there for Litos, he had to be strong. He clenched his fists and pressed on, trying not to feel the ache that was building in his back. He stepped out onto the mainway, ignoring the hawker's shouts. For half a moment he toyed with the idea of hiring a sedan chair, but it was only toying. In all his years in Damsawat, Dawood had only ridden in one a handful of times. As with other things, his wife had been able to move from the Sioux way to the Abbey Sinis with more ease. When she was not with him, she often hired chairs.
Being a rich Blue River girl prepared her for having men carry her on their backs,
he supposed with a snort, dodging past a bow-legged pistachio seller. For an honest Red River Sioux like himself, such a way of moving through crowds was simply wrong. Not doing so on the way to the palace, though, meant a long, hard walk. At least the day promised to be a cool one. He walked for an hour and a half down broad roads before turning down Poulterer's Row, which was packed with people preparing for the Feast of Providence. Every neighborhood in the city had a chicken cellar, of course, but on Poulterer's Row one could peruse the rare delicacies of the great master merchants: purple partridge, sun-dove, heron-stuffed swan. It was also the only place in all of Damsawat that one could buy a pickled ostrich egg from the Republic. The smells of death and feather were thick here, and Dawood was seized by a dry retching. He sat for a moment, and gave a copper fells to a water-seller, who poured from his skin a cup of water so welcome it made Dawood thank God aloud. After yet another hour of his sandals slapping stone and packed dirt, Dawood made it to the western gates of the Crescent Moon Palace. It had been a couple of years since he had been down this way, and he found himself newly dazzled by the building's brilliance. Rising from the great white dome on a thin spire of gold was a sculpture of a man on horseback wielding a long lance. The head of the statue was changed to resemble each new caliph. Dawood realized he'd not been to the palace since the new caliph had taken the throne of the Crescent Moon. The statue gleamed, showing the lean-featured caliph's martial prowess against God's enemies. Of course, everyone in Damsawat knew that the new caliph, like his father, had never once been in battle in his pampered life. It was the kind of hypocrisy that made Abdullah choke on his breakfast, but Dawood wasn't much bothered by it. Matters of state were about hypocrisy as much as anything else. The Sioux people understood this as a simple fact that needn't be condemned, a thing that simply was. Dawood approached the squat stone guardhouse that stood beside the gate. Calling on Raoun Haddad meant getting word to him by way of a helpful watchman. Dawood did not have Abdullah's total scorn for the caliph's men, but he did know that most of them could not be truthfully described as helpful. A pair of them exited the guardhouse and walked by, wearing steel-studded leather jerkins and displaying the slim maces that were their weapon of office. They eyed Dawood as they did everyone they passed, with a vaguely menacing squint, ready, almost eager for trouble. Dawood gave these two a deferential old mannish nod, and sought out the least hostile-looking watchman he could find, a lanky boy with soft eyes.
"God's peace, young man. I must get in touch with Captain Haddad immediately regarding an urgent matter."
The boy said, more politely than Dawood expected from a watchman,
"If you've got a complaint about the watch, Uncle, I'm afraid you'll need to take it to the Eastern Gate office. They'll get you an audience with the vice-captain, and in a few days, perhaps."
"Forgive me, young man, but this is not a matter that can wait. My name is Dawood, son of Wajid, and I am well known to Raoun. I promise you that if you give him my name, he will want to see me right away."
The boy fixed those soft eyes on Dawood, trying to somehow spy out ill intent. He put an idle hand on his mace and scratched his nose.
"Well known, huh?
Another long look. "Fine. But you'd better not be jerking me about here, Uncle." Daoud inclined his head graciously. Half an hour later, a different watchman led Daoud into a small chamber just inside the palace proper. The room was crowded with grain sacks and coils of chain, but there was a small divan in the corner. The watchman gestured to it gruffly, then left. No sooner had Daoud settled gratefully down onto the dark wood than Raoun Haddad's wide frame filled the doorway. Daoud started to stand, but the captain of the guard kept him from doing so. He bent down to embrace Daoud, and they exchanged greetings. Then Raoun sat beside him. The squat man had always seemed to Daoud to be cut from a block of brown stone. There was the slightest bit of gray in his thick black mustache, now, and a few tiny lines at his eyes. But he looked as hard as ever, as did the masterwork four-bladed mace at his side.
"Thank you for making time to see me, Captain."
The man scratched his club-shaped nose.
"I can always make time for a man who saved my life."
Daoud waved a dismissive hand.
"Well, my wife's tonics had as much to do with that as anything.
Besides, we were paid a good price for our work then."
"Fair enough. So what is it you have come here to ask, then, Uncle?"
If it were Lita's here, she'd have planned all of the words to use here.
But that was not how he did things.
"You know some of the strange, cruel magics my wife and I once made a life of fighting,"
he said to the captain of the guard.
"I've come to you because such a threat is loose in Damsawat now."
Daoud told what little they knew of Mauawa and his master Orshado, the names, the killing they had done. As he told his tale, the captain's unsubtle face was easy for Daoud to read, shifting from annoyed disbelief to deeper consideration, to half-skeptical fear. But the captain was respectful enough not to interrupt.
"All I ask,"
Daoud began, then fell silent when a richly dressed page came darting in. The page ignored Daoud and whispered something to the captain. Daoud's old ears could only make out the words, "He wants," "Your turn," and Raoun's protests before the boy left the room. Raoun grimaced at him. "Well, Uncle, you're in luck. His Holiness asks me on occasion to bring before him whatever security matter I am dealing with at a given time. He does the same with his ministers of treasury and his under-governors. He does it to show his active interest and to let the many arms of his government benefit from his wisdom." There was no irony in Raoun's voice. Indeed, the captain made an admirable effort to infuse the words with sincerity, but Daoud needed no magic to tell the man's true feelings.
"Still, this may be for the best.
Perhaps the Caliph will actually listen." Daoud was shown not into the court of the Crescent Moon, but into a small audience chamber. Small, for the Crescent Moon Palace, of course, meant that the room was larger than Daoud's whole house, but it felt different from the publicly visible parts of the palace Daoud had seen. Here the auras of opulence and command did not exactly diminish, but they took on a kind of intimacy. This was a place for a powerful man to pretend he was lending his ear.
"Almighty God willing, he will lend it in truth."
Daoud was announced with a string of the tepid pleasantries spent on common people. The court speaker boomed in his baritone that the guests were honored to be in the presence of God's regent in the world, the defender of virtue, the most exalted of men, His Majesty, the Jabari Karari Khalif of Abbasin, and of all the Crescent Moon kingdoms. Then in unison with Raoun, Daoud knelt and bowed as deeply as his weak limbs would let him. High windows displayed names of God in glass ground with emerald and opal. No noise from the palace bustle outside came through the plush brocade drapes. Off to one side, court musicians played reed pipes and two-stringed fiddles, all plated in platinum. Thick carpets of puzzle cloth, worked over and over again with a caliphic seal, muffled the sound of footfalls. At the far side of the room, just below the ceiling, a strange gold lattice box, the size of a small carriage, protruded from the wall just above head height. The Caliph's speaking box, designed so that Abbasin's ruler could hold court without enduring the profane gazes of his subjects.
and within sat the defender of virtue. The small rose marble archway below the box was flanked by two cowled, black-robed men, who gave off, to Daoud's sorcerous senses, a hefty waft of magical power. Court magi. Legally, no one in Donsawat works spells without the permission of the Caliph's own enchanters. In reality, a number of minor spells, invocations and ghoul raisings went on without this handful of men being able to stop them. The true purpose of the court magi was preventing the practice of any magics that might harm the Caliph or his wealth. Daoud knew little of their ways, though. They spent their time cloistered in their own minaret behind the palace proper. What went on within that thin spire of silvery stone, God alone knew. Daoud knew only the scorn with which this sort regarded the vulgar magics of a man like himself. Daoud saw vague movement behind the golden grille-work of the speaking box.
Does he always hold court from within that stifling cage?
The idea made Daoud ill, but it lent a sudden sense to some of the Caliph's more ruthless acts. Ruling from such confinement could make a man mad.
This is what Adullah and that mad falcon prince he admires so much do not see, that everyone pays a price for the way the world works, even the so-called powerful. That power is a trap as well.
The effects of magery on his own body had long given Daoud a keen, not to say brutal, awareness of such facts. The sun shone through the jewel-tinted windows, and the Caliph's box seemed to be wreathed in rainbows. Cage or no, for a moment Daoud almost believed the man was God's regent in the world. The court musician stopped playing. A long-faced man dressed in rich silks, clearly a senior minister of some sort, asked Raoun what matters of guardsmanship he brought before the court. Only then did Raoun seem to recognize the wispiness of what he knew. His face flashed confusion, but he spoke steadily. "This man beside me, O defender of virtue, is Daoud, son of Wajid. He is a true servant of God who once saved my life when a poisoner tried to kill me to stop me from serving your father. More to the point, your majesty. This man has spent many years hunting the minions of the traitorous angel. He was in the midst of telling me about a potential threat to your city, majesty, when you summoned me here. It is perhaps best if I let him tell the court."
"O most exalted of men, I am here to ask you,"
Daoud began, trying in his rough Red River way to use court phrasings the way Litaz had taught him long ago. The long-faced minister's scandalized eyes bulged.
"You are neither minister nor captain. You must speak to the court, sir. You shall not speak directly to His Majesty."
He'd miscalculated. Despite her having forsaken her family, Litaz was a pasha's niece. She had taught him an etiquette appropriate to a man of much higher station. She'd warned him of this when she'd tried to train him years ago, of course. Why did he only ever seem to recall his wife's warnings in the moments after failing to heed them? Within the golden box, Daoud heard a man clear his throat. The court fell completely silent.
"He is a street man, Jaudi. He cannot be expected to speak like a man of our court. Continue, O venerable subject, and know that we hear you."
Perhaps he is not so bad as the Siddi's wagging tongues claim. Daoud didn't fool himself that the Caliph had anything but scorn for him. But showing polite respect to the scorned was as sure a measure of character as Daoud knew. He dragged a labored breath deep into his chest, and chose his words carefully.
"I am as honored as a man can be to be permitted to speak before you, O defender of virtue. As Captain Herat says, I have made a life of fighting the influence of the traitorous angel. The captain can tell your majesty that I am no madman. Of the lives I have saved—"
He paused, searching for his next words. The long-faced minister broke in here.
"I hope, sir, you have not come into the radiant presence of the defender of virtue merely to boast of your back-alley accomplishments. His Majesty's every moment is worth your weight in gold. To waste them is a crime worse than murder. Speak, sir, if you've something of import to say."
"Of course, your eminence."
The man looked slightly mollified.
Good, he'd got that title right. No doubt it pleased these men to see a common man like Daoud try nobly to match their ways of speaking, so long as he wasn't too good at it. Not that they needed to worry about that.
I will come to the point. A strange threat is looming over your Majesty's city. One as learned as His Majesty knows better than I that before the great flood of fire, the Chem ruled this land. We know that God punished them, and that they were wiped from the slate of the world. Some things from their age, a bit of statuary here, a buried wall there, remain, perhaps left to us by God as a warning against wickedness. Yet other foul things from God's scourged Kim have survived, O defender of virtue, or at least the influence of their cruel magics has.
You speak of the dead gods?
One of the court magi asked scornfully, the first words that either of the black-robed figures had spoken. The man's voice said that he did not take the threat seriously. The memory of the tainted soul he'd touched with his scrying spell filled Daoud. He had to make these men take him seriously.
Yes, Your Eminence, one of the dead gods of Chem, or the potent shadow of their power, has taken hold of a man who was already a vicious killer. It has given him power and freed him from fear of swords and fire. Their magic has mingled with this dark soul, and the creature born of this union calls itself Mawawa, the man-jackal. This thing is loose in His Majesty's city. It has killed dozens already. What's worse, its master is—
Why, sirrah, have we of the court heard nothing of these murders, then?
The long-faced minister interrupted scornfully.
Where is—
The second court magus silenced the man with an upraised hand. So that's how the whipping order goes here.
This man's ramblings are not for the blessed ears of the defender of the faithful. At most, perhaps one of his fellow streetmen with a few trick spells has murdered a few other streetmen.
That black-cowled head turned to Daoud.
The court commands you to return to your home. Speak to the first watchman you see there, and he will address this matter in the manner already ordained by His Majesty's law.
Daoud dared to speak when he should have kept his mouth shut. When would he again have the ear of the Caliph?
10,000 apologies, Your Eminence, but this Mawawa and its master, he is called Orshodo, though we know little more than that, are no streetmen. They will kill again, and they will not be satisfied with killing tribesmen and street people. Powerful villains aim their arrows at the powerful. The danger to the palace is—
Too late. Daoud fell silent, realizing his mistake.
Idiot, tossing threats at the most powerful man in the world.
The golden grill of the opulent box swung up with a sudden bang. Daoud felt his old heart seize up at the sound.
Please, God, do not let him be angry with me. I want to see my wife again.
The might such a man commanded. This was what Abdullah did not understand, that all the scorn in the world could not protect one from such power. Daoud still could not see within the box. There was a more than natural darkness at work there, unless he missed his magus's guess. But a thin, pale hand shot out from the shadows. The Caliph jabbed 2 fingers, ablaze with huge rubies, out angrily at Daoud. Courtiers and servants alike gasped and shot their eyes downward.
After Captain Haddad's introduction, we were inclined to be kind toward our venerable subject. But after this nonsense, we are displeased. You should thank Almighty God that we have not had you thrown in the jail.
Daoud had faced death 100 times. He had not survived to die at an annoyed ruler's whim. He deepened his bow, punishing his old limbs and holding in his grunts.
God grant you 10,000 blessings for your mercy, Majesty.
God's regent in the world must have sensed some insincerity in Daoud's words, for the Caliph broke from the formalized language of the court sovereign.
Shut up, you old fool! You come in here making threats to our city and our palace? You tell nail-biting tales of a phantom killer, as if we were some merchant's boy, and you were our fright-mongering nurse. And no doubt this threat's shadow would lift from our court, if only we were to buy some trinket or spell from you, eh? Bah! My father would have had your head, old man. Your father would have pulled his head out from his backside and taken such a threat seriously. Dawood kept the words to himself. Beside Dawood, Raoun bowed deeply. I beg your majesty to forgive this old fool for bothering you. I swear by God that Dawood, son of Wajid, would never dream of offering your eminence any harm or threat of harm. His feeble old Sioux mind is rattled with imaginary threats is all. The Caliph was silent for a moment, and the court seemed to hold its breath. When he spoke again, his intonation was unabashedly rude. Bah! Captain, we should have you flogged for wasting our sacred moments with this idiocy. Name of God, you are both fortunate that we are known for our mercy. If we are ever made to look at your ugly face again, Magus, we shall part your head from your shoulders. The same goes for you, Captain, if you do not bring matters of real urgency to us next time we ask. Now be gone, both of you. Dawood bowed deeply 3 times, backing away as he did so. The fool! Name of God, if one uncouth old Sioux is enough to make the man drop his court phrasing, maybe Abdullah's right. Raoun escorted Dawood to the palace gates in silence. He led Dawood to a small, secluded courtyard with a tiny fountain and waved away a solitary guardsman. When they were alone, the square-shaped man let out a breath and threw up his hands. You see how things stand, uncle, the captain said. Truth be told, this sort of recklessness is rampant now. The watchman. The man trailed off, clearly aching to relieve himself of his thought burden, but reluctant to do so. Dawood encouraged him. With apologies for knowing that which I ought not, Captain. I have heard that there is tension between the guard and the watch. Raoun spoke half to himself. Look, in every city there will be watchmen who harass blacksmiths' daughters and knock down old men for a few coins or a laugh. But there is cruelty, and there is cruelty. There is corruption, and there is corruption. People can no longer afford to pay the taxes we are asking. Too many are finding their way into the jail, far too many. And every debtor imprisoned, even for a fortnight, is a recruit for that preening traitor Farad Esmez. Indeed, Dawood agreed. And then there is the thief purging. Here in the palace matters legal and martial fall to me, but in the streets the captain of the watch rules. And he was appointed because he has never in his life balked at a chance to bully. This new drive to wipe out pickpocketry is madness. There will be a lot more one-handed men in Damsawat before it is through. The last amputation I saw was of a boy of 10 years. But at least the boy only lost his hand. Too many men have been made to kneel on the executioner's leather mat of late. Dawood said. I'd heard about the boy who was to be executed before the Falcon Prince. Raoun's expression turned dangerous. The bastard's name is Farad Eshamez, uncle. He's not a prince. Anyway, incidents like that are driving good men away from the guard and the watch. A fortnight ago, my second-in-command, Hami Samad, a man born and raised in this palace, and as steadfast a man as I've ever met, left the guard, abandoning his duties without saying a word to anyone. Raoun knuckled his moustache and sighed, fatigue overtaking his features. Well, I am sorry to have added to your troubles. The Caliph was not happy with you for bringing me before him. Raoun waved a dismissing hand at Dawood's apology, but there was real worry in the captain's eyes. He frowned, and his brow knitted even tighter. What is going on, Dawood? Whatever the Caliph's flatterers think, I know you would not be here if there was not dire reason. And there is, my friend. The servants of the traitorous angel are at work. But I don't know much more than the little I've told you. As soon as I learn more, I will let you know, Captain, I swear it.
Raoun gave him a long look. "Very well, uncle. Just be sure that you do. And I'll set my street spies a-digging at these names and crimes you've told me of. I am always here at the palace, so when you wish to speak to me again, just have a guardsman summon me."
Dawood exchanged cheek kisses with the captain, then made his way back to the street. Pain raged in his muscles and bones. Too much bowing and walking. He needed rest, and more than anything on God's great earth, he needed to see his wife again. "I could have died in there on a fool's whim." Dawood thanked Almighty God aloud that he lived. Then he achingly made his way home. Chapter 13. Walking down Breadbaker's Byway, Adula passed a public fountain of once white marble. Children played in its basin, and their shrill shouts shoved their way into his ears. "Rats!" he huffed to himself, though he knew he'd been twice as loud and obnoxious when he was a street child. To save one child from the ghouls is to save the whole world. The professional adage came to Adula for the 1,000th time. But what would it cost to save the whole world? His life? Oh God, does not a fat old man's happiness matter too? This fight had already cost him his home. The place that he had loved for so long was ruined. Vials of powdered silver and blocks of ebonwood. The Sioux sand painting he'd bought in the Republic, and the Rugali divan that fit his backside so comfortably. But most of all, the books. Scroll and codex, new folio and old manuscript. Even a few books in tongues he'd once hoped to learn, leather-bound volumes in the boxy script of the warlands to the far west. He'd only ever managed to learn to read a few of their strange barking words. Now he'd never learn more. He moved against the onrushing flow of foot traffic, making his way over the smooth, worn stones of the mainway. He was comfortable moving against the crowd. How many times had a mob of sensible men been running away from some foul monster, while foolish Adula and his friends ran toward the thing? Irritated anew at the thought of the things his calling made him do, he pushed his big body grumpily up the downstream of people. Another pack of children chased each other through the crowd of walkers and pack animals. The little gang threatened to careen into Adula, but the group split before him like a wave, half the brats flowing to either side. He reminded himself that, if he didn't do his duty, more little faces like these could soon be smeared with blood, their eyes aflame and their souls stolen. In his practiced way, he kept panic from rising at the thought of the threats that were out there, unseen. Adula passed men from Rugobe, with their neatly trimmed goatees and tight-fitting turbans. He saw Red River and Blue River Sioux. He heard the false promises of 100 hawkers, the single-stringed fiddle of a roving musician, the argument a feral-eyed, twitching man was having with himself. Unlike most sons of dead Donkey Lane, Adula had seen many towns. Those folk he'd grown up around would leave the city only a handful of times in their lives. Even going to another quarter was an occasion for some of them. Adula, on the other hand, had seen the villages of the Sioux Republic with their low, bleached clay houses of hidden luxury. He had seen the strange mountain-hole homes of the far north, where rain froze. He'd been to the edge of Rugobe, where instead of being a character from lewd shadow puppet plays, the ghoul hunter was respected by powerful men as an earthly agent of God, and was considered a slave of the Rugali High Sultan, if a rich and powerful slave. But this city of his for some 60 years, well, there was nothing to compare with its streets. The crowds had annoyed Adula all his life, but of all the places in the Crescent Moon kingdoms he had seen, Damsawat alone was his, and somewhere in his city, murderous monsters were preying on people. And so, you old farts, Damsawat needs you. Rotating this truth proudly in his mind made Adula feel just a bit less tired, but as his sandaled feet brought him closer and closer to the house of Miri al-Musa, his fatigue returned twofold. True to the code of the ghoul hunter, Adula had never married. When one is married to the ghouls, "One has 3 wives already," was another of the adages of his order. He didn't know much about the old order. A few adages and invocations passed down many years ago by his teacher, old Dr. Bujeli, and learned from old books. The ghoul hunters had never been as cohesive a fraternity as the dervishes' order, and any man could wear white and claim to chase monsters. Still, over the years, Abdullah had tried to adhere to what he had learned of the ways of his ancient order. He was a permissive man in many ways, no less with himself than with others, he had to admit. But in some things, rigidity was the only way. Saying marriage vows before God would cause a ghoul hunter's kaftan to soil, and it would cost him the power of his invocations. As with so many of God's painful ways, Abdullah did not know why it was so, only that it was. The crowd thinned, and Abdullah strode through Little Square, his kaftan billowing in the breeze. Little Square was not little at all. In fact, in all the city it was second only to Angel's Square in size. But the name was old, from the days when Damsawat had first been built on the ruins of a Cometi city, and had only 2 squares. Long rows of brown, thorny shrubbery framed its eastern and western sides. These low desert bushes served as a back wall for the stallless, beggarish sellers who lined the square to Abdullah's left and his right. Little Square was a haven for the less prosperous merchants and tradesmen of the city, those too poor or too unreliable to have earned, through honest work or bribery, a real shop or stall in one of the better markets. The square was flanked by these men and women, sitting on rugs or standing beside sorry piles of goods. Abdullah's eyes moved up the column of half-rate cobblers and rotten vegetable sellers, to his right. He cursed as he caught sight, a dozen yards ahead, of a skinny man in the white kaftan of his order. He strode over and made the noise in his throat that he made when genuinely offended. Litaz had once said that it sounded like he was being pleasured by a poorly trained whore. For all that he mocked Rasid's dervishhood, Abdullah had also pledged his life to an antiquated order that Damsawatis knew mostly from great-grandparents' tales and bawdy shadow puppet plays. Abdullah had learned long ago that most men professing his life calling were charlatans, who had bits and pieces of the proper knowledge, but had never been face-to-face with a ghoul. They used cheap magic to make their robes appear moonlight white, and took the hard-earned money of the poor, mumbling a few bogus spells and promising protection from monsters. The hairy young man with an oily smile who stood before him wore such cheap robes. He was the sort who claimed to hunt the hidden spirits supposedly behind working people's every trouble, the sort who claimed to tell the future. The rotten vegetable sellers of my order. When he was a younger man, and more defensive of the honor of his order, Abdullah had thought it his duty to root out such hucksters and send them packing with their robes dirtied and their noses and false charms broken. But the decades since had taught him resignation. Other charlatans would always pop up, and the people, the desperate, desperate people, would always go to them. Still, Abdullah took enough time now to give the fraud a long, scornful glance. They knew Abdullah, these men, knew him to be the last of the real thing. Was it wrong that he took some pride in that? This one, at least, had the decency to lower his eyes in shame. That such thieves thrived was sad, but it was the way of the world. Abdullah passed the fraud by, spitting at the man's feet instead of throwing a punch as he once would have. The fool made an offended noise, but that was all. By the time he reached Miri's tidy storefront, it was past midday. The brass-bound door was open, and standing in the doorway, Abdullah smelled sweet incense from iron burners and camel thorn from the hearth. For a long moment he just stood there at the threshold, wondering why in the world he'd been away from this lovely place so long. A corded forearm blocked his way, and a man's shadow fell over him. A muscular man even taller than Abdullah stood scowling before him, a long scar splitting his face into gruesome halves. He placed a broad palm on Abdullah's chest and grabbed a fistful of white kaftan.
"Ho, ho! Who's this forsaker of friends slinking back in here so shamelessly?" Despite all his dark feelings, Abdullah smiled. Just another foolish child of God who doesn't know to stay put, Axe-Face. He embraced Miri's trusted doorman, and the two men kissed on both cheeks. How are you these days, uncle? The frighteningly big man asked. Horrible, my friend, horrible. Miserable and terrible. But we praise God anyway, eh? Will you announce me to Miri, please? Axe-Face looked uncomfortable, as if he was considering saying something he didn't want to say. What is it? Abdullah asked. I'll announce you, uncle, and there's not a man in the world I'm happier to see pay the mistress a visit. But she isn't gonna be happy to see you. You're lucky her new boyfriend isn't here. Abdullah felt his insides wither. For a moment he had no words. What? He finally managed. Who? He felt as if he'd been suddenly struck half-witted. A new man, Axe-Face said with a sympathetic shake of the head. You know him, uncle. Handsome Mansour, they call him. Short fella, thin mustache, always smells nicer than a man should. Abdullah did know the man, or at least knew of him. A preening weasel that twisted others into doing his work for him. Abdullah's numbness burned away in a flame of outrage. That one! He's too young for her. Name of God, he's clearly after her money. He gestured with one hand to the greeting room behind Axe-Face. The son of a whore just wants to get his overwashed little hands on this place. Surely, man, you must see that. Axe-Face put up his leg of lamb-sized hands as if frightened of Abdullah. Hey, uncle, between you and me, you know I love you. You'd make a great husband for the mistress. But you've made some damned by God stupid choice as far as that goes. Surely, man, you must see that, huh? Axe-Face poked him playfully, but Abdullah wasn't in the mood. At all. Seeming to sense this, Axe-Face straightened to his full, monstrous height. Look, doctor, the bottom line is I don't see nothing Mistress Miri don't want me to see. That's how I stay well paid, well fed, and smiley as a child. But if you want to see the mistress, hold on. Abdullah was announced and ushered into the large greeting room. Scant sunlight made its way through the high windows. Tall couches lined the wall opposite the door, and a few well-dressed men sat on them, each speaking to a woman. Then she was there, Miri al-Musa, seller of silks and sweets, Miri of the 100 Ears. Miri. Her thick curves jiggled as she moved, and her worn hands were ablaze with henna. "What do you want?" she asked him, a cold wind blowing beneath her words. Abdullah's irritation briefly eclipsed his longing. "You may recall, woman, that you asked for my help even after you having asked me to walk my big feet out of your life and never come back. But this is not the place for us to speak." Miri arched an eyebrow and said nothing, but she led him to the house's tiny rear courtyard, sat him down at a small table, and brought him a tray with fruit nectar, little saltfish and pickles. She sat down beside him and waited for him to speak. But for a moment Abdullah just sat there, listening to the birds chirping in the courtyard's twin pear trees, and avoiding Miri's eyes. He didn't break the silence until Miri began to tap her silk-slippered foot impatiently. "I'm here, Miri, because I have learned something of your niece's killers, but not enough yet to stop them from killing others. I would like to speak to your grandnephew again, as he may have recalled something new." "Faisal is not here. Some of the girls went on a work-break trip to see the new menagerie the Khalif has set up outside the city, and I thought it a good idea for him to try and forget his pains, so I sent him with them. He won't be back for a day or so." Abdullah plucked up a pickle and smiled to himself at the thought of a whore's holiday to see strange beasts. Surely Miri was the only proprietor in the city who would allow such a thing. As happened so often, Miri seemed to read his thoughts. She did not seem amused.
"All people who work deserve days away from their labor, Dooley," she said flatly. "And whores are people, even if my business depends on letting men forget that fact."
He would not rise to the bait. Of course. In any case, I did not come only to speak to Faisal. I came also because Miri's 100 ears are always open, sometimes to songs the rest of us don't hear. For instance, does the name Mawawa mean anything to you? Or the name Oshodo? And what do you know of the case of Hedunawas? Her offended expression melted away, and she took on the look of Miri, knower of many things, narrowing her smoky eyes and crinkling her nose. Miri's face, when she was trying to recall something, was the same as when she was rifling through her cabinets for a particular blouse.
Oshodo. It sounds like a northern name, perhaps. I couldn't say for sure. But Hedunawas. He was an enemy of the throne, yes, one of the many conspirators killed in the Civil War.
Not quite killed, it seems, Adula muttered. Miri gave him a perplexed look, but continued.
If I recall correctly, he was also rumored to be a child killer. Now, Mawawa, all I could tell you is that it sounds like Kemetti hidden script.
Adula snorted. Ha! Indeed, though it took me a full day to have that lock click open in my mind. Sometimes, my sweet, your erudition makes me sick with jealousy.
Well, even leaving aside our difference in age, I've been hit on the head far fewer times than you, Dooley.
She deigned to smile at him, and he felt his soul warm. Adula winced theatrically, as if he'd been punched in the gut. This response to Miri's jibes had always made her laugh in the past, but instead, when she met his eyes, she let her smile slip and turned away from him. There were 1,000 things he wanted to say to her when he saw that, but none of them would do any good. How is your grandnephew faring?" he asked.
How is he faring?
Her thick braid with its streak of silver whipped as she spun to give him an incredulous glare.
How is he faring? He's broken. How else could he be after what happened to him? You see so much of this horror that you don't even see it for horror anymore. He is a boy, Dooley, a boy of 8. Not one of your suicidal fanatical friends. Not some foe of the traitorous angel.
She bit off her next words quietly.
It's this madness that drove us apart.
This time Adula's wince was not feigned. Miri had always had unhappy words for the life he led, and for the friends who shared it. But those words had never been this sharp, this scornful. She wasn't stopped by his pained face.
Look at the world around you, Dooley. 40 years you've spent in this hunting. All that death, why, what has come of it? Is the world a safe place now? A happier place?
She sank into her chair and put her face in her hands.
Merciful God, I'm sorry. Now you've upset me. What I meant to say was—
But she said nothing more. Your niece's killers are still out there, Miri. They burned my house down.
I heard.
Of course Miri of the 100 ears had heard. Yet still she had all these hard words for him.
God protect you,
she said now. Miri and he had been closer in the days when the townhouse was new, he reflected. Much closer. She had helped him choose it. Adula said nothing for a long time. Then he started to speak, though he didn't know what he was going to say. Miri, Miri held up a silencing hand, and with her other, wiped away the beginnings of tears. She took a deep breath and looked at Adula. Her eyes were weary, but filled with love, and she spoke softly.
"I'm sorry, Dooley. I didn't mean the things I said."
Abdullah had never been more tired in his life, and he tried to keep the pain out of his words.
"Yes, you did."
Miri's voice was steadier now, and she twined the end of her long braid around her hand, a habit Abdullah had noticed long ago, a sign that she was steeling herself.
"Well, yes, I did, but I do know why you do what you do, Dooley. You—"
A smile spread across her face, and she started laughing, at the same time that Abdullah did. "Why you do what you do, Dooley, you—" he said, imitating the funny sound of her words. They both laughed, and Abdullah hurt again, knowing that it would end very soon. Why had this been his fate? Why could he not have been one of the men he often walked past in the early morning light of the markets, selling lemon jelly cubes and going home every evening to a deliciously fat wife who drenched herself in rose oil, laughing at stupid things and keeping one another warm when the night wind whipped through the windows, taking the day off to be with her and losing only a few coins in his pocket. But his job, his calling was different. When Abdullah neglected his duties, gruesome things happened in the sleep rooms of children. It wasn't fair. It wasn't. His eyes burned, and he realized that they were beginning to tear up.
What is wrong with me?
I'm a breath away from crying like a woman. Mistress Muriel Musa of the 100 Ears showed the secret defenseless self that she only ever showed late at night to him.
I am sorry, Dooley. So often I have had such hard words for what you do, and yet I am here like all the rest, begging your help for my family.
Miri's coal-lined eyes were furious and on the verge of tears. When the first few fell, Abdullah placed an arm around her broad shoulders and wiped them away. Being seen crying would hurt her reputation.
How long have we known each other, woman?
30 years now. Don't you worry about such things.
My help is always yours.
Why these tears, huh? Everything will be fine, God willing. She sniffed once again, wiped away another tear, and set her jaw.
Fine. Oh, merciful God, my niece is dead. Everything will not be fine, Dooley. Everything is going down to the lake of flame and the traitorous angel. But you're right. There's no point in crying, not where men can see, anyway.
With one last sniffle, she was all calmness again.
So, have you any more clues as to who or what is behind her murder?
Abdullah struggled to recall all that the mad creature Mawawa had revealed.
There was one thing more,
Abdullah said at last.
The monster I am hunting. It spoke of its master sitting on the Cobra throne. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Do you know where it might be?
Miri bit her lip and looked troubled.
I have,
she said. She took a breath, then a sip of nectar, and went on.
It was years ago. After one of the Falcon Prince's first raids, all of the city's talk was on the gold and weapons he'd stolen from the old Caliph's treasure house. But my sources told me that the prince himself was most interested in a dusty old scroll he'd found.
Abdullah was as impressed as always with the things Miri knew, and it must have shown on his face. Miri shrugged.
Of course I was interested. I am the font of all knowledge in this city. No one in Damsawat would know anything if not for my spies. And books are like spies' reports frozen in amber. If the Falcon Prince wanted to know something that bad, it must have been valuable, I figured. So I had one of my ears within his organization act as eye and pen, copying as much as he could of the stolen scroll. Those were different days, of course. Farad Es-Hemes's operation was not quite so airtight then. In any case, my spy had used a very expensive scrivening spell, but the scroll proved useless to me. It cost an obscene amount to copy it, but the jest was on me. All but the title of the thing was in a thrice-ciphered version of hidden script. The characters were there, but pricey magics which might not have even worked were required to break the cipher spells. Wealthy as I am, I still didn't have enough to waste on trying to translate it.
Adula, growing impatient, spoke around a mouth of saltfish. "Oh, forgive me, my sweet, but I asked you about—"
The Cobra Throne, that was the title of the scroll. It was about ancient chem. But as I say, not worth the price of translating. For all I knew, it was about some old buried hoard of the pharaohs somewhere, which may or may not have ever existed, and may or may not have already been hit by grave robbers. And I'm not the sort to go funding a grave digging. Then there was the possibility that the Falcon Prince had stolen it only because the original was valuable. I didn't know, and it wasn't worth wagering further funds to find out. God's truth be told, I don't think that the gold-grubbing Caliph had ever bothered to translate it either. At least my spies at the time had heard the Falcon Prince mock this fact.
Adula snorted. "Ha! Aye, that sounds like the work of Caliphs, locking away knowledge and words without even reading them."
Why is this important, Dooley? What is going on?
Adula ignored her questions. "Please, my sweet, tell me that you still have a copy of this scroll." Miri's offended sniff cut through her worried expression.
Have you ever known me to throw away something of potential value? Name of God, for 30 years I didn't throw you away.
Weariness overtook her smoky eyes.
Be careful here, Dooley. If the Falcon Prince is involved in this, I know you admire him, but he's a dangerous madman. And from what my ears tell me, he is furious right now about the murder of a beggar family who was under his protection. Mother, father, and daughter all found with their hearts carved out. Apparently the same fate struck a squad of his men as well.
Adula had nearly forgotten Bahim's giving him that last bit of interesting and troubling news, but he only half-analyzed it now, as he was overcome with thankfulness. Whatever else was wrong in the world, God had seen fit to keep this woman in Adula's life, worrying over him. This funny, strong, bedchamber-skilled woman who loved him. Man-jackals and ghouls could not change that fact. Still, this news increased Adula's sense that Farad as Hamez might make a useful ally. "Can you put me in touch with him, Miri? It may help me put an end to these murders." She squinted in thought for a moment, then shook her head.
Perhaps I could. But I'm sorry, Dooley, I won't. That would require my making more contact with his people, and after he killed this last headsman. No, it's just too dangerous. The man has lots of right-sounding ideas,
Miri continued,
and I must admit he is remarkably handsome. I'd wager you didn't know that I once saw those calves very close up, did you know? Never you mind where or when.
She was trying to make Adula jealous, to upset him. It was working. He felt, not in a pleasant way, that he was a boy of 5 and 10 again.
But despite these things, she went on, he is, beneath all his pretty words, talking about civil war. Wars are bad for business, and a war inside the gates of the city, Almighty God forbid it. Do you know what happens to whores in a war, Dooley? Of course you do. I've got arson and rape on the one hand and a clinking coin purse on the other, Dooley. For me and mine, it's an easy choice. I've got a house full of innocent girls to protect here.
Adula smiled despite his frustration. Innocent? A funny word, all things considered. Miri did not smile back.
Yes, you damned by God oaf, innocent. My new girl, Carise, fled her father not 3 weeks ago. What does she know of war?
Adula sighed. Ah, well, Pretty Eyes, I know well enough that you won't be budged when you won't be budged, but at least tell me what your ears have heard of these murders. Miri shrugged.
Not much. The watchmen marked it up to street folk killing street folk. The family did their alms-seeking outside of Yeye's tea house, and they were found dead there, along with old Yeye himself. They—
What? Yeye? When did— Who?
Words failed him, and his stomach sank as he watched Miri's eyes widen. She took his hands in hers.
Oh, name of God, Dooley, I'm so sorry. I'd forgotten what friends the two of you were.
Adula felt a sob begin to rise within him. He smothered it, and something within him went cold. Yeah. Ministering angels. Yeah. He spoke absently. Oh, Mary, don't you see? Things can't stay safe forever, no matter who rules. You with your 100 years know that better than most. She sighed and nodded.
I know. But maybe they can be bearable for another few years. That's all I dare ask of God.
He ran his hand through his beard. And then what, my sweet?
Then I'll climb warm and sleepy into my grave, God willing.
She rose and kissed his forehead. Then she went in search of the scroll she had mentioned, leaving Adula alone with birdsong, the scent of pear trees, and thoughts of his dead friend. Dead. May God shelter your soul, you cross-eyed old rascal. He recalled Yeye's words of a few days ago, before Faisal, before the giant ghoul, before Zamia, before Mawawa, before he was killed. May all-merciful God put old men like us quietly in our graves. The tea-house owner had no family that Adula knew of. Likely the watchman had already tossed his body in the charnel commons. Adula thought about going to his own grave alone. And then he thought, as he had not allowed himself to while Miri was before him, of the words Axeface had said just an hour ago. Her new man. When she returned a few minutes later, handing him a scroll case, he found he couldn't quite keep his thoughts to himself. So, what's this I hear about handsome Monsieur spending his time around here? Everyone in the street knows the fool is too cheap to be an honest customer, do you? She stared at him then, and her face took on the angriest look Adula had ever seen her wear.
May God damn you, Dooley,
she said in a near whisper.
May God damn you for daring to be jealous.
Something cruel grew in her eyes.
Do you want to know the truth? Do you? Well, I will tell you. Yes, Monsieur has been spending his time with me, praise be to God. And praise be to God. Last night he asked me to marry him.
Last night, when I was busy learning about a living dead killer and his master. And what did you say? Adula heard some man somewhere ask with a weak voice like his.
That is none of your damned by God business, unless you are prepared to compete for my hand.
Adula felt the familiar pain of having no good answers for the person on God's great earth he cared most about. Oh, pretty eyes. I know you don't want to hear this, but there are ways other than a formal marriage before God. We could live—
Lake of flame, do you think because of what I do for a living that I am completely bereft of virtue?
Miri's eyes tightened.
Well, I'm not. And what is a woman's greatest chance at showing her virtue? In marriage.
I know that you possess 1,000 virtues, Miri. Adula meant every word, but Miri just threw up her henna'd hands in exasperation.
Oh, no. No more of that damned by God sugar talk. It's been many years since I could keep myself warm at night remembering your words while you were nowhere to be found. My niece is dead, Dooley. It is a reminder from Almighty God. I've got a good 20 years left in this world, if God wills it. Thousands of days, thousands of nights. I'm not going to spend them all alone, I'm not.
She fell silent, gazing up into the tree branches. When he looked at the line of her broad neck, the sand-brown skin smooth despite her near 50 years, he felt like he would weep. Adula kneaded the flesh of his forehead with his knuckles, trying to somehow rouse the right words. He kept picturing Yeye, who had always said that marriage was a fool's move. Dead. Yeye was dead. Perhaps Miri was right. Perhaps there was some message from God to be found in these murders. About priorities. About what was left of his own life. Adula stared at his hands. If he and his friends found this Oshado, this ghoul of ghouls, and defeated him, then what? Would God's great earth be purged of all danger? Would the traitorous angel servants all just go away? Oh, when would Adula's work be done? He'd asked himself the question many times, but today he faced the honest answer for perhaps the first time in 40 years. His work would end only when he was dead, or when he ended it. He swallowed hard, and looked up from his hands. "Miri."
"Yes,"
she said, her voice flat.
"This is it, my sweet. I cannot let a man who has murdered my friend and your niece stalk this city any longer. But if I live through this, that's it for me then. I'm done. Men can find someone else to save them from the ghouls."
Miri rolled her eyes, the hardness he knew so well returning to her voice.
"Do you want me to do a little dance? I mean, I've only heard that 10 times before, Dooley. Don't you think I know by now that such declarations are just words on the air? They'll be blown away by the first strong breeze that comes along."
Adula swallowed again and took hold of Miri's shoulders, giving her the most level look he could.
"Not this time."
He found himself speaking formal words that he'd never said, not in 30 years of half-meant promises.
"I swear this to you, O Miri al-Musa, in the name of God the All-Hearing, who witnesses all oaths, in the name of God the most honest, who loves truth and not lies. I swear to you that when this is done I will return here, and if my fate is so kind that you haven't yet married this money-grubbing fop, I swear in the name of God the Great Father that I will touch my forehead to the ground before you, and beg you to marry me."
He knew that she understood what such an oath meant to him, but Adula also knew that Miri lived in a world of oath-shatterers. He expected more scornful skepticism. But Miri al-Musa just stood there, eyes shining, lip trembling, looking as lovely as the day Adula had met her. And she said not a word. Hours later he found himself walking wearily back into Dawood and Lita's greeting room. The Sioux couple sat on a divan speaking quietly. Rashid sat cross-legged on the floor, engaging in one of his breathing exercises, but the pallet where Zamia had been recuperating was empty. A good sign. His friends looked up as he entered.
"What news?"
Dawood asked.
"Did the boy have anything new to tell?"
"The boy?"
Adula asked, confused for a moment.
"Oh, him. A little Faisal. He was not there as it happens, but," he said, brandishing the scroll Miri had given him, "Miri al-Musa gave me this, which may hold some answers for us. What of you, brother of mine? How went your meeting with Raoun Haddad?"
Litaz answered for her husband.
"Dawood managed not to get himself killed by the defender of virtue himself, and to give a vague warning, but that is about all. But tell us, how is Miri?"
Adula frowned, sensing the subtle edge beneath the alchemist's words.
"Please, my dear, none of your snobbish scorn for the hall mistress, eh? Of all days, not today."
Dawood snorted.
You forget that my beloved wife is, even after decades in Damsawat, a slightly prudish Blue River girl at heart. Litaz's eyes filled with half-serious lividity. Prudish? You of all people, husband, know that—
He said slightly prudish, Adula pointed out with a smile, feeling buoyed a bit by the presence of his bantering friends. Litaz rolled her eyes.
You know it has nothing to do with that, my friend. We just want better for you. It's all we've ever wanted. I have no problem with what Miri is, but she won't let you be what you are. So I've been squawking this tune for near 20 years, so what? It's as true today as it was a dozen years ago. There are women, younger women, pretty women, who would be able to live realistically with the white kaftan you wear.
Adula plopped down onto a brocaded stool and let out a loud sigh. Ah, even if that were true, my dear, it wouldn't matter. For a long while the room was silent, save for the soft sounds of Rasid's inhalations and exhalations. Then Adula heard himself say, She is going to marry another. At least another man has asked for her hand. A younger man. Dawood gave him a look of loving sympathy. Litaz stood, walked over and took his big hands in her tiny ones. She squeezed, smiled sadly, said nothing. Rasid, finally looking up from his exercises, spoke confusedly.
Doctor, I don't understand.
You and your understanding can go down to the Lake of Flame, boy. Now shut up! We've more important things to discuss. Where is the tribeswoman, anyway? Off stalking the city for gazelles?
I'm here, Doctor,
Zamia said, emerging from the back of the house where she'd no doubt been making water. Adula noted that she walked more or less steadily on her feet, and that much of the weakness he'd seen in her only last night was gone.
Did you learn anything that will help avenge my band?
To his surprise, Adula found that he could not speak of Yeye's murder. It was foolish, he knew. These were his closest friends in the world, and allies who needed all of the information they could get. But Adula thought of Litaz trying to find drops of Yeye's blood, or some such, or trying to analyze the angle at which his heart had been ripped out, and he felt that his own soul would somehow snap if he did not keep this one bit of grimness to himself for now. So as his friends and allies listened, Adula instead recounted what little else Miri had known, and told them about the thrice-ciphered hidden script scroll that spoke of the Cobra Throne. Though all-merciful God alone knows how we're going to unravel these cipher spells, the costs and the expertise involved. He trailed off, exhausted and daunted by just about everything in his life. Litaz shot a worried look in her husband's direction.
Actually, I do know of one man who might have the skill and inclination to help us with this, and he would do it quickly if I asked.
Dawood's expression was perplexed, then bitter. Him! Well, I have no doubt that one will be all too ready to help. He will be falling all over himself to give you what you need. At a price. Adula smiled. Yasir the spell-seller, of course. It seems then that I am not the only one fated by God to get help from an old heart's flame. Litaz sighed.
He will gouge us, but will do so less severely than others would, and he'll do honest and discreet work. If I send a messenger now, I should be able to see him by tomorrow.
By all means, send a messenger, and you should take the boy with you tomorrow. Both Litaz and Rasid started to speak, but Adula cut them both off. I know, you can take care of yourself, he said, gesturing with one hand toward Litaz. And your place is protecting me, or Zamia, or whomever you've decided duty dictates today. He continued, gesturing with his other hand toward Rasid. But between Dawood and Zamia and myself, we can, Almighty God willing, handle any threat that might strike here. You'll be carrying a great deal of coin, Litaz. And even aside from that, the more I think on it, the less comfortable I am with any of us being alone out there. Indulge me, eh?
With that, Abdullah walked off and made water before dragging himself to the makeshift bed his friends had set for him. He was exhausted, but he could not stop thinking about Yeye, and about Miri, the choice she had made, the oath Abdullah himself had made. Miri's words, "thousands of days, thousands of nights," echoed in his head, as did Yeye's words about old men and graves. Sleep was a long time in coming. Chapter 14. There was a clean tang to the late morning air, and Rashid Bes Rashid breathed it in deeply as he made his way toward the north inner gate. Litaz, daughter of Likami, walked a half-step in front of him, dressed more richly than Rashid had ever seen. Her long dress was embroidered with amethyst gem thread. She wore rings of gold and coral in her twistlocks, and a jewel-pommeled dagger sheathed in dyed kidskin on her belt. Is she expecting a fight? Rashid resolved to be even more watchful than usual. The inn where they were meeting Litaz's contact was in the round city, the innermost part of Damsawat. A 60-foot wall of massive, sun-dried bricks surrounded the round city, with great gates of iron in its northern and southern sections. The pair joined a line of people making their way through the north inner gate, and in a short time reached the gate itself. As they walked through, Litaz smiled and nodded at one of the watchmen on duty. The man eyed Rashid's habit and sword, but said nothing. As soon as they passed through the gate, they turned from the huge gray paving stones of the mainway. Litaz led the way confidently, and Rashid followed. They rounded a corner and stepped onto Goldsmith's Row, a paved lane that was narrower than the mainway, but still quite broad. Leaving behind the press of pedestrians and shouting porters already building up, the pair joined a traffic flow that was decidedly quieter and less crowded. Litaz bit her lower lip and mumbled to herself, obviously deep in thought. So Rashid remained silent and took in his surroundings. He had been in Damsawat for nearly 2 years now, but he'd never been down Goldsmith's Row. He looked about with interest. Tidy storefronts and splendid houses lined the street here, the crude, open stone windows of the scholars' quarter replaced by fine sandalwood screens, and in the more opulent shops, leaded glass. Though one could walk here from the scholars' quarter in less than an hour, the two neighborhoods were a world apart. Here were the homes and shops of Abessine's wealthiest merchants and most distinguished craftsmen, elite importers and perfumers, gem cutters and jewelers, bookbinders and glassblowers. Here also, in decadently furnished mansions, lived the courtiers and viziers and their families, those who did not live at the palace itself. Rashid marveled at how few people there were, and what little noise they made. No doubt many of them were home preparing meals for the Feast of Providence, which was this evening. But there was more to it than that, Rashid thought. This was the sort of place where one could be alone with one's meditations. The streets of the scholars' quarter were never this quiet, or this empty, or this clean. Rashid envied the residents the solemnity of their surroundings. No great stinking puddles, no loud donkey whipping, no hashish smoke drifting in the window, no muttering madmen. Would that I had a place like this to meditate and train. He tried to smother this unacceptable covetousness. O believer, worship God wherever fate finds thee, whether prison, prairie, or prayer's day table, the heavenly chapters say. His service with the doctor did not bring him into contact with the overfed inhabitants of the round city. It was probably just as well. The denizens of the doctor's home quarter disgusted Rashid with their degeneracy and lewdness. But while the hashish smokers and whores of the scholars' quarter were foul, the men and women here were perhaps even more foul. Here was wealth, as much wealth as anywhere in the Crescent Moon kingdoms. Here was every opportunity for virtue and learning, with none of the dire incitements to vice that poverty brought. But the doctor claimed that the people of Goldsmith's Row ignored such opportunity, using their incalculable riches only to devise new and more luxuriant vices. Partner, he had called Rashid the other night. But Rashid was unworthy. He'd said nothing to the doctor or the others about his encounter with Farad Azhamez, about taking the stolen goods the thief had given him. He hadn't gone so far as to utter a falsehood. When he'd returned to the Sioux couple's shop, and Litaz had asked after his dusty silks and disheveled appearance, he'd put off her questions, and she hadn't pressed him. The wrongness of it burned his soul, like a foretaste of the lake of flame. Partner. Again he turned the word over in his mind. Unworthy though he was to speak prayers to God, he prayed now that the doctor was safe. There was no telling when that Mauawa creature would strike again.
Rashid.
Litaz's voice intruded on his thoughts.
Yes, Auntie.
He scanned the thin crowd about them as he answered.
Zamia Binulaith Bedawi. She is interested in you. Do you see this? Do you understand how careful you must be with this?
He felt as if she had slapped him. Without meaning to, he stopped walking. He closed his hand around his sword hilt, said nothing, and started walking again. Litaz's heart-shaped face split in a patronizing smile as she walked beside him.
And you have taken an interest in her, too. Anyone with eyes can see that plainly enough,
she said, sounding amused. He began to dispute the alchemist's words, but found that he could not quite do so without speaking a falsehood, which was forbidden by the traditions of the order. He tried to find something to say, but all that he could come up with were questions.
With most humble apologies, Auntie.
You should not say such things, he said at last.
She's a Bedawi, Rashid. Even as she is fixed on revenge, she will be thinking about keeping her band from dying out.
Litaz's smile deepened. It was the smile of one who knew more than Rashid did about certain matters, and he found that it upset him. He kept walking, keeping his gaze straight ahead, hoping to force an end to the conversation. But Litaz continued.
It's all right, you know. What you feel when you look at her. You've been holding a sword so long that you've known little else. But there is nothing wrong with what you feel when you look at her.
The Sioux people had a frankness in speaking of things inappropriate. It was not surprising that the doctor was so comfortable among them. Rashid felt his face flush, and he bit off his words.
You speak of such things too openly,
he said, and surely none could blame him if he was more curt than one ought to be with an elder. But if annoyance was edging into his voice, it was annoyance with himself as much as anything. He wanted to be comforted, despicably weak as he was. He wanted to reach out to Litaz and talk to her about these things, but that was simply unacceptable. He fell silent. She smiled gently.
If you want to talk, young man, I swear before God that I'll not say a word to anyone, not even to Adullah or my husband.
They moved on, turning off of Goldsmith's Row to enter a neat but narrow cobblestone alleyway. Something in his soul clenched and then relaxed. He felt the words come without his bidding them.
I don't have any secrets, Auntie. It is just that she has been chosen by the angels themselves. I wish that it is so difficult sometimes. When I went to seek the crimson quicksilver,
You will do best to answer quickly, Hollet, and truthfully.
The harsh voice came to Rashid's ears at the same time that the speaker, a robed man with a whip, came into his field of vision. The man was lean and gray-haired, and two big men with short, thin clubs stood with him. These other two might have been twins, both young, huge, and hook-nosed. All three men were clean-shaven and wore plain turbans and heavy robes of brown sackcloth belted with coarse rope. They had a girl trapped in the alley. The humble students, wandering mendicants that scoured wickedness from the streets and taverns of the Crescent Moon kingdoms. Rashid felt even worse than he had a moment before. He glanced at Litaz. Her smile had twisted into a hard line. She looked more the old warrior than the kind grandmother now. The humble students were charged with chastising those who needed to be chastised, helping men and women to walk the path of God. But Rashid had learned that some humble students did this more out of greed or cruelty than righteousness. Praised in Rugalbah, mocked in the Sioux Republic, in Dam Sawat the students were few in number, tolerated by the caliphs, disliked by the people. Unsurprisingly, Rashid's mentor was among their despisers. "I don't trust anyone who claims to serve God by beating up dancers and drunks," the doctor had growled once. The trio stood shoulder to shoulder 20 yards down the cobbled alley. They were facing Rashid and Litaz's direction. Their gazes, however, were set on a girl wearing a gauzy blouse and tight leggings with pale laces. Rashid picked up the cloying smell of cheap oil of violet from the slender girl, far away though she was. Trouble, the dervish knew. As he stood surveying the scene, Litaz shot forward. The students and the girl all locked eyes on her.
"What is the matter here?"
Litaz's voice was bold, and it instantly agitated the students. The gray-haired leader frowned. "The matter? An unclean girl is to be shown the way of God. Do you wish to watch and learn from her example, Outlander? The Republic is a decadent place. The Sioux, more than most, would benefit from our lessons." There was no emotion but scorn in the man's voice. Litaz flashed a caustic smile.
"I've seen the students' lessons before, brother. I'm afraid I can't say that I always approve of them."
The man arched an eyebrow. "Watch yourself, woman. We do not need the approval of outlanders. We found the tramp going about her foul business in plain view. The whorehouses of this city have been left to fester, and now their rotted fruit spills onto respectable streets. But if the watchmen will not do their duty, we will do it for them. 10 lashes is the punishment." Leather creaked as the man flexed his whip. The girl jumped in, sensing her chance.
I wasn't working on the street, Auntie, I swear it. I wouldn't do that. I was just coming from a friend's house."
The girl lowered her eyes in shame.
"She can't be more than 4 and 10,
Rashid thought, disgusted. But he felt something shameful, painfully shameful, race through his body as he looked at her.
"What is your name, girl?"
Litaz asked. The girl looked at the alchemist with hunted gazelle eyes.
"Suri?"
A look of surprise crossed Litaz's face.
"Suri? Truly? That is one you don't hear every day."
The girl made a noise in her throat and ducked her head.
"Suri,"
Litaz repeated.
"A beautiful name and a very, very old one."
She turned to the students with a clearly forced smile.
"Surely you brothers see the sign from Almighty God here? The heavenly chapter story of Suri says, 'O headsman, drop your sword and serve his mercy. O flogger, drop your whip and serve his mercy.'"
The gray-haired student spread a conciliatory hand, but he sneered as he did so. "The chapters also say, and yea, proper punishment is the sweetest mercy, do they not? A new era is coming, Outlander, an era when only those who walk the path prescribed will prosper." The 2 big men were tensed for a fight. Rashid found that he was as well. He took a step toward Litaz.
"The path prescribed? And the students will be the ones to judge what that is?"
The alchemist's eyes narrowed as she spoke.
"Please, let the girl go. I ask you to indulge an old woman."
When this earned no response, Litaz's pleading slid into threat.
"Look, we are not on the river docks, brothers. Do you think the respectable people of this neighborhood, who you know can't stand your order anyway, do you think they will sit idly by while you beat a girl in their streets?"
The eldest student's sneer deepened. He ran a hand over his smooth brown jaw.
Listen to me, woman. Leave now. Please. Do you see? I say, please. Go back to one of your perverted outlander neighborhoods. I will not ask you again.
He turned his head toward Rashid.
And you, Master Dervish?
The man's brittle-sounding voice made the title a mockery, but for the first time he looked unsure of himself.
Are you truly keeping company with this trash?
Rashid parted his lips, but no sound came out. Words flew into his head.
I am here in company with her, but... Please forgive her, brother, I am afraid that I must...
But none of them made it through his suddenly dry and cracked throat. Rashid had faced and killed highwaymen, cyclop and ghoul, but he now found himself paralyzed and unable to speak. The gray-haired man's uncertain expression evaporated, replaced by a cold scowl.
I take it by your silence that you are here with this mad old degenetress. Where is your virtue? Have you stopped serving God already, young man?
The two big hook-nosed men began to shift, clearly itching for a fight. There was the incongruous sound of laughter as two young couples entered the alley, took one look at the scene before them, and swiftly turned back. Litaz drew her dagger from the kidskin sheath at her waist.
What is she doing?
Long and broad-bladed, in her little hand it was a small sword.
Leave, Suri,
the alchemist said with a deadly calm in her voice. When the girl didn't move, Litaz shouted,
Leave! Now!
The girl ran before the men could grab her. The two big students started to follow, but their leader held up a hand and they froze. Suri flew from the alley without a word or a backward glance.
This old whore's vice is greater than the others was.
The lead student spoke to his men with an eerie calm.
She will take the girl's punishment.
He focused his words on Litaz.
And who are you, whore with a knife, to think you can interfere in God's work with impunity?
The man seemed genuinely curious. Litaz gave no answer. The veins in the man's neck bulged.
Whoever you are, you will find that you are sorely mistaken.
Rashid did not approve of the man's tone. There was an unvirtuous anticipation there at the thought of proving Litaz mistaken in some brutal manner. Rashid's hand went to the hilt of his sword before he thought about who his opponents were. The order held ties with the humble students. These men might be unpleasant and overbearing, but they were Rashid's allies as far as duty was concerned. But Litaz, daughter of Likami, was a true servant of God who had doubtless fought more real battles than all three of these men combined. And she was one of the doctor's dearest friends. Rashid's mind raced, and his hand flexed on his pommel. Litaz broke the silent moment.
The Father of the universe does not tell us to beat frightened girls, brother. Can your kind find no other way in which to spread virtue?
One of the big men began to slap his club against his open palm. He moved 2 steps closer to Litaz. The men were nearly in swinging range now, and Rashid took 2 long strides closer. The gray-haired man shot Rashid a warning look, then spoke more calmly to Litaz.
Such rude words. Come, woman. Old and withered or young and hale, all must live by his words. Come and be chastised. It will be quick and feather light for one so small as you, I swear in the name of God.
Litaz laughed a bitter little laugh.
Come, try and chastise me, brother. You'll end up lying in the street.
Everything happened at once. The 2 hook-nosed students lurched at Litaz. They were not fighting men. That was clear enough to Rashid. No need for his sword. He blocked the assailant closest to Litaz and thrust a fist out.
Rossi didn't realize he'd decided his loyalties until the man was lying bloody-nosed and unconscious on the ground. For what seemed the 1,000th time that week, Rossi's stomach lurched with the wrongness of his actions. But he looked up, ready to do the same to the other two students. Litas stood between him and them. He froze as he saw the alchemist was offering up the jeweled pommel of her dagger to the men. She's surrendering her weapon?
If you're hooked on the first part of the book, don't stop. The continuation is waiting for you in the description.